Chapter 769. When Danny arrived, she discovered that Winterfell had become a huge construction site. Half a kilometer away from the city walls, the snow on the ground had been removed, revealing black soil that hadn't seen the light of day for many years. Tens of thousands of soldiers surrounded the castle and dug a 4-meter wide and 3-meter deep moat on the black soil below the city walls. However, the moat didn't divert water from the White Blade River. Outside Winterfell, there was a market called Winterfell Town. The houses in the market had been dismantled. Wooden walls, wooden furniture, wooden roofs, and all flammable items were moved to the newly dug moat. The moat would be a river of fire that would block the ghouls. SSSGA, Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen is here. Wah, 3 Megalosaurus, they're huge. Long live Megalosaurus, long live Dragon Queen. With Dragon Queen's help, we'll be able to defend Winterfell. Danny rode on her dragon and circled the Winterfell construction site at a low altitude, causing unimaginable wild cheers. Though she hadn't been to Winterfell before, many of the Winterfell residents had come from the Great Wall and the Wolfswood. They had seen Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus before, but they weren't so excited then. Well, they were excited to see Megalosaurus for the first time, but their excitement was purely due to curiosity and not anticipation for Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus. SSSGA, when a small team of silver-armored Unsullied trotted out of the main castle and formed a semicircle in the courtyard, Danny led Big Black land. When Dragon Queen's winged dragon knights came from Dragonstone Island, they brought along a 40-member team of Tile Steel Knights. They weren't here to protect Winterfell. Their main purpose was to protect Dragon Queen in Winterfell. In Winterfell, Danny had to have guards who were absolutely loyal to her. It wasn't just Winterfell. In the future, she would bring a team of bodyguards with her whenever she went to any of the feudal vassals of the Seven Kingdoms. Jon led Mandalay, Mormont, Savon, Glover, and the other nobles of the northern region out of the main castle and into the courtyard to welcome the Dragon Queen. After exchanging greetings, they entered the main castle where the fireplace was burning. Dragon Queen and Jon sat side by side. However, the Dragon Queen sat in the middle, while the king of the northern region sat to her left. Below him were dozens of northern region nobles. Apart from the Grand Dukes, even the knights and knights had come. You've decided. Defend Winterfell. Danny frowned. The northern region is our home. It's my duty to protect my home. Wu said in a deep voice. Defend the northern territory, even if we have to die 1,000 times. That's right. We're from the north. Are we going to run away without even fighting a single battle? He didn't say that Winterfell was his home. He was supposed to defend Winterfell, but he said that he would defend the northern territory with his life. The northerners below were so excited that they began to howl. Did you know that the last fireplace castle has fallen? Danny asked. So fast. We just received a request for help from Fireplace Castle, Wu exclaimed. Danny sighed. Actually, it fell yesterday. Less than half an hour after the messenger crows left, the Enbois family castle was breached. The entire castle, including the town outside, had more than 15,000 people. Within an hour, only 50 guards and 400 old, weak, women, and children were left. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and the face behind the furry beard instantly turned as white as snow. The excited northern region nobles in the hall seemed to have been splashed with a bucket of cold water. They stopped shouting and looked at each other in shock. The Enbois family was exterminated. Jon's voice was as light as a feather. Grand Jon wasn't here. He was one of the commanders of the southern expedition. A few months ago, he led 2,000 northern region cavalrymen to the valley with Erlu. If they hadn't met me. Unfortunately, I couldn't save everyone. Danny's expression was solemn. Sigh, Fireplace fell too quickly. It's already a blessing from the gods that you were able to save the survivors. John didn't understand the regret in Danny's words. After a while, he said solemnly, Your Majesty, I hope you can provide us with a batch of dragon crystal weapons. You're quick to understand that Fireplace's rapid fall was largely due to the weapons. Danny gave Wu an odd look. After being the king of the northern region for half a year, he had gradually gained the calm temperament of a ruler. Do you know how many ghouls attacked Fireplace? How many deviants were there? About 2 deviants led 40,000 ghouls. The watchman of the Eastern Sea saw hundreds of deviants that day. Think about it, how many ghouls were there? There were more than 1 million ghouls. An army of millions. Lord Eel's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh gods, how is this possible? How can this be? How can we defeat them? That's not right. Are there more than 1 million people outside the Great Wall and in the northern region? The nobles of the northern region were shocked and doubtful. John said in a low voice, It shouldn't be less than 1 million. Deviants not only resurrect humans who have just died, but also the corpses of beasts and corpses in tombs. But don't be afraid. As long as we have suitable weapons, the ghouls are easier to deal with than the farmers. At least the farmers have sickles and hoes, or at least a wooden club. But 99% of the ghouls are empty-handed and don't have any armor. The dead that crawl out of the tombs don't even have nails or teeth. If an armored knight stands there and lets them attack, it'll. At this point, he laughed awkwardly. Maybe they'll all pounce on us and crush or suffocate us. Ha ha ha. A knight patted his heirloom armor and laughed heartily. The atmosphere in the hall was much more relaxed. How many soldiers do we have in Winterfell? Danny asked. After receiving news of the Great Wall's collapse, I immediately sent an order to the nobles of the northern region to assemble. Soldiers have been arriving in the past few days. Currently, there are about 13,000 of them. In a week's time, there will be close to 20,000. Probably less than a week. Danny sighed and agreed to help with the dragon crystal weapons. The Dragon Queen's army stationed at Dragonstone Island was immediately equipped with dragon crystal weapons. They even had backup weapons. Hence, the weapons they had in reserve could be given away. Anyway, she didn't lack money. If she didn't exchange the dragon crystal weapons for money, she could only give them away. At the very least, the Dragon Queen was a genuine deviant ghost. Giving him the weapons would be a good use. I hope you can kill 20,000 ghouls. Otherwise, you'll suffer a great loss. What do you mean? Count Phelan asked curiously. The Dragon Queen looked at him calmly. If we can't defend Winterfell, all of you will join the deviant ghost army. I won't. The short, bearded Count's face reddened. Even if I die, I won't surrender to those monsters. Then you'll die in a very special way. Danny's mouth twitched. When we die, we'll become ghouls and be controlled by deviant ghosts. We'll become a part of their army, John said solemnly. So that's how it works. Won't the ghouls increase in number the more we kill? If we kill enough, we should be able to recoup our losses, She-Bear Ollie-san muttered. John turned to Danny and asked worriedly, Can you transport 20,000 dragon crystal weapons in a short time? Yes. Danny nodded. You were once the commander of the Night Watch. Have you forgotten the specifications of the weapons on Dragonstone Island? I almost forgot. We can first transport a batch of dragon teeth to make spears. At the very least, each person will have 1 spear. After that, we can use the extra teeth to make dragon-tooth daggers. Dragon-tooth daggers were obsidian serrated swords called marcovet. Sharp dragon crystal teeth were inserted on both sides of the wood pulp, making them look like saws. The dragon teeth inserted into the wood pulp could also be used to make spear tips or daggers. Currently, Dragonstone Island only made sharp dragon teeth. The Night Watch of the Great Wall cut wood to forge the wood pulp and spear shafts inlaid with dragon teeth. In this way, the cost of forging dragon crystal weapons on Dragonstone Island was reduced several times, but the efficiency was increased by dozens of times. A blacksmith apprentice who had just learned how to forge could forge hundreds of dragon teeth in a day. A dragon tooth weighed about 100 grams and weighed about 50 grams. 10,000 dragon teeth were only half a ton. A pterosaur could transport 30,000 to 40,000 dragon teeth. Of course, dragon teeth were consumable similar to bullets. Dragon crystals were hard and brittle. They could be easily broken by hacking or stabbing. For example, if the spear was careless and used too much force, it would accidentally stab the spine of a ghoul. The ghoul would certainly die, but the dragon tooth spear would also be broken. At that time, the spear would have to be replaced. When the battle was over, he would replace the broken spearhead with a new one. Compared to the spear, the dragon tooth dagger was more powerful and durable. After all, there were at least 20 dragon teeth inserted into it. Although the dragon tooth dagger was powerful, it had high requirements for the user. The user had to be a strong man. The dragon tooth dagger was big and heavy. It weighed at least 5 kilograms. How many times could a normal person wield it? Only young knights who trained regularly and had strong physiques were the best candidates to wield the dragon tooth dagger. Others might as well use the dragon tooth spear. After receiving the Dragon Queen's promise, the king of the northern region immediately ordered the construction of the moat to be stopped. All soldiers were to forge spear shafts and oars. John had seen too many dragon tooth daggers, spears, and daggers at the Great Wall. He had also instructed the Night Watch to forge hundreds of thousands of spears and tens of thousands of oars. He was very familiar with this task. In just one afternoon, Winterfell had an additional 100,000 spears and 5,000 oars. Though they were crudely made, the quality of the wood was very good. They were definitely durable. That night, before attending the banquet, Dany went to the warehouse to see the spears and oars. She pondered for a while and said, "These aren't enough. I only have 20,000 soldiers." Roland frowned. In a real battle, you'll realize how quickly weapons are depleted. A soldier will be equipped with at least 20 spears and 3 dragon tooth daggers. If you're a knight, you'll need 3 times more. Isn't that too exaggerated? Ghouls aren't humans. They don't feel fatigue and can attack continuously. It's not impossible for them to last for 10 days and 10 nights. Even 20 spears might not be enough. "We have to work in 3 shifts and take turns to fight," Dany said with a serious expression. "Are there so many dragon crystals on Dragonstone Island? I'll recruit a group of blacksmiths and miners to work overtime to ensure that we can mine at least 2 tons of dragon crystals a day. 2 tons, that's 40,000 dragon teeth." Jon said sincerely with a grateful expression. "Thank you, Your Majesty Daenerys." "Don't thank me. The more dragon crystal weapons you provide, the longer you can resist and the more ghouls you can kill. To be honest, I can't wait to continue transporting weapons for Winterfell. It's best if you can last for a week, a month. If you can last for a year, it'll be a blessing from the gods." Dany's expression and tone were very sincere. Looking at the sincere Dragon Queen, Roland's face contorted. Chapter 770. He was embarrassed and kept silent for a while before asking, "Do you think Winterfell will be lost?" "What do you think?" Dany threw the question back at him. "If the soldiers risked their lives, if you and your Megalosaurus, if there were more unsullied in tile armor, if Dany raised her hand to interrupt him and sneered, "You should say, if Winterfell's walls were as tall as the Great Wall." Daydreaming. Embarrassed frowned. He realized that Dragon Queen was willing to support Winterfell, but she was unwilling to invest too much power in it. Yes, she was unwilling to risk her life for the center of the world, Winterfell. If we can kill the strange ghost king at Winterfell, won't the long night end? He tried to persuade her. That's a good idea. Stannis and I also plan to do so. Ordinary strange ghosts are enough to attack a castle like Hearthstone. But Winterfell. Dany's eyes flashed. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the true face of the strange ghost king. I hope to meet him at Winterfell and fight him. Fight him? You want to challenge the strange ghost king? Jon was overjoyed. If we kill the strange ghost king, even if the other strange ghosts don't die, they will flee back to the Great Wall. The crisis in the north will be resolved and the long night will end. Not me, I'm only supporting the savior. Dragon Queen's lips curled into a mocking smile. After all, the Asha prophecy stipulated 6,000 years ago that the strange ghost king can only be defeated by the child of the prophecy. I'm not the child of the prophecy. Me? I can't. Embarrassed expression changed as he waved his hand. You're dreaming. Even your weapon, eh? Dany looked down at Jon's waist. She was about to say that he didn't even have a weapon to deal with the strange ghosts when she was surprised to see a familiar lady's sword hanging by his waist. Well, when Jon was a night watcher, Elder Sion gave him his family's iron sword, which was also known as Long Claw. But after betraying the oath of the Night Watchers, Jon was too embarrassed to continue holding on to the Long Claw. Before leaving the Great Wall, he gave the sword to the 999th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers, Elisa Thorne. Dany had seen Jon use a long claw in Dark Castle, so she thought that he only had a blank weapon, but she didn't expect. Dany pointed at the thin sword embedded with a blood-red gem and asked, "Where did you find this sword?" That sword wasn't thin either. Compared to Dany's slightly slender fingers, it was about 2 fingers wide. However, compared to Dragon Queen's 4 fingers wide, or even the size of her palm, it seemed very slender. What's wrong? Jon's gaze was evasive, but he still pulled out his sword. Clang! Under the illumination of the torches on the wall of the armory, the smoky black blade reflected a thin layer of light red cold light. The suspicion in Dany's eyes turned into certainty. It really is this. Dark Sisters, who gave it to you? Dark Sisters. Jon's hairy face revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. Are you saying that this is the Targaryen sword used by Queen Visenya? Why is it with me? The corners of Dany's mouth twitched a few times. She stared at Jon in front of her. Seeing that there was no trace of falsehood on his face, she also became suspicious. The sword is hanging on your waist, and you're asking me where it came from. No, you misunderstood. This sword is... Jon was conflicted for a while before he said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I won't hide it from you. My younger brother Bran has become this generation's three-eyed crow. You know about the three-eyed crow, right? He sent an eagle to deliver the sword. When he mentioned that Bran was the three-eyed crow, there was a hint of pride on Jon's face. It was like a child's grandmother telling the neighbors, My Dezhuang got into Tsinghua University. Why did Bran give you the Dark Sisters? The Dragon Queen asked even though she already knew the answer. Her face was filled with confusion and just the right amount of indignation. I don't know. He only said that I needed it. Perhaps Bran wanted me to use it to deal with the deviant ghosts. Jon hesitated for a moment but still unbuckled the sword belt. He reluctantly handed the sword to Dany. I didn't know that it was the Targaryen sword. I'll return it to you now. Dany looked at the Dark Sisters in disdain. She did not take it. She shook her head and said, It's too thin, too short, and too light. I'm not used to it. You can continue to use it. Return it to me when the long night is over. Thank you. I really do need a tile steel sword. A relaxed smile appeared on John's face. Then, he said with a doubtful expression, the savior you speak of is Stannis. If it was you, I think that Asha's prophecy might have some hope of coming true. But can he do it? He has the light emissary. Even if he has the red sword that killed the deviant Ghost King, he still has to have the chance to slash the neck of the current deviant Ghost King. I saw your battle under the Great Wall that day. The deviant ghost's speed and strength surpass mortals. I'm afraid. No matter what, Stannis is the #1 war god of the Seven Kingdoms. He has been fighting for decades. His martial arts should not be a problem. #1. War god of the Seven Kingdoms. John's face looked like he was constipated. From the beginning of the War of the Usurpers, to King Balan's rebellion, to the War of the Five Kings, and finally to the War of the Three Kings. Only one king managed to persevere from the beginning to the end. Not only is he alive and well now, he seems to have a chance of turning the tables. He might even become the savior of the world. Seeing John's disapproving face, she continued, think about your Stark. Your grandfather, father, brother and brother-in-law have all fallen. What right do you have to look down on Stannis? John was speechless. Dany held her head high. She was as serious and solemn as when she announced Brittany as the Roseless Iron Guard. I am willing to call him the #1 war god of the Seven Kingdoms. If you like, do as you wish, John said. After a pause, he said worriedly, what if the war god can't defeat the deviant Ghost King? What should we do? Don't worry. The war god still has a mage god by his side. Dany was still calm. Mage. God. What's that? John's face started to twist again. The god of magic, or mage god for short. Back then, on a certain website, the position of mage god was very popular on the Fantasy Channel. You mean Melisandre? As the #1 sorcerer in the world, doesn't she deserve the title of mage god? Dany asked. John nodded reluctantly and asked, is she willing? Asha's prophecy was preached by her, and the child of prophecy was also chosen by her. Now that the deviant Ghost King is here, it's time for her to fulfill her prophecy. Dany said matter-of-factly. You can't just shoot your mouth off. Whatever you said back then, it's time to fill in the holes now. If Melisandre and Stannis challenge the deviant Ghost King together, there might be a 30% chance. John waved his fist, excitement rising in his eyes, 30%. No, no, no. Dany shook her head. The Asha's prophecy was preached by the red-robed woman, but she wasn't the one who made the prophecy. Now, it's time for the #1 God King to make his appearance. #1 God King. John's face became awkward again. Lalo is the #1 God King. In today's world, which god is more active than Lalo? Which church is bigger than the Red God Temple? The god with the most followers was the Great King of Light. The night is long and dangerous, only the Light King can save the world. Anyway, as the Pope of the Seven Gods, I'm willing to represent the Seven Gods and call Lalo the strongest God King in the universe. Dragon Queen's eyes were clear, and her expression was serious, as if she was announcing an axiom that everyone knew. The #1 war god of the Seven Kingdoms, the #1 mage god in the world, and the #1 god king in the universe behind them. This combination is terrifying. Lord Eel held a fat pork trotter, his expression shocked. After leaving the warehouse and returning to the dining hall of the main castle, the nobles had just sat down on both sides of the long wooden table when the King of the North announced the plan for the Three Gods battle at Winterfell. The War God, Mage God, and God King were known as the three sun gods. He glanced at the doubtful noble knights and said loudly, "Deviant ghosts are not scary." As early as 6,000 years ago, the Light King Lalo left behind the famous Asha prophecy in the Far East. The fate of the Deviant Ghost King and the Long Night has already been decided. They will be ended by the reincarnation of Yasuo and Ahai. His Majesty Theon Stannis Bella is the child of the prophecy chosen by the Red God. He has the Red Hero's sword and the support of the world's #1 mage god and the #1 god king. He will definitely end the life of the Deviant Ghost King. Therefore, everyone must be confident in the upcoming battle at Winterfell. With the Dragon Queen Dragon Crystal weapons, we can deal with the corpses. With the Dragon Queen and Megalosaurus here, the Deviant Ghosts will not be a problem. Then, the Deviant Ghost King will be handed over to His Majesty Stannis. He raised his horn cup and shouted, "Long live the war god, victory is in sight. Victory, victory." The Dragon Queen also raised her wine cup and shouted in agreement, "Long live the God King, long live the Mage God, long live the War God, the three sun gods will definitely defeat the Deviant Ghost King." Seeing that the Dragon Queen also praised the prophecy savior, the position of the three sun gods suddenly became real and noble in everyone's hearts. Long live the God King, long live the Mage God, long live the War God of the Seven Kingdoms. The nobles saw the hope of victory and were in high spirits. They raised their wine cups and shouted excitedly. After shouting for a while, the others were dizzy and fell into an inexplicable fanaticism. Only Madame Ballet, who had a widow's knot behind her head, had a clear look in her eyes and a thoughtful expression. After everyone had calmed down, she looked at the Dragon Queen and said, "Is Stannis willing? I heard that he has obtained an unlimited loan from the Iron Treasury and dozens of pterosaurs. He even took down the Blood Gate. Soon, the entire valley will be under his control. Is there a need for him to come to Winterfell and fight the Deviant Ghost King?" As soon as she said this, the excited nobles woke up and looked at the Dragon Queen. Dany said seriously, "I met Stannis at the Great Wall. He was the one who brought up the request to fight the Deviant Ghost King. He needed the Megalosaurus to support him and create a chance for him to fight the Deviant Ghost King alone." I agreed. We even discussed that as long as we found the main force of the Deviant Ghosts, we would immediately start the battle to prevent the Seven Kingdoms from being poisoned by the Deviant Ghosts. What does that heretic want? Ballet found it hard to understand. It's very simple. He wants to end the Long Night. But Ballet hesitated for a while and said what was in her heart, "Your Majesty, don't blame me for being straightforward. Stannis has the valley and can sit back and watch. In the end, he is still fighting with you and Lannister for the Iron Throne. Why is he willing to be the first to take the risk? What you said is very strange." Dany's expression became strange. Chapter 771. Ballet was a smart and pragmatic old widow. Well, at least smarter than Catelyn. In her opinion, Stannis was in a good situation now, and the best choice was to guard the Blood Gate, the only land passage into the valley, and subdue the rich and powerful vassals of the valley. Then, he could sit on the fishing platform and watch the world change. Even if he considered the big picture and thought that the other ghosts were a threat to all humans, he didn't need to let his competitor, Dragon Queen, watch from the sidelines while he challenged the king of the other ghosts alone. So, Ballet raised her doubts in front of everyone. Why is Stannis willing to be the first to take the risk? That's strange. Dany's expression was strange. Why is it strange? Ballet asked curiously. Actually, Dany could understand Ballet's doubts. Erlo appeared at the Great Wall first, carried the Night Watcher's wildfire bombs along the Great Wall to find the king of the other ghosts, actively tried to end the Long Night and even captured him, and actively sought her help to fight the king of the other ghosts. She was also puzzled by Erlu's behavior at the Great Wall. Like Ballet, Danny felt that Erlu shouldn't be so selfless, based on his desire for the Iron Throne and his actions that crossed the line. As for stealing the kill, taking down the king of the other ghosts first and fulfilling his promise with the Dragon Queen to end the long night as the king. If he really thought that, he was too stupid and reckless. No one had seen the king of the other ghosts before, and no one understood it. Know the enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated. He had been fighting for a lifetime, how could he not understand? But no matter what Erlu thought, Danny didn't care. As long as he took Aunt May, and preferably the King of Light, to defeat the king of the other ghosts, it would be fine. If he succeeded, she would save some energy and return home. The music would continue, the dance would continue, and the Westeros would be left to him. If he failed, the combination of War God, Mage God, and God King would be able to force the King of Strange Ghosts to reveal some of his trump cards. At the very least, if the Child of Prophecy couldn't complete the prophecy, the King of Light would suffer heavy losses, both in terms of reputation and strength. Therefore, she couldn't let him back out. She had to keep her promise. Well, Erlu was now playing the vanishing game. Danny was a little flustered. She had to encourage him to build momentum and public opinion. Slavers Bay is thousands of kilometers away from the Westeros. Why didn't I just sit back and enjoy the scenery? Why did I ride my dragon here the moment the Great Wall collapsed? Dragon Queen asked. Bobble was stunned. She was speechless. All right, in her subconscious mind that she didn't even know about, a voice replied, the Westeros are the center of the world. Even if you became the first empress in the Ursos continent, you still had to rush back to win the support of the people of the Seven Kingdoms. She had this subconscious mind, but her rationality didn't allow her to really think that way. Therefore, she felt a little ashamed. The long night is not the long night of the Northerners, nor is it the long night of the Westeros. The entire world will be plunged into darkness. At such a time, any king who upholds justice and honor should step forward, abandon their previous filth, and unite to fight against the common enemy of mankind, the strange ghosts. Dragon Queen's words were stern and righteous. Everyone was filled with respect for her. Because she was the king who upholds justice and honor. Because, when she could have just sat back and enjoyed the scenery at Slavers Bay, the first thing she did was to come to the front lines to fight against the strange ghosts. Ballet felt even more ashamed. I believe that no matter how many mistakes Stannis has made, this time, he will keep his promise and bravely take on the responsibility that belongs to him, the Child of Prophecy. I believe that he will use his actions to prove to me, and to everyone else, that he still has the desire to pursue justice and honor in his heart. At the same time, I ask everyone, I ask you to trust him. No, not only you, we want the entire Winterfell, the entire Northern Territory, and the entire Westeros to know of Stannis' great feat. At this point, Dragon Queen raised her right hand. I swear, I will abide by the promise of the one who ends the long night will be the king. As long as Stannis can kill the strange ghost king, I will immediately withdraw from the Westeros and honor him as the king of the Seven Kingdoms. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a holy light shining on Dragon Queen's face. Ballet, who had seen through the world, was also touched. Long live the Queen, long live the War God, long live Queen Dany rise, long live King Stannis. Long live the War God, Archmage, Divine King. Before long, the entire Winterfell garrison knew that the Light King was about to fulfill his prophecy. Stannis, the Child of Prophecy, would join forces with Melisandre to challenge the strange Ghost King at Winterfell. The War God, Archmage, and Divine King, the combination of the three gods was so powerful that even the Dragon Queen was impressed. They saw the hope of victory and they shouted loudly. The king of the Northern Territory even called for the scholars in front of all the dukes at the banquet and ordered the spread of messenger crows to let all the castles in the Northern Territory know of the impending decisive battle at Winterfell. He called on them to support Winterfell, the war god's decisive battle, and this battle that would determine the name of the humans. Your Majesty, why don't you use your name to send a letter to the 7 dukes in King's Landing, calling on them to support Winterfell and help King Stannis complete the most sacred and great battle? Jon was still unsatisfied and turned his gaze to the Dragon Queen. Regardless of the motives of the Dragon Queen and Stannis, the 3 gods' decisive battle at Winterfell was the most beneficial to Stark, Winterfell, and the precarious Northern Territory. The king of the Northern Territory had to do his best to facilitate this Winterfell heroes' assembly. Let's use your name. My name will come second. After all, you are the Lord of Winterfell. I can't steal the limelight, Dany said humbly. When the sumptuous banquet was about to end, Dany suddenly realized something. Sansa was not at the table. In such a banquet to welcome the queen, not to mention the daughter of the House of Stark, even Snow would get a seat at the end of the banquet. At the beginning of the plot of A Game of Thrones, Robert brought Cersei from King's Landing to Winterfell. The king and queen, Stark and his wife sat at the head of the table. At the next table sat Robb, Bran, Sansa, Arya, Rickon and Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. At the end of the banquet near the entrance, Jon was able to sit at the same table as a singer like Mance Rayder. Well, Mance Rayder had climbed over the wall and disguised himself as a bard to attend the banquet. He even sat at the same table as Jon, but he was too preoccupied with self-pity to notice Jon. For tonight's banquet, the huge Winterfell main hall was filled with tables and chairs, filled with counts, knights and knights. Even the squires were allowed in. Dany sat in Robert's seat, and I'd sat in his old seat. Even little Rickon sat with the counts. Sansa, however, did not show up for the entire banquet. Where is Sansa? Dany sat next to Ida's seat and had a table to herself, so when she spoke in a low voice, the knights below could not hear her. Sansa. Ida paused, then stammered awkwardly, she's not feeling well. Not feeling well. Dany was shocked. Did she abort her nephew's unborn child? Aegon's child is about 5 months old, right? She asked tentatively. Ida's expression changed. He glanced cautiously at the Dragon Queen and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" "That's strange." "What can I mean?" Dany glared at him. "Is the child healthy?" "Your Majesty, that is only a child." Ida put down his horn cup and said in a low voice, "I will not allow any harm to come to my sister and nephew." Dany pointed at her own nose. "Are you talking about me?" Seeing that the Dragon Queen did not look like she was going to eradicate them, Ida heaved a sigh of relief and said cautiously, "I thought you wanted to. Don't you hate Aegon and Illyrio?" Now, Dany understood what Ida meant. In the end, it was because of a lack of communication. After Aegon's identity was exposed, the Dragon Queen wanted to maintain the dignity of a victim. She acted coldly on Dragonstone Island and did not participate in the subsequent events. This made Erlu, Jon, Sansa, and even Aegon himself think that the Dragon Queen was very angry and even hated him. That was why Sansa did not contact Dragonstone Island after that. That was why Erlu had no qualms about burning Aegon. Only when the heavens descended did he realize that he had made a mistake. That was why when Dany came to Winterfell, the pregnant Sansa was terrified. She was afraid that the Dragon Queen would want her child to pay for her father's debt and avoided meeting her. That was why when Dany took the initiative to ask about his niece-in-law, Jon was extremely vigilant, causing the Dragon Queen to think that Sansa was ruthless and had aborted the child. Jon and Sansa misunderstood that the Dragon Queen's love for Aegon had turned into hatred. The Dragon Queen also misunderstood that Sansa had abandoned the fake crown prince because her eldest nephew had been burned to death. I will convene a meeting. In the meeting, Illyrio and Varys will receive a fair and open trial. As for Aegon, Dany sighed, her expression complicated. He is a good child and also an innocent and pitiful person. I was busy with the war in Meereen and didn't expect Stannis to be so ruthless. Sigh. We also didn't expect Stannis to burn him to death. Jon's expression softened as he shook his head with a bitter smile. We didn't give up on Aegon. No matter how his identity changed, one thing would never change. He is Sansa's husband. However, Sansa couldn't accept the change in his identity and flew to Moongate Castle to relax. She also planned to wait for him there. We thought that Stannis would quickly take over Moongate Castle. After that, there was an accident. Sansa and I were injured. We rested for 2 days and then... Injured. Jon looked down and lied. The backlash from a failed magic experiment. Dany glanced at him calmly. Jon smiled with relief. Luckily, Aegon was devoutly serving the 7 gods and was protected by the Holy Mother. He escaped the tragic fate of being sacrificed. He. Dany smiled meaningfully. Sansa, we thought too much. Dany Rise is indeed a benevolent queen. She will give Illyrio and Varys a fair trial, but declare Aegon innocent. You and the child are safe. She even allowed the child to use the surname Targaryen. After the banquet, he excitedly went to find his sister and told her the great news. Chapter 772. Sansa looked rather pitiful. Her face was pale and her eyes were dim. She had lost a lot of weight, but her stomach was bloated, making her body look even thinner. When Jon came in, she was sitting in front of the window, staring blankly at the brightly lit castle below. It was as if she was chasing after familiar people and things in her memory. After talking excitedly for a while, she didn't react for a moment. She turned around and asked blankly, "What did you say?" Seeing his sister's lifeless eyes, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He squeezed out a soft smile and said softly, "Sansa, at the banquet, Dany Rise asked me about you and the child. She was very concerned and didn't mean any harm as we suspected." "Are you sure?" Sansa asked doubtfully. Jon nodded and sighed. "She's completely different from her father, the Mad King. She's a truly benevolent and magnanimous queen. When I first met her at the wall, I was worried that she would burn me to death because of the previous generation's blood feud. But she didn't. She's very fair. She believes that the feud between the parents shouldn't affect the younger generation. The guilty will also receive a fair trial. That's why I'm fine. Stannis doesn't need to suffer her revenge for his actions during the War of the Usurpers. After that, the Dragon Queen didn't do anything to you or Rickon. She even allowed Aegon and Stark to marry." Sansa hesitated. But Illyrio clearly used Dany Rise and Viserys as shields to cover for Aegon. Sansa also understood Illyrio's sinister intentions toward the dragon siblings. It didn't take much intelligence. After Aegon's identity was revealed, everyone understood that Illyrio's ultimate goal was to help his son ascend the Iron Throne. Then, his efforts to help Dany Rise and her brother restore their country were too conspicuous. Jon said thoughtfully, "Dany Rise planned to convene the council a long time ago. She once told me that regarding the feud between Targaryen and Stark, such as our grandfather and uncle being killed by the Mad King, she would give a fair verdict at the council. Even if our father overthrew the Targaryen dynasty, she would restore our grandfather's honor. She could even give a fair verdict for the murder of her father and the destruction of her country. I believe that she would only judge Illyrio personally. After all, Aegon was kept in the dark. Does that mean she forgave Aegon? Sansa's blue eyes glowed. Not only did she forgive me, she also announced that she still recognizes the other branch of Targaryen that Aegon founded, he said with a forced smile. Really? Sansa's eyes twinkled like stars. Jon nodded and said happily, at the Grand Council, Daenerys will also make the final judgment on the Blackfyre Rebellion. She will divide the Targaryens into different branches, just like what Aegon did that day. So, Aegon will still be Aegon Targaryen, a separate branch from Dany Rice's Targaryen clan. Your child will still be a Targaryen recognized by the Dragon Queen. You and your child will inherit Aegon's everything. Everything. Sansa's eyes sparkled. Everything, what does it include? Jon was stunned. What does Aegon have left? 2 pterosaurs and the gold and silver he plundered from River Rapture, and maybe Heron Castle. No, there's still Storm's End. Sansa gritted her teeth. Stannis lied to all of us. He said he wanted to return to Storm's End, but he attacked and took the valley. Since he took the valley, Storm's End still belongs to Aegon. But... Jon hesitated. Stannis only promised to give Heron Castle to your child. What's the point of that promise? Not only did Sansa regain her vitality, she even turned into a lioness. She roared, I fulfilled all my promises, but how did he treat Aegon? His embarrassed dog but face became embarrassed again. Stannis is at his peak now. I'm afraid you won't be able to take Storm's End, he said softly. Storm's End is in the hands of the Golden Corps. Although they've been crippled, they still have close to 6,000 members. Sansa also lowered her voice. Jon took a deep look at his sister and said in a deep voice, Stannis has a large army of winged dragons. The only reason he hasn't taken down Storm's End is because he hasn't put his attention back on Storm's End yet. Sansa's expression changed and she fell silent. After a while, she asked sullenly, I heard the whole castle shouting Long live Stannis, the god of war, and 3 gods' army. What's going on? Jon pulled his sister to sit on the couch by the fireplace and told her everything that happened today. Sansa's eyes brightened. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. I understand. Protecting Winterfell is the most important thing now. She nodded. I'll meet Dany and Rise tomorrow. I won't mention Storm's End again. Mountain Paradise, Holy Sparrow's floating continent. The situation where there was only one holy church in the vast grassland had changed. Sparrow's city was now divided into 3 rings. The holy church was in the center of the inner ring. Around the holy church was an exquisite 2-story marble building. It was a villa with a garden at the front and a swimming pool at the back. The second ring was about 5 kilometers away from the holy church. There were few buildings and no plans. The third ring was 15 kilometers away from the holy church. At the edge, there was a large construction site that could accommodate hundreds of people. Overall, the holy church had more than 1,000 people than when Aegon had first entered it, but it still seemed very empty. However, after the Dragon Queen had obtained 1% of the Green Prophet seal, the requirement for believers to ascend to heaven had been lowered from 200 to 100. Recently, there were new believers knocking on the door of Mountain Paradise every few days. King Aegon, who was wearing a neat grey robe and had his hair combed back like the sparrows, once again welcomed a believer's heroic spirit from the foot of the mountain. Looking at the old man who was looking around in panic, Aegon frowned. The last time he ascended to heaven, he was listening to the angelic song. His body was bathed in holy light and his heart was at peace. For some reason, there was no singing or holy light at this moment. Even the gate of Mountain Paradise did not show any sign. The heroic spirit who came here would inevitably be confused. While thinking that, Aegon put on a gentle smile and introduced, I am a guide from heaven. Fellow disciple, congratulations on being summoned by the Holy Mother to the heaven of the seven gods. Ah, I'm in heaven. The tall old man with gray hair was not overjoyed. Instead, he was greatly shocked. Pointing at his nose, he asked, "Are you saying that I'm dead?" Suddenly, Aegon realized why the big sparrow came to him one day and hired him as an unofficial assistant guide after a new heroic spirit was welcomed. Without the miracles of mountain paradise in the human world, the work of guide was truly boring and lowly. Ah, the seven gods above, the Holy Mother is merciful, forgive my disrespect. Hardly had he complained when Aegon recited the Seven Stars Bible and confessed to the Holy Mother devoutly. What's your last memory? Aegon's smile was as gentle as the spring breeze. Ah. The tall old man thought for a moment and immediately understood. I died of illness. Before I died, Meribad sat by my bed, held my hand, and said, "Holy Mother, please forgive my cowardice." I didn't expect Saint Meribad's words to be so effective. Am I in heaven? Meribad. An old acquaintance. Aegon raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the new heroic spirit came from the Three Rivers Basin. That's right. You're in heaven. This is mountain paradise. I'm a guide. Have you read the Seven Stars Bible? Do you know mountain paradise and the heroic spirit guide angel? The old man nodded and smiled, revealing his missing front teeth. Yes, I have. Ever since the Holy Mother appeared, I have devoutly read every version of the Seven Stars Bible. I have even recited the new Seven Stars scripture by the Dragon Queen of Slave Bay hundreds of times. Then come with me. Aegon waved his hand, and a white jade staircase shimmering with golden light descended from the sky. The top connected to the unknown world with floating white clouds. The old man asked carefully, "Lord Angel, I heard that when the fake Crown Prince Aegon died, mountain paradise appeared. There was holy music from heaven and golden light that cleansed the soul. Why did I come here directly? Also, the heavenly guide last time seemed to be the Holy Sparrow. May I ask, who are you?" Saint Bailey. Aegon turned around and looked at him indifferently. I'm the fake crown prince you spoke of, Aegon. What? The old man's body tilted and he almost fell down the holy staircase. Fortunately, the staircase was wide. The old man staggered and only fell once. Are you a fake guide? Is this a fake heaven? He shouted in panic. Blasphemy! Aegon flew into a rage. I should summon the stranger and take you away from heaven. He wasn't trying to scare people. Before the old man could react, Aegon's face turned solemn. He began to recite the incantation for the dead in the book of the stranger quickly. Then, a mysterious force descended on the old man and was about to take him away. Yes, this was the backup plan left by the Holy Mother Dany. Any soul that blasphemed the seven gods or doubted the authenticity of heaven would be driven out of heaven due to the decrease in their piety. Then, their spiritual essence would be broken down by the spiritual bestowment spell and finally digested and absorbed by Blackie. It was very harsh. Ah, don't, let's talk nicely. The old man's body flickered, and he crawled forward with a terrified expression. He grabbed Aegon's grey robe and shouted, Your Majesty Aegon, I'm your subject. Please spare me this time. Aegon frowned and stopped. It wasn't because of their former friendship, but because the old man's body flickered, which meant that his piety didn't decrease. His piety didn't decrease, which meant that his previous words weren't blasphemous. This is holy heaven. You can speak freely, but you're not allowed to blaspheme the seven gods. Do you understand? Aegon scolded sternly. I understand. The old man wiped the sweat off his forehead, got up, and said with a bitter smile, I was too open when I saw an acquaintance. Hearing this, Aegon couldn't help but think of himself in the past. Because he had discovered the identity of the Big Sparrow, his tone and attitude had become casual. Thinking of this, his tone became gentler. "What's your name? What was your title when you were alive? Why haven't I seen you before?" Seeing that Aegon was willing to chat with him, the old man was completely relaxed. "I'm from the Cox family in Hejin Saltworks town. My name is Quincy. I'm just a knight with a title. Quincy Cox from Saltworks town." Aegon frowned and thought for a while. He finally remembered this person. 7 gods above, why didn't a coward like you go to the 7 levels of hell? He exclaimed. Chapter 773. Quincy Cox was just a productive knight, one of the lowest-ranking nobles. King Aegon shouldn't have known about him. However, Quincy's fief was very special. Saltpan Town was one of the few sea trading towns in Hejin County. Old Quincy's deeds were also quite famous. He was notorious in Hejin County. Therefore, he was honored to be remembered by King Aegon. 7 gods above, why didn't you go to the 7 hells? Aegon didn't mince his words and expressed his thoughts completely. I had no choice. Old Quincy understood that Aegon probably knew about his deeds. However, he glanced at Aegon and complained in his heart, "I haven't asked you why you didn't go to the 7 hells. Impersonating Lei Jiazi is a much worse crime than me. I'm 65 years old this year. When I was alive, my intelligence had declined and I had no energy. Even walking was difficult. Those bloodsuckers were vicious. What could I do? You don't have a son. Also, where are your castle guards?" Aegon asked. "Whoa. Old Quincy cried when his son was mentioned. "I had 2 sons. They were both brave knights. If they were still alive, those bandits wouldn't have been able to do as they pleased." Aegon's heart skipped a beat. He could guess the cause of Quincy's son's death. The War of the 4 Kings. Yes. I received the conscription order from the King of the North, so I arranged for my 2 sons to go to Rapid City in my place. They took 200 guards with them, and then they all died. Their bodies are nowhere to be found. Old Quincy cried, "Although Saltpan Town has some assets, I'm just a productive knight. There are only a dozen or so old guards left in the castle. What's the use? My sons are all dead. They only left 2 granddaughters for me. I have to protect them. Everyone blames me for closing the castle gates and refusing to fulfill my duty as a noble to protect the commoners. But I also need protection. I pledged my loyalty to my lord. Why didn't my lord and king come to protect me?" Aegon fell silent. Old Quincy cried for a while and suddenly froze. He asked in confusion, "Wasn't my intelligence declining? How can my memory be so clear and my speech so flexible? Did you have dementia before?" Aegon asked curiously. Old Quincy shook his head. "He's not demented. It's just that his brain is slow, like a rusty iron sword. This is heaven. All the illnesses and aging that you experienced in your life will no longer affect you in heaven. Even if you were blind in your previous life, you can recover your health in heaven," Aegon said matter-of-factly. "Ah, this is heaven," Quincy said excitedly. Then, he asked in confusion, "Your Majesty Aegon, please don't be angry if I tell you the truth. You can't be considered a saint, right? How did you become an angel after death?" "Actually, I'm just a proxy angel." Aegon blushed. "Angels can act as a proxy." Quincy's jaw dropped. "Oh, the real guide is the Holy Sparrow." Since there was no way to hide it, Aegon explained his identity as a temporary worker. "Isn't Big Sparrow being too lazy? I'm a heroic spirit after all," and we're old friends. Big Sparrow has passed by my territory, and I've saved him countless times. Quincy grumbled. This was the truth. Big Sparrow had always been a barefoot monk in Heartwarming County, and had been to Saltpan Town many times. Old Quincy was a devout knight of the old school, and he took good care of the night watchers and monks. I'm here to pick you up. What's there to be unhappy about? Aegon glared. When the two of them were still alive, old Quincy was his vassal. A lord picking up a vassal, how could he be worthy of him? Well, Saltpan Town was too close to the valley. Old Quincy couldn't reject King Aegon's summons. If you were the real Lajazi, your identity would be enough. But you're just a fake crown prince, a fake guide. No matter how dissatisfied old Quincy was, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Although the fake crown prince was a fake angel, the guide authority in his hands was real. After that, the two of them walked down the last flight of stairs in silence, and came to a vast grassland. As the guide, Aegon had the responsibility of helping the newcomers understand the structure of heaven. This is Holy Sparrow's Paradise Island. Standing at the edge of the island, Aegon pointed at the floating sky island, and repeated what Big Sparrow had told him that day. Can I go to other islands? It's best if it's an island from the time of Eris. Maybe I can find some old friends, or my son, or my parents. Old Quincy asked expectantly. Just like Aegon, he despised Big Sparrow's island for being too quiet. Aegon shook his head and sighed. Only the saints have the right to choose their own island. Then can I go visit my old friends? Old Quincy asked for the next best thing. It's difficult. You should find a piece of land and build your own house first. Then, Aegon taught him the technique of using the power of faith to create things. It's amazing. No wonder it's heaven. Old Quincy took a bite of the juicy green apple, and was moved to tears. I haven't eaten such a delicious apple in so many years. Aegon was confused. Long night just arrived, right? How come it's been so many years? Old Quincy grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. I didn't have teeth when I was alive. I couldn't chew it. Aegon's mouth twitched. Greetings, Lord Angel. Greetings, Lord Aegon. The two of them chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they came to the labor area at the edge of the Third Ring Road. There were hundreds of men in black sweaters. When they saw Aegon, they stopped what they were doing and bowed to greet him. Night watchers. Old Quincy's pupils contracted, and he was surprised. There are so many night watchers. Is it easier for night watchers to go to heaven? They didn't go to heaven. After they died, they were sent here by the stranger to stay temporarily. Aegon shook his head. Temporarily. Old Quincy was confused. You can temporarily stay in heaven. We sacrificed ourselves to protect the Seven Kingdoms. Her Majesty Dany Alice was kind and couldn't bear for us to reincarnate immediately. So, she begged the Holy Mother to arrange for us to stay in Mountain Paradise temporarily. When the long night is over and summer comes, the world will be peaceful again. Then, we will reincarnate. A skinny young night watcher shook his head and said, as the saying goes, it's better to be a Chungsha dog than a man of the night. It's better to be a Chungsha dog than a man of the night. Old Quincy thought about it carefully and said, who said that? It makes sense. Dogs have meat to eat in summer, and knights don't dare to eat bread in winter. The stranger said so. You've seen the stranger. What did he look like? Old Quincy was surprised. He wore a cloak and stood in the shadows. We couldn't see him clearly, the tall young man beside the skinny monkey said. Old Quincy nodded. He looked exactly like the stranger in the Holy Church. Why did so many of you die? he asked again. The skinny monkey looked him up and down and said, "You're a noble, right? Why didn't you receive any messenger crows from the Great Wall?" "Well." Quincy was a bit embarrassed. "I'm just a knight. My territory is small and I have no contact with the Great Wall." What happened to the Great Wall? There were thousands of knights like Quincy in the Westeros, and the Great Wall didn't even have 1,000 messenger crows. Other than the nobles in the northern region, the Great Wall would only send messages to dukes and some powerful counts. The Great Wall collapsed. The skinny monkey told him what happened that day. The Great Wall collapsed, millions of ghouls. Old Quincy was stunned. The 7 gods, can the Westeros stop them? With Her Majesty Dany Alice, the long night will definitely be ended. Yes, with the Dragon Queen, she has 5 Megalosaurus. The ghouls are afraid of fire, and the Megalosaurus are their nemesis. The Night Watchers were very confident. Quincy stared at the skinny monkey for a while and asked, "You said you became a ghoul when you were alive. How can your soul still go to heaven?" "The Dragon Queen was merciful and summoned stranger to bring me here." "No." Old Quincy waved his hand. "I mean, you became a ghoul, your soul should have been." Aegon understood his doubts. When a person dies, their soul leaves the body, and then the body becomes a ghoul. The soul is not affected. But he's been dead for a few days. Yes, he was in stranger's country for a few days. What's the problem? Aegon said matter-of-factly. Old Quincy was also enlightened. The whole process was more complicated than they had imagined. The skinny monkey youth was Dreamy. He died on the day the Great Wall collapsed. When Dany took care of the Minotaur and helped Blackie obtain Stranger's godhood, 2 days had passed since his death. Dany entered the world of death with Stranger's godhood and only found the remnant souls of a group of Night Watchers. If she had not used the spirit-bestowing spell to repair their souls, Dreamy and the others would not have been able to regain their consciousness. After leaving the 3rd ring where the Night Watchers lived and entering the 2nd ring, Quincy frowned and said, "There are only 5 holy spirits in heaven, but there are 700 to 800 Night Watchers temporarily living there. Isn't this a bit too much?" He realized that other than himself and King Aegon, there were only 3 holy spirits who were qualified to go to heaven in the 2nd ring. As for the central ring, the great cathedral was surrounded by villas, but they were all empty. There was only the Holy Sparrow in such a large area. Even if Her Majesty Dany Liz is a holy disciple, how could she get so many Night Watchers? Old Quincy complained. She's treating heaven as her own home. Hearing the old knight say this about Dany's aunt, Aegon was angry but also embarrassed. "Actually, it's all thanks to Dany Liz that I can go to heaven." He told the story of how he got into heaven through the back door with a straight face. This could not be kept a secret, and the Great Sparrow knew. The Great Sparrow was afraid that no one would know, so every holy spirit that came would tell the story of how Aegon got in through the back door. 7 gods above, how can you get into heaven through connections? Old Quincy's faith was about to shatter. Of course a holy disciple has special privileges. Otherwise, how can I manage such a vast paradise island? Old Quincy looked in the direction of the voice. It was a familiar old man, barefoot and wearing a white robe. He was tall and thin, and his hair was neatly combed back. He stepped on the soft grass and slowly walked over from the great cathedral. It was the Holy Sparrow. "Oh, Lord Archbishop, it's really you." Quincy was excited to see an old friend again. The Holy Sparrow smiled and nodded. "Sir Quincy, I've said it before. Your devotion to the 7 gods for decades will be rewarded one day." Hearing this, old Quincy tilted his head and looked at King Aegon who got in through the back door. His expression was a little unnatural. Serving the 7 gods for a lifetime seemed to be more effective than getting in through the back door. Look at this person. Heaven has personally descended to the mortal realm. What an honor. There were so many night watchers who had never been to the great cathedral. They had not even read the 7 Stars Bible. Chapter 774. Old Quincy was still imagining things when the big sparrow said, "Aegon, your application has been approved. You can leave heaven now and return to the human world. But remember, this is the only time, and only for one night. Once is enough." "Thank you, Archbishop. Mother of Mercy." Aegon was so happy that he jumped 3 feet high. "Return to the human world. What do you mean?" Old Quincy was confused. Aegon did not answer him, but asked anxiously, "Archbishop, what should I do?" "Go to the foot of Mountain Paradise and open the gate to receive the Holy Spirit. Follow the line of faith of the person you miss and enter her dream. If she rejects you or subconsciously does not want to see you, you will not be able to enter her dream. You can only appear in front of her in the form of the Holy Spirit. That will be dangerous. The Holy Spirit can be hurt by ordinary people," the big sparrow reminded him seriously. "Got it. Thank you, Archbishop. I'll go now." Aegon bowed and ran to the stairs of Mountain Paradise excitedly. After Aegon left, Old Quincy asked again, "Archbishop, what is His Majesty Aegon going to do?" "In heaven, the earthly identity is no longer meaningful. You are not a knight, and Aegon is not a king. You don't have to call him His Majesty, do you understand?" The big sparrow said with a straight face. "What about you? Should I call you Big Sparrow?" Old Quincy hesitated. "Call me Archbishop," the big sparrow said lightly. Old Quincy opened his mouth and wanted to ask, "Didn't you just say that the earthly identity was no longer meaningful in heaven?" But then, he remembered that the overseer of this island was Big Sparrow, and he couldn't bring himself to say anything else. Where did Aegon go? What does it mean to return to the human world? He went back to the original topic. It means what it means. Aegon will come down to the human world as a Holy Spirit today to see his wife. Really? Old Quincy could not believe it. He can leave after going to heaven. Haven't you read the 7 Stars Bible? Big Sparrow asked. Old Quincy was stunned. Thinking back, there was indeed a story in the Bible where the Holy Spirit of heaven descended to the mortal world and taught the descendants who had gone astray to return to the embrace of the great 7 gods. But Aegon went to see his wife for personal reasons, not to promote the teachings of the 7 gods. Old Quincy still found it hard to understand. The legendary descent of the Holy Spirit had only appeared once in the entire 7 Stars Holy Scripture. Originally, it was very impressive, but after Aegon's antics, Aegon's death was very sudden. His heart was filled with obsession. Once he fulfilled his final wish of talking to his wife, he might be able to sublimate his soul. The Holy Mother is merciful and is willing to save every believer. The Big Sparrow said calmly. Old Quincy's heart stirred, and he said worriedly, "I have my own obsession." Night had fallen, and the Great Wall had collapsed. The small castle in Saltfield Town was no match for the army of deviant ghosts. Can I also go back and ask the steward to bring my 2 granddaughters to the other side of the narrow sea? No. Heaven isn't your home. How can you come and go as you please? The Big Sparrow said sternly. Why can Aegon? Old Quincy asked, unwilling to give up. He's not normal. I know it was the Dragon Queen who helped him to heaven, but I'm a heroic spirit. My authority should be greater than his. No. You're just a level 1 heroic spirit, while Aegon is level 3. A devotee with a piety of 100 to 150 was the minimum requirement to go to heaven. 150 to 200 was the holy disciple. 200 to 250 was the Holy Son. Old Quincy was barely a devotee, and was considered a level 1 Holy Spirit. The new level 1 Holy Spirit widened his eyes. He got in through the back door, and his level is higher than mine. Aegon replaced the Holy Son, Danny Leasy. How can you compare to Danny Leasy? Old Quincy's face contorted. John, I saw Aegon last night. It was 3 or 4 in the morning, and the sky was still dark. Well, it wouldn't be bright today anyway. In any case, he was woken up not long after they finished their exercise. When Sansa rushed in her pajamas and a white lion fur coat, the red-haired Ygritte was still naked in his arms. But Sansa was too excited. She didn't avoid the female savage's exposed body at all. She pounced on the side of the bed and patted her furry chest. She said excitedly, I saw Aegon. John, Aegon came down from heaven to see me last night. It's over. Your sister has gone crazy. The female savage ran her fingers through her messy red hair and said in a frightened voice. Sansa, you. John woke up from his daze and held his sister's hand worriedly. Can't sleep, or did you have a nightmare? How about I get the scholar to make you a cup of poppy milk? I'm fine, very fine. Being called crazy by the female savage, Stark slowly regained her rationality. She glanced at the skinny red-haired woman. Ygritte, I have something private to discuss with John. You can stay away for a while. You can stay here, but you must promise not to tell anyone. I'm not a blabbermouth. I did it for too long last night. I don't want to get up. The red-haired woman sprawled out on the duvet. There was a hint of curiosity in her small eyes. John blushed. Sansa, Ygritte knows what's important. What do you want to say? I saw Aegon. Don't worry, I'm not crazy, and I'm not dreaming. Okay, I'm dreaming, but my mind is clear. I know that I met Aegon in my dream. Ygritte's eyes lit up. She smiled. Sometimes I know that I'm dreaming. Sansa ignored her and said excitedly to John, you know that Aegon went to heaven, right? He came down from heaven. John was worried about his sister's feelings. He could only go along with her and asked carefully, what did he say to you? So he could go to heaven because of Dany Rise. She was the one who sensed the fluctuation of Aegon's mark of the Paladin and knew that he was in danger. She prayed to the Holy Mother and used her status as the Holy Child in exchange for the Holy Mother to save Aegon from the evil gods. Sansa's eyes were like 2 small suns, reflecting a dazzling vitality. She came alive from the inside out. And then? John did not understand what she meant. This means that Dany Rise has really forgiven Aegon. Sansa's head shook quickly. No, not only has she forgiven him, she has acknowledged his identity as a Targaryen. Last night. I told you, right? She admitted that Aegon is another branch of Targaryen. John frowned. It's not the same. She sacrificed her status as the Holy Child for Aegon. Even an aunt wouldn't do this for her nephew, right? Sansa said excitedly. John hesitated. She didn't tell me about this. Maybe. Maybe you dream about what you think about in the day. You think I'm dreaming. Sansa looked unhappy. You just said that you know you're dreaming, Ygritte mumbled. Aegon said that the Night Watchers who died in Eastwatch also went to heaven. Sansa said a lot of names of the Night Watchers. John, you were the commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. You should know that I'm not wrong, right? John's expression was serious. He knew many of the people Sansa mentioned, but she definitely did not know. Could it be that the Holy Spirit had really descended? What did Aegon do? He asked curiously. He apologized to me. The excitement on Sansa's face was all gone. He said that he let me down. He left me with such a mess and a ruined reputation. Her eyes were red as she sobbed. I also apologized to him. I should have gone to see him. I should have saved him from Stannis. I should have. I shouldn't have let him leave this world in despair. Sigh, this is fate. Jon said bitterly. Sansa did not comment and continued, he also asked me to marry someone. He said that he would pray for me in heaven. At this point, Sansa could not hold it in anymore. She covered her face with her hands and wept softly. Jon patted her back gently and asked softly, what else did he say? It's all about heaven. He said that he's doing well now and told me not to worry. We might meet again in heaven in the future. Ygritte's eyes lit up. She asked excitedly, what does heaven look like? The old gods don't have a heaven. If the 7 gods' heaven is real, I want to change my faith to the 7 gods. Sansa ignored her. Jon glared at her. After breakfast, Dany finally met her fake niece-in-law in the glass garden behind the main castle. Yes, they had communicated through glass candles before, but it was the first time they met face to face. Her face was white and her eyes were red. Her thick red hair was tied up in a widow's knot. Her thin body and big belly made her look pitiful. Overall, she was much better looking than the tall and strong Sansa in Game of Thrones. Your Majesty. She bowed weakly to the Dragon Queen. She did not call her Aunt Dany anymore. Sigh, Winterfell is about to have a decisive battle. You should go and hide. The Dragon Queen's eyes were filled with pity and concern. The rest was solemn. Sansa was shocked. She did not care about acting pitiful anymore. She suddenly looked up and said anxiously, can't we defend Winterfell? Don't we have you and Stannis as the 3 gods? No one has seen the King of Strange Ghosts. We don't know what trump cards he has. I don't have the confidence to win against a completely unknown enemy. Dany was finally honest for once. You are not familiar with him, but Yasuo and Ahai's reincarnation should be familiar with him. Stannis is the legendary child of prophecy. The red-robed woman and the Light King have both acknowledged his identity. Since Yasuo and Ahai were able to defeat the King of Strange Ghosts last time, there is no reason they would not succeed this time. Sansa was panicking. She started to pray that the enemy who killed her husband would become the savior. Although she was not a true Stark, her love for Stark and Winterfell was no less than her brothers and sisters. That makes sense. In terms of familiarity with the King of Strange Ghosts, no one is more familiar than the Red God. Dany nodded and asked, what do you think about the future? I don't know. I don't even know where my child's future lies. Sansa was on the verge of tears and looked pitiful. Dany frowned and looked at her. In the north, there is the House of Phelant. The main house is the Phelant clan in the mountains. Outside of the main house, there is the Phelant of Stonebreak Mountain, the Phelant of Phelant's Finger, and the Phelant of Widow's Hope. After thousands of years, the 4 Phelant clans no longer have any disputes over inheritance. There is no difference between the main house and the branch house. In fact, as a former branch house, the Phelant of Widow's Hope is far more powerful than the other 3 combined. So, do you understand what I mean? Sansa could no longer pretend that she did not know the truth. Will you personally acknowledge our branch of Targaryens? She asked expectantly. Chapter 775. Of course, Sansa could also announce that she was another Targaryen, but that would only be considered as a self-proclaimed. Compared to the Dragon Queen's official announcement, it was a few hundred streets away. Of course. The Dragon Queen easily satisfied her fake niece's expectations. Not only will I announce this publicly, I will also trace it back to the source and return you an ancestor. Return me an ancestor. Sansa was overjoyed and shocked. She opened her mouth and widened her eyes. Her face was filled with confusion. Think about it. Why is Karen Stark the publicly recognized branch of the Stark family? Dany reminded her. Because. Sansa gradually woke up from her confusion and said thoughtfully, because everyone knows that Karen Stark was established by Karen Stark. All Karen Stark are Karen's descendants. So, the Targaryen branch that my child and I represent must have a Targaryen that everyone recognizes. A look of admiration flashed past Dany's eyes. This little green tea has a nimble mind. She can follow my train of thought. Yes, that's right. Can Demon Blackfyre the First do it? Sansa asked. No, he's still lacking. He hasn't become a king, and he hasn't completely gotten rid of the shadow of being an illegitimate child. He's not qualified to start another Targaryen branch. Dany shook her head. Who's qualified? Sansa asked doubtfully. Demon Blackfyre was already the ancestor of the Blackfyre branch. Who else could be more representative than him? Aegon Targaryen IV. Dany breathed out a name that made Sansa's jaw drop. The mediocre king. Let the mediocre king become the ancestor of our branch. Sansa said in disbelief. This wasn't a pie falling from the sky, but a roasted suckling pig. It was true that the mediocre king was mediocre, but he was a proper Targaryen king. If Aegon was considered to be his direct descendant, what did that mean? That's right, it's the mediocre King Aegon. He's the father of Daemon Blackfyre, and he personally announced that Daemon Blackfyre is his successor. Since that's the case, let's make Demon Blackfyre the successor of the mediocre King Aegon. Dany generously gave away an ancestor. Sansa was overjoyed. Thank you, Aunt Dany. After obtaining the recognition of the Dragon Queen, Aegon Mopatis once again became Aegon Targaryen. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Shireen, one generation lower than Dany. Dany waved her hand, looking indifferent. Not to mention the mediocre king, if possible, I'd even give you the Mad King. Oh, that's not right. The Mad King can't be given to Sansa. He's a dwarf. King Aegon's Targaryen was only the first example, and not the only Targaryen branch. In the future, the dwarves would definitely be given a Targaryen ancestor, and the Mad King would be one of them. If Jon's identity was revealed, he would also be given one. If any other Targaryens came looking for him, it wouldn't be a problem to divide the Targaryen ancestor cleanly. The Dragon Queen did as she said. Before lunch, she announced this in front of all the nobles in the hall. Mediocre King Aegon created a new Targaryen branch, using a brand new emblem and language. King Aegon had previously changed the emblem. A black sword was added to the claw of a three-headed red dragon on a black background. The new Targaryen was also called the Black Sword Targaryen. Aegon IV was the first master of the Black Sword Targaryen. Daemon Blackfyre changed his name to Daemon Targaryen. He was the only successor of the mediocre king, and also the second master of the Black Sword Targaryen. But mediocre King Aegon is also your direct ancestor. The nobles of the Northern Territory were naturally stunned, and someone raised a question. If he wasn't a direct ancestor, I wouldn't even bother to kick him out of the family tree. Dany waved her hand and said bluntly, I am the founder of the empire. I don't need any inheritance from mediocre King Aegon. Hearing the Dragon Queen's words, the nobles fell silent. What inheritance could mediocre King Aegon leave behind? It was nothing more than bloodline and Targaryen orthodoxy in name, as well as the legal right to inherit the Iron Throne of the Targaryen dynasty. Did the Dragon Queen need any of these things? Everyone knew of Conqueror Aegon. In the future, the Targaryens were also proud of the title of descendant of Aegon the Conqueror. Who cared who Aegon the Conqueror's father was? Not to mention mediocre King Aegon, even if it was Aegon the Conqueror, Dany wouldn't mind giving him away. Her descendants wouldn't care about her current actions either, because Dragon Queen Dany Rise would leave Aegon the Conqueror behind by a few hundred universes. The establishment of the Black Sword Targaryen family was sensational. If it was any other time, this news would be enough to shock the entire Westeros noble circle. But today, when the deviant ghosts were about to reach the city, the nobles of the Northern Territory could only lament that Dragon Queen is benevolent and magnanimous before wholeheartedly preparing for war. Not long after lunch, the dusky sky of Winterfell was suddenly covered by a black cloud. The soldiers looked up and saw dozens of winged dragons carrying large wooden boxes. Ah, it's Dragon Queen's winged dragon army. Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons are here. Seeing the large white seven-pointed star on the wings of the winged dragons, everyone understood the origin of the winged dragon army. Indeed, Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons were here. Besides the dragon crystal weapons, Dany's centaur maidservants, blood brotherhood guards, and a small portion of the Slave Bay Knights were also here. They might not participate in the war, but the opportunity to witness the battle between the deviant ghosts and the deviant ghost king was too precious. Dany didn't want them to miss it. To put it bluntly, they were a group of military observers from Slave Bay. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will never be defeated. The last long night was 8,000 years ago. Not to mention the historical records, scholars didn't even acknowledge that the Westeros had 8,000 years of history, much less the existence of the Long Night and deviant ghosts. If not for the Dragon Queen changing the plot, the kings of the Seven Kingdoms and the beggars on the streets wouldn't have known anything about the deviant ghost generals. Only after experiencing a large-scale battle like the defense of Winterfell could the generals of Slave Bay have a more direct and accurate understanding of the Long Night. This was only the first batch of observers. There would be more coming. Besides the generals, Dany was also a member of the military observers. She also needed to understand the true power of the deviant ghost king. If she didn't understand the deviant ghosts, the corpse ghost army, and the deviant ghost king, how could she formulate a strategy to counter it? Watch more, listen more, learn more, speak less, and don't risk your life. Dragon Queen gathered her subordinates and expressed her attitude towards the Battle of Winterfell. Queen Dany Lilith, there's a situation. Imberse looked solemn as he held a stack of letters and hurried to the guest castle. Besides Imberse, there were a few earls of the Northern Territory. Even Eyed Amber was there. The creatures of Hearthstone Castle were sent to White Harbor by the Winged Dragon Legion of Dragonstone Island. They didn't go to Winterfell, which was destined to be the battlefield. Then, the Winged Dragon Legion flew to Dragonstone Island. When they returned with the Dragon Crystal, Eyed Amber had already settled down his subjects and family. He led 30 guards back to Winterfell on the Winged Dragon Legion. This was discussed before leaving Hearthstone. Eyed Amber intended to fulfill his duty as a vassal and help the king of the Northern Territory defend Winterfell. The tribal tribe in the forest north of the Wolfwood Forest is a messenger crow. They have encountered deviant ghosts. Including Cohold City and Deepwood Castle, 4 territories have been invaded by deviant ghosts. Winterfell is in the center of the Northern Territory, towards the south. Hence, I guess that the deviant ghost army is only a few hundred kilometers away from Winterfell. There might even be deviant ghosts lurking in the nearby Wolfwood Forest. Your Majesty, I have a premonition that the battle will happen within a week. Jon looked solemn as he passed the letter to Dragon Queen. Deviant ghosts run really fast. They can cover 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers in a week. Dany sighed. Jon said bitterly, deviant ghosts aren't humans. They don't need supplies. As long as they don't encounter obstacles that are difficult to overcome, even the lowest level of corpse ghost can go without food or water and won't feel tired. It's normal for them to run 24 hours a day. You asked me to come because of Stannis. Dany's expression was strange. He should have reached Winterfell by now. Is he delayed by something? Is Erlu going back on his word? But I've already spread the news of the battle between the three gods and the deviant Ghost King. If he goes back on his word now, won't his reputation be tarnished? Helplessly thought of this possibility and said to Dany, Your Majesty, do you think we should go to the valley to urge him? He's your king. You should go. Dany shook her head. But you're the one who told me about the battle between the three gods and the deviant ghosts. Helplessly, some things had to be said clearly. Your Majesty, I'll be honest. I did swear loyalty to him and even arranged for 2,000 Northern Knights to follow him to the Iron Throne. But after Aegon was burned, there was no more trust between us. Our relationship is very strained. You think I'm on good terms with him? Dany asked with a wooden face. Carhold. Suddenly, she saw a letter from the Scholar of Carhold from Jon. Around 3 a.m, countless dead people surrounded the castle. They're deviant ghosts. The legend is true. There really are deviant ghosts. We were wrong. The scholar was wrong. 7 gods, Carhold is finished. 3 a.m. Dany's expression turned ugly. When did you receive this letter? Yesterday afternoon. You just came to Winterfell. What's wrong? Jon was puzzled. Amber was surprised. Your Majesty, did you go to Carhold after leaving Hearthstone yesterday morning? I've been there, but it's peaceful there. There's smoke everywhere. There's not a single ghost outside the city. Dany's voice was faint. The Therns are that strong. They defeated the deviant ghosts. Amber's young face showed a hint of shame. He couldn't defend Hearthstone, but the Therns, whom he had always looked down on and cursed, defended Carhold. Lord Eel glanced at the boy and thought. Maybe the Therns have dragon crystal weapons. They're used to fighting the ghosts. After all, it's not impossible for 2,000 Therns to defend the city against an army of 20 to 30,000 ghosts. Dany was stunned for a moment before she found the information about the Therns from the corner of her memory. What's the relationship between the Therns and the Therns? Isn't Carhold Stark's castle? As soon as she said that, the atmosphere became a little strange. The Counts of the North all looked at the King of the North with a solemn expression. Stark has no male heirs. Yalika Stark is the only legal heir of Carhold. She married the head of the Therns family, Saigon. Jon calmly explained the situation in Carhold. Dany suddenly realized that she didn't know him anymore. Or rather, she had never recognized him before. Chapter 776. Dany took a deep look and said seriously, if Cahor City is under the control of the barbarian Saigon, then I can guess what happened there. His face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He had almost guessed it too. Lord Eel looked at the Dragon Queen and then at the King of the Northern region. He asked in confusion, if he didn't defeat the other ghosts, then what did Saigon do? Dany turned to him. Does Saigon have a son? Jon said, Rhea was pregnant when we were at the Great Wall. Looking at the time, it's about time she gave birth. What does it have to do with Saigon's son? Lord Eel suddenly thought of the deviant ghost's origin, and the blood on his fat face instantly drained. It was as pale as a dead fish's face. Ghouls are resurrected from human corpses, but other ghosts are transformed from human babies. Speaking of which, the enemies of this catastrophe are all humans. Jon gave a bitter and awkward smile. How ironic. We were still thinking of how to protect the northern region and all of humanity, but someone surrendered to the other ghosts without any resistance. I'm afraid they had no choice. Which normal person would be willing to sacrifice their son to the other ghosts? Danny thought of Hearthstone, which was almost wiped out, and understood Cahor City's choice. Of course, understanding didn't mean support. We should give Cahor City a— Danny's expression was firm, and she was about to suggest that the person in charge of Cahor City be executed, but she stopped halfway. Because she saw the flickering eyes of the northern region's nobles. It was a strange expression that was a mixture of joy, relief, and shame. You're not planning to follow suit, are you? Danny's gaze was like lightning. She looked around coldly and directly exposed their little thoughts that had just sprouted. No, no. All the counts said at the same time. They looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became even more awkward. It's best if you don't have such a stupid idea. Humans and other ghosts can't coexist. There's no way out. Your Majesty, you misunderstand. We swear to fight the other ghosts to the end. The counts patted their chests and promised loudly. In the guest room on the second floor of the castle, Danny stood on the balcony and watched the northern region's nobles whispering to each other as they left the training ground. She said calmly, "Your subordinates are unreliable." John's face twisted into a big chrysanthemum. Perhaps this is a good thing. Danny suddenly turned around and raised her voice. Good news. Have the other ghosts eaten your brain? Your Majesty, I've been thinking about a problem recently. He lowered his eyelids to cover his dark eyes. During the last long night, there was no Great Wall, no Night Watchman, no Winterfell, no unified Seven Kingdoms, and even Stark was only one of the Northern Territory's vassals. How did the Westeros survive a generation? The situation of the Seven Kingdoms was bad enough, but the last time could only be worse. This time, Fireplace Castle, which was considered above average among the human castles, could not even last 2 hours. How did so many nobles survive the last time? The Seven Kingdoms had many nobles with 8,000 years of history, such as Stark, Lannister, Bolton, Greenhand, hundreds of nobles. Their family history was as long as the history of the Westeros. The question was, how did they survive the last long night? Why did they close the castle gates? Was Fireplace Castle open to thieves? The truth of history was so cruel that it made Danny shudder. Yasur and Yahai forged the sword to kill the other ghosts. Every time they failed, they were chased by the other ghosts riding ice spiders like dogs. He failed countless times and escaped death countless times. In the end, the people he saved hid in the castle to worship the other ghosts. Danny laughed absurdly. When the long night ended, the hero did not become king. Instead, he was chased out of the world he saved and returned to the dark and wild east to continue fighting the monsters in the shadows. When everything was over and the world was at peace, the magical power that saved the world was envied, rejected, and destroyed by the humans. The shapeshifters became monsters, and the witches were captured and burned by the nobles. Then they dreamed of building a real world. Now that the long night has come again, the cowardice and wretchedness engraved in their genes caused the nobles to immediately awaken the advanced survival experience of their ancestors. They closed their doors again, sacrificing their own flesh and blood to the other ghosts while waiting for the next savior to come. Perhaps, when the food in their houses ran out, they would still hide by the dark fireplace, banging on the empty iron pot and loudly cursing the savior for not being strong enough to end the long night before he finished the bread. John's expression changed. He looked worriedly at the Dragon Queen and said meaningfully, "Perhaps, the hero does not care about the thoughts of the people he saved. He is a hero because he was born great. The great battle of Winterfell is imminent. Heroine, you cannot be angered by the depraved actions of the nobles and become evil. We are still relying on you to save our lives." Awkward was extremely worried. Danny smiled. Do you think Stannis was born great? He is the first hero of this long night. Awkward's mouth twitched. Heroes also need to be spurred and encouraged. Why don't your majesty go to the valley and encourage him? I cannot go. Danny refused. Why? Awkward asked with a face full of embarrassment. If I go to him in such a hurry, it will give the impression that I have ulterior motives and am pulling him to fill the hole. It is not good. Are you not pulling him to fill the hole? Jon said with a straight face, then arrange for a pterosaur to send me to the valley. Regardless of whether the Dragon Queen was pulling Erlu to fill the hole or not, he would definitely hope that the savior would fill the unprecedented hole in Winterfell. Because the Dragon Queen clearly did not want to be a hero. In the end, Jon did not get to sit on the pterosaur that Danny arranged. When Sansa found out that Jon was going to the valley, she immediately said in high spirits that she also needed to go to the valley and could send Jon off. Not only her and Jon, but even Rickon and the furry dog were brought to the valley. Robert is sick. I will send Rickon to accompany him. Sansa said to Awkward's confusion. Robert Arryn and Rickon Stark were cousins and were about the same age, so it was reasonable for them to be playmates. Danny left with the three of them, but she was not going to the valley. I want to tell everyone, that humans and deviants cannot coexist. Everyone has to make a choice. It is either black or white. Once you make a choice, you must bear the consequences of your choice. Under the gloomy gazes of the nobles, the Dragon Queen led the 40 pterosaurs and took off, heading towards Cohold City, which was 1,500 kilometers to the northeast. When they reached Cohold City, it was around 8 in the evening. However, the long night had arrived. A hazy white light could still be seen in the south during the day, but in the north, day and night were blurred. There was no difference between 8 in the evening and 8 in the morning. Alright, there was still a difference. At this moment, the castle below had completely fallen into darkness. The people in the castle had entered a deep slumber. Only the 7 or 8 watchtowers on the castle walls spilled out a dim red light. Whoosh! The howling northern wind in the sky seemed to be more violent, but it only blew for a while. Without the watchtower guards noticing at all, 40 unsullied in sky-blue fur cloaks and silver-white armor lined up neatly in the training ground in front of the castle. Boom! Dragon flames spewed out, and the sky was instantly lit up. Ah, what's that? Woo woo woo! The watchtower guards were alarmed. The horn sounded, and the sleeping castle was awakened. Megalosaurus, it's Megalosaurus, Dragon Queen is here. As the dragon flames entangled into a basin-sized incandescent fireball, the people in the castle finally saw the black shadows in the sky, 3 Megalosaurus and the armored female knight on the back of the black dragon. Hiss! Blackie roared and roared. Winterfell received a request for help from Cohold City. Where is Saigon Thurn? Where is Scholar Dolly? Your Majesty, I am Saigon. Immediately, someone stood on the balcony of the 3rd floor of the castle and shouted. Ah! Everyone exclaimed. A pair of huge fire wings popped out from behind the Dragon Queen. She leaped, and like a feather, she lightly glided down from a height of 500 meters. There was a huge fireball floating above her head. Seeing this incredible scene, all the Thane guards who were holding their swords and crossbows loosened their grip in dejection. They once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the Dragon Queen under the Great Wall. Even Saigon did not put on the airs of the Earl of Cohold City. He quickly put on his armor before the Dragon Queen landed in the formation of the Unsullied, and trotted out of the castle with a dozen guards. Your Majesty, thank you for coming to the aid of Cohold City. Thurn walked in front of the Dragon Queen, knelt on one knee, and performed a standard knight salute. He was a short and thin young man with long and narrow gray eyes and a receding hairline. He was wearing bronze shin guards and a leather shirt with bronze scales. Danny looked at him and tried hard to recall, but she could not remember the appearance of CD, whom she had killed. Before coming, she had inquired about Saigon's background and knew that she had killed his father, CD. However, Danny did not remember this at all. Saigon, where are the deviant ghosts? Danny did not ask him to get up and only asked coldly. Your Majesty, the deviant ghosts have retreated. Saigon looked down and said. I'm afraid not. Danny shook her head and stepped forward. She sneered. They did not enter the city, but they have entered your heart. Whoosh! Saigon's expression changed. The Thurn guards behind him gripped their sword hilts in unison. Ha! Danny did not seem to notice and took another step forward arrogantly. Your Majesty, I have no choice. Saigon's expression changed a few times. He waved his hand behind him to stop his subordinate's stupid actions and knelt on one knee to plead guilty. The messenger crow left for less than 15 minutes, and the deviant ghosts had already climbed up the city wall. Just like you, they walked to the door of my castle. There were a total of 10 deviant ghosts riding ice spiders. They climbed over the walls and fences as if they were walking on flat ground. I could not stop them at all. In the end, the newly promoted Earl's voice was choked with sobs. They asked me for my child. If I refused, the entire castle and more than 10,000 townspeople under the castle would be slaughtered. I would not be able to keep my child. I had no choice. You're lying. Danny pulled out the huge sword on her back and pressed the cold blade against Saigon's neck. Fireplace Castle has been massacred by deviant ghosts. Do they know that Amber's family does not have a baby, but yours does? Saigon dared to quibble, but when he looked up, his vision blurred. He seemed to see a megalosaurus flying out from the purple eye behind the Queen of Night's mask. The endless pressure almost made him collapse to the ground. He hurriedly lowered his head and begged for mercy while trembling. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I had no choice. The ghouls were endless, and all my clansmen were in the castle. I had to save them. Chapter 777. After receiving the news that the Great Wall had collapsed, I couldn't eat or sleep well. Sure enough, a few days later, I found traces of ghouls in the sentry tower outside the town. When we left the Great Wall, the commander didn't allow the Thurns to take away the dragon crystal weapons. We only had a few dragon crystal daggers from beyond the Great Wall. At first, I tried to organize a defense, but there were too many ghouls. After several years of dealing with them beyond the Great Wall, I knew that if I fought them head-on, Karhold would fall. That's my son, my newborn son, my only son. Saigon cried and shouted, do you think I'm willing to give him to the ghouls? As long as I have the power to resist, I'm willing to be a hero, but I'm not. I'm not you, I'm not the child of prophecy. I can't deal with them. I can't be a hero. I'm useless and cowardly, but I still have the responsibility to protect my clansmen and the people of my territory. Patriarch. The guards of the Thurns clan cried out in grief. My lord. The servants of the castle, the stables, the kitchen, and the other people of the northern region who had heard the commotion were also emotional and their eyes were red. In just half a year, Saigon had won the hearts of the people of the northern region as a barbarian from beyond the Great Wall. Danny frowned and glanced at the people around her. Do you know what he did? Everyone in Karhold knows that in order to make the ghouls retreat, the Count sacrificed his only son to the god of frost, a bearded knight said in a low voice. The knight's words didn't cause a stir in the crowd. Obviously, this matter was an open secret in Karhold. You're bold. In order to win people's hearts, you even dare to publicize such a deadly secret, Danny said sarcastically. Earl Thurn smiled bitterly. It can't be hidden. Do you think the god of frost has such a small appetite that he'll be satisfied with the count's son? This is only the first time. 1 out of 1,000 people, 1 out of 1,000 people will contribute a baby boy. Every year from now on, we have to sacrifice more than 10 baby boys to the god of frost, unless I can sacrifice another son. The count's son has a noble bloodline and is more useful to them. Hiss, Grey Worm behind Danny, who had always been calm, couldn't help but change his expression. If the other castles follow suit, the ghouls will only increase in the future. Humans will never be able to end the long night. Dragon Queen said coldly, offering sacrifices to ghouls is a crime against humanity. You should die. Hi, when Saigong raised his head, he was once again intimidated by the dragon might in his purple eyes. I'm guilty, but I have no choice. You didn't have a choice, and he didn't have a choice either. Then, the whole world was ruled by deviant ghosts and fell into eternal ice. At that time, you really have no choice but to die. With that, Danny brandished her sword, ready to strike. Clang, 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 clang. My lord. The barbarian guards and the knights of the northern region drew their swords and approached the Dragon Queen. Further away, there were also crossbowmen eyeing her. You dare to draw your sword at me? Danny looked around. Reckless fool. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The huge fireball suspended 10 meters in the air suddenly spun and shot out a string of bright red fire snakes as thick as a thumb and as long as an arm. Every fire snake found a soldier who aimed their sword or crossbow at Dragon Queen. Not a single one was missing, and all of them were bathed in dragon flame. In the blink of an eye, 30 to 40 soldiers were rolling around with their heads on fire. It was a bit like Ghost Rider in the Marvel movies. The human-shaped candle was too frightening. The knights and soldiers who were a beat slower seemed to have been burned by their own sword hilts and hurriedly let go. Then they all widened their eyes and glared at Dragon Queen as if they were looking at ghouls. No, when they saw ghouls yesterday, their eyes weren't even this frightened and repulsed. No, no, Your Majesty, please let us go. A brown-haired girl wearing a golden fox fur coat stumbled out of the castle and came to Saigon's side. She knelt and cried. Your Majesty, have mercy, have mercy. As long as there is a way to live, we don't want to sacrifice ghouls. That's my son. This was a tall, thin girl with a long face and gray eyes that were unique to Stark. She seemed to be sick. Her eyes were dim and her face was as pale as snow. Her breathing was weak and her voice was weak. Danny immediately guessed that she was Stark's only daughter, Yali, who was beheaded by Robb. She was also Saigon's wife. What you are doing is cutting off other people's chances of survival, cutting off the future of the entire human race. Dragon Queen's expression was firm and her tone was cold. Thump, thump, thump. The Countess knelt down, her knights knelt down, and the group of guards led by the knights knelt down as well. Further away, the Kohold city servants and civilians who were looking at Dragon Queen in fear also suppressed their fear of the mystic dragon and knelt down behind the Count and Countess. Mercy, have mercy. Hundreds and thousands of people widened their eyes in fear and shouted at Dragon Queen. At this moment, Dragon Queen was no different from the ghouls that surrounded the city yesterday. She was an enemy that they could not afford to offend and had disturbed their peaceful lives. You guys are really, at this moment, Danny's expression changed as well. Dragon Queen, if the Count doesn't send out the little Count, we will all die. We don't want to die. My child is so young, he's only 2 years old. He hasn't even seen summer, sob sob sob. A middle-aged woman wailed. Her crying was like pressing a button on a loudspeaker. A series of sobs, pleas, and even complaints came one after another. They formed a tsunami of words and emotions that drowned Dragon Queen in an instant. There are so many ghouls. There's no end in sight. The Count was prepared to resist, but he couldn't beat them. We don't want to die. What else can we do other than sacrifice to the Frost God? Your Majesty, please be merciful and kill the Count. What are we going to do when the ghouls come next time? Your Majesty, you have a dragon. You're powerful, but why didn't you come yesterday? If you came, we wouldn't have to sacrifice the ghouls. What's the use of killing the Count now? Can you save all of us if you kill him? If you can't, we'll still have to sacrifice to the ghouls. Or, you can kill all of us and be done with it. If we die, there will be no more ghouls, no more eternal night. If you have the time and energy to torment our little Keho City, why don't you kill the Ghoul King earlier? End the eternal night and chase away the ghouls. We won't have to sacrifice to the ghouls anymore. Danny's face was tense. She was angry, and helpless. If these unruly people were not punished, the Ghost Resistance United Front might become her one-man show. But how should she punish them? Should she really destroy Keho City? The total population of the castle and the town outside was estimated to be over 10,000. Most of them were civilians, and most of them were women and children. Should she burn them all to death? Logically speaking, she should ride the dragon and burn the entire Keho City. Kill 10,000 to warn 100. One Keho City provided 10 ghouls a year. How many Keho cities were there in the northern region? How many Keho cities were there in the Westeros? If she allowed this situation to develop, she wouldn't be able to kill all the ghouls in 10 years. If the ghouls didn't die, how could the eternal night end? But she couldn't do it. At this moment, Danny admitted helplessly that she still lacked some courage. Perhaps, compared to courage, she lacked a scholar from Westeros more. A scholar from Slave Bay was useless. She had to get a scholar from Westeros. In the end, she shouldn't be doing this kind of dirty work. She had been foolish to bring people to Keho City. A sword flashed and Saigon's right arm was cut off at the elbow. Ah, Saigon wailed. Yali, the soldiers and servants around her cried out in alarm. I'm not the king of the northern region, nor the king of the 7 kingdoms. I don't have the right to execute an earl. But Stark and the Iron Throne will definitely give an explanation to those who fight against the ghouls. After throwing down a verbal cannon, the Dragon Queen extinguished the fireball, spread her fire wings and leaped into the dark sky. Are we letting them go just like that? Garth asked unwillingly. Returning without accomplishing anything, the Dragon Queen was frustrated. Her subordinates who traveled thousands of miles were also frustrated. What do you think we should do? Danny asked back. After a moment of silence, Garth said, kill 1 to warn 100. We have no choice. Do you want the queen to ride the dragon and burn Keho City? Deshaun was a little agitated. That will make her the enemy of the northern region. We won't dare to stay in Winterfell anymore. At special times, we should use thunderous means. When the Great Plague appeared in the Old Town, didn't my great-grandfather order the soldiers to kill everyone who tried to escape to prevent the plague from spreading to the 7 kingdoms? Regardless of whether it was a man, a woman, or a baby in his arms, there was no exception. Reality proved that his order was cruel, but it was correct. The plague was contained within the Old Town. Even though half of the people in the Old Town died, there wasn't a single case of the plague in the surrounding cities. Garth spoke slowly with a hint of pride in his tone. Danny was stupefied. Your great-grandfather did the right thing, but why don't you talk about his ending? This is the northern region. We should follow the host's wishes, the Dragon Queen said in a low voice. They didn't return to Winterfell immediately. Instead, they went to the trembling sea to hunt a whale. The three megalosaurus, big black, little white and little green, dived into the sea and searched for more than half an hour before they found an adult humpback whale. There was no other reason except that the pterosaurs were hungry and Winterfell lacked fresh meat to feed them. After a full meal, the 40 pterosaurs split into two teams. One team carried the unsullied ironclad back to Winterfell while the other team flew to Dragonstone Island. Besides the dragon crystal weapons, they also needed to transport a batch of wildfire bullets with Tyrian oil. Barristan would represent the Dragon Queen and ask the King's Landing for a batch of wildfire bullets, at least 100 tons. Although Dany wasn't willing to invest a lot of troops in the Battle of Winterfell, she did her best to arm the Northerners. Sansa and the Dragon Queen left Winterfell at the same time and flew to the valley with their big bellies. The first thing they did was not look for Illyrio. Instead, they went to the Northerners' camp and met Illyrio alone. Irlyu's main force had already arrived at the Moongate Castle and successfully occupied the capital of the valley. In theory, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the northern region were his subordinates and followed him. Illyrio was always protected by the cavalrymen of the northern region. Aegon is in heaven, Sansa said with a complicated expression as she looked at the sloppy fatty in front of her. The palace that used to belong to King Aegon and Queen Sansa now belonged to Irlyu and his wife and daughter. Sansa was currently receiving the fat merchant in the guest room of the side hall. His condition was very bad. He was dispirited and his clothes were dirty. His rosy and oily fat face was now like a dried red Fuji apple. His dull eyes only shone when he heard the words Aegon. Chapter 778. The Holy Mother is Merciful. I saw him being taken to heaven by the Holy Sparrow with my own eyes. Illyrio smiled in relief. Then do you know why Aegon was able to go to heaven? Aegon was a good child. He was taught by Lady Ashera and Sir Clinton since he was young. He was devout and followed the path of the knights. That was why he was protected by the Holy Mother. As he spoke and laughed, his wrinkled old face under his thick eye bags was filled with sorrow. Aegon may be devout, but he wasn't qualified for heaven. Sansa told him about how the Dragon Queen had transferred her status as a holy disciple. Are you joking? The place to go to heaven can be transferred. Illyrio didn't believe it. Dany Rise is like the Holy Sparrow, a child of the Seven Saints. Have you seen the Holy Sparrow who descended? He's amazing now. He's become a heavenly emissary and manages a paradise island for the Holy Mother. Thinking of the Holy Sparrow he saw that day, the fat merchant believed it. He looked at his daughter-in-law with a strange look. So, what do you want to do? You didn't want to see me before. Not only did you see me today, you even told me so much. I saw Dany Rise in Winterfell. She won't let you go, but she doesn't blame Aegon. She doesn't hate me or the child in my womb, Sansa said calmly. That's good, very good. The fat merchant's eyes lit up again. No wonder the Holy Mother chose her as the Holy Child. Dany Rise is completely different from her father. Not only that, she also recognizes Aegon as a Targaryen. She still recognizes Aegon's one family and two branches. My child will be the only heir to the Black Sword Targaryen, and the ancestor of the Black Sword Targaryen is Aegon Targaryen IV. With every word Sansa said, Illyrio's eyes widened. Are you telling the truth? He was in disbelief. Otherwise, why would I come to you? Sansa's expression was cold. Illyrio slowly calmed down and asked as if he understood something, What do you want from me? Everything. Everything. Illyrio raised an eyebrow. I only have one son, Aegon. If you give birth to his child, I can give you everything I have. But what do you want it for? I don't know what I should do next, and to what extent I can do, but I will fight for the best for my child. Sansa stroked her abdomen where her pulse was strong and her eyes were as firm as steel. Good, very good. Illyrio seemed to have been poked in his G-spot. His eyes lit up and he was so excited that he couldn't control himself. You're not a good wife, but you're definitely a good mother. How am I not a good wife? Sansa frowned. You're a good wife. You shouldn't have allowed Aegon to be burned. In this aspect, you can't even compare to Dany Alice. Illyrio didn't hide his anger towards his wife. I didn't know that Stannis would, Sansa retorted, but she immediately put away her bitter expression and said indifferently, you don't have to worry about me and Aegon. He descended from the heavens and never once mentioned you. Descended from heaven. Illyrio was a bit confused. Aegon didn't see me before he died, and there was a knot in his heart. Fortunately, the Holy Mother was merciful and allowed him to leave heaven and descend once. Last night, I talked to him for a long time in my dream. That's possible. The fatty was skeptical, but then he thought about how even a sparrow could appear in the human world. It wasn't impossible for Aegon to appear in a dream. He's not willing to forgive me. I'm the same as you. We both want the best for our child. He said dejectedly. I'm not the same as you. My child will live in glory, flowers, and applause. He'll be pure for the rest of his life, Sansa said coldly. I sincerely hope that your words will come true. Illyrio looked at his wife's stomach and said in a low voice, what do I need to do? First, tell me about your family in Pentos. Palaces, shops, ships, manors. There are too many. I can't remember them all. I need an account book. How much food and guards do you have? Sansa frowned. I only have 200 reliable guards. They're useless to you, but I've prepared a lot of food. The fatty smiled proudly. A long time ago, I heard from Dany Rise that the eternal night was coming. Then, I began to stockpile large amounts of food and farm. Then, in order to help Aegon conquer the Westeros, and to help him win the hearts of the people after he took King's Landing, I spent millions of gold royals to buy unlimited amounts of food from the world. Until now, I've prepared more than 500,000 tons of wheat, butter, and bacon for him. It's enough to maintain the supply of food in King's Landing until the True Dragon Alliance takes Riverbend Granary. Unfortunately, fate is too unfair to me. Thousands of schemes, all because of someone who was almost eliminated. What's the point of saying all this now? Sansa impatiently interrupted his complaints. Her eyes flashed with excitement. She asked, is the food all at Storm's End Castle? The fat merchant shook his head. Storm's End Castle is only a temporary residence. 5,000 tons is enough to maintain the army's daily needs. Then, 200,000 tons were sent to Dragonstone Island. The rest is stored in Pentos and Mere's granaries. Dragonstone Island. Sansa frowned. Aegon's target is King's Landing. Illyrio said with a frown. Dragonstone Island is right at the entrance of King's Landing. It's still safe. I'm afraid we won't be able to get back that batch of food. Sansa sighed. Dragonstone Island doesn't lack food, Illyrio said uncertainly. Let's not worry about that batch of food for now. Leave the valley immediately and move the rest of the food to Taz Island, Sansa said seriously. Taz Island? Why not Storm's End Castle? The fat merchant was baffled. Sansa shook her head and sighed helplessly. Stannis is powerful. I don't know when he'll think of taking back the castle. He has the winged dragon army. Theon Bella's influence in the Stormlands far exceeds Aegon's. It won't be difficult for the winged dragons to work with the Stormlands Marquis to take down Storm's End Castle. Taz Island to Storm's End Castle is like Dragonstone Island to King's Landing. They are both located in the Bay of Portals. Brittany is the only heir to Taz Island and is one of my 2 vassals. She is absolutely loyal to me and is more reliable than the Golden Knights. If anything happens, the Golden Knights can immediately retreat to Taz Island to preserve their strength. Right now, Storm's End Castle cannot be used as a base. But in the future. At this point, Sansa's blue eyes seem to be covered with a layer of dark light. I didn't bring Rickon to Moongate Castle to help Robert find a partner. It would be best if Winterfell could be defended, but if not, anyway, it's not like Stark hasn't lost his castle before. It doesn't matter if it's broken by the other ghosts again. As long as Stark is alive, there is still hope. Stannis wants to challenge the other Ghost King at Winterfell. If Winterfell falls, he will definitely die in battle. When that happens, Storm's End Castle will become another base for Black Sword Targaryen and Stark. Storm's End Castle is located south of King's Landing. It has soldiers and food. It will definitely last longer than Luwin and Cersei. Illyrio's expression changed. You haven't given up on the Iron Throne. Sansa laughed coldly. Why should I give it up? I have a Targaryen in my stomach. Besides, Dany Rhys still insists on the oath of, the one who ends the long night shall be the king. As long as my competitors are all dead, I might still have a chance. You now, only rely on Brittany and that someone. Illyrio's brows furrowed, his heart filled with worry. Sansa smiled confidently. Brittany and my second granduncle, Blind and Tully, and the Golden Knights. In terms of foundation, they are actually better than Stannis. Of course, I am not stupid. My child deserves the best. The Iron Throne is only the highest goal. If Stannis can really defeat the other Ghost King, I will lead the Golden Knights and that batch of food to pledge loyalty to him in exchange for the title of Duke. Hearing his wife's ambitious and practical plan, Illyrio was completely relieved. All right, I will do my best to help you. Besides food and gold, I have also raised a 100-man assassin organization. I will also give you Varys' intelligence agency. There is an assassin organization? Sansa was pleasantly surprised. In the various cities of the Narrow Sea, which trading prince doesn't have a group of water dancer assassins? They assassinate others and prevent others from assassinating them. Illyrio smiled bitterly. Even he himself was a top-level water dancer. Without good swordsmanship, he wouldn't have survived until now. Very good. We will hide behind the scenes and watch their performance. Sansa's face revealed a carefree smile. Now, I will go and see Stannis and see why he has not fulfilled his promise with Dany Rhys. Erlu didn't intend to go back on his word. After returning from the wall, he had listened to the Dragon Queen's suggestion and put on Aegon's Vol steel armor. He had asked Melisandre to accompany him to the north to kill the other Ghost King. Aunt May, however, was not willing. You are not ready yet. Just like Yaser and Ahayan needed to sacrifice their wives to forge the red sword, you need to sacrifice the person you love the most to forge the red sword that belongs only to you, the demigod demon dragon Vargal. She advised. In order to prove to him that she wasn't lying, the two stood by the fireplace again after replenishing their mana, observing the future through the flames. In the flames, Erlu saw the vague figure of the other Ghost King. The other seemed to sense it, and then the Savior and the King looked at each other from afar for the first time. Under the gaze of those blue eyes, Erlu's soul was almost frozen. He saw endless ice, darkness, and death. It was as if a large hand had grabbed his heart and was pulling it toward hell. In that moment, Erlu felt a bone-chilling fear. Now, do you understand? Aunt May waved her hand, and the flames in the fireplace roared into the sky and then exploded. The icy blue eyes of the other Ghost King disappeared, and Erlu broke free from the fear. He gasped for breath and was sweating profusely. "Your Majesty, you are not ready yet." The red-robed woman stroked his sweaty back and sighed. "You need the demon dragon. Who doesn't sacrifice when doing great things?" "Shireen is my daughter and my successor," Erlu said with a hoarse voice. His eyes gradually became clear, and he continued, "Danny Alice will help me, and so will the three-eyed crow. I don't believe that their help is less than that of a demon dragon with unknown strength. Just Danny Alice alone has 3 demon dragons by her side." Aunt May was stunned and was speechless. After a while, she said softly, "They are very powerful, but are they trustworthy? Danny Alice is still fighting with you for the Iron Throne, and the Green Prophet is the servant of the Frost God. Are you sure you want to entrust your back to them?" "I don't have a choice. The Great Wall has collapsed, and the other ghosts are heading south. The 7 kingdoms are in danger." Erlu's expression was pained. "You should know better than anyone that the main reason I am fighting for the Iron Throne is because of my mission as the Savior." Aunt May was stunned. Chapter 779. I always thought that no one understood my main goal of fighting for the Iron Throne better than you, because you were the one who made me realize my mission. Erlu looked at the woman beside him with a complicated expression. Now that the long night has come, the Great Wall has fallen, and the King of Strange Ghosts is attacking the south as fast as lightning. Before long, the Northern Territory will fall, and then Hajin. It is very likely that in the next month, the strange ghosts will reach King's Landing and even the Old Town. Isn't the responsibility of a savior to stop the strange ghosts from destroying the Westeros? Aunt May frowned. "I am not stopping you from fulfilling your mission as a savior, but now is not the time to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts." She was not lying. After the long night, communication with the King of Light was much simpler and more precise. Every time she stared at the flame and asked and the long night would end, she could feel Lalo's will from the flame. Stannis was not ready. Lalo did not play any tricks at all. He directly told Aunt May that now was not the time to be reckless. The King of Strange Ghosts' gaze just now made me tremble in fear. "I know that I may fail at Winterfell, but I am not afraid." Erlu gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Yasuo and Ahai cannot defeat the King of Strange Ghosts in one go. He has been defeated time and time again, but he keeps fighting. Although he has failed countless times, he has always brought hope to a hopeless world. He can endure failure, and so can I. I will persevere. Even if I fail 10,000 times, I will not lose my fighting spirit. Do you think that anyone can have the chance to keep fighting? I am afraid that if you fail once, you will lose your life." If Dany was here, she would most likely complain like this. Aunt May, of course, could not complain about the savior she had chosen. There are no 2 identical leaves in the world. You are a savior, yes, but your experience is not necessarily similar to Yasuo and Ahai's. He can fail many times, but it does not mean that you can. She said very tactfully. "I will die." Erlu gritted his teeth. "You are not ready." Erlu took a deep breath and relaxed his mind and body. He looked at Aunt May with a serious expression and said, "As long as we can save the world, there is no one who cannot be sacrificed. From the very beginning, I had this awareness. I can sacrifice myself, and so can Shireen. But I am Shireen's father. If I sacrifice her without trying my best, am I still human?" Yasuo and Yahai had failed so many times in the process of forging the Red Sword. Did they not know that sacrificing their wives was the best way to forge the Red Sword? Every attempt he made was an effort to save his wife. In the end, after he had tried everything, he decided to sacrifice his wife. Nisha knew that her husband had done his best, so she was willing to sacrifice herself. Melisandre did not know what Yasuo and Ahai were thinking at that time. Perhaps Erlu was just wishful thinking, or perhaps Erlu and the former savior were in perfect harmony and understood each other's situation and choice. But she really didn't agree with Erlu. Fate had already decided. It was destined that Yasuo and Ahai would become the savior, and that Nisha would be sacrificed. Maybe you guessed right. He was trying to prevent Nisha's death, but his many years of hard work only resulted in the prolongation of the long night. An entire generation. If he had been more determined and listened to the call of fate, using Nisha to forge the sword at the first opportunity, it is very likely that the long night would have ended a few years earlier. Fate. Erlu's eyes flashed and he began to grind his teeth. Dany Rise has already broken fate. Dany Rise. What did she say to you? Melisandre was shocked. She didn't know what that woman had revealed. Erlu looked into Aunt May's eyes and said softly, she said that the so-called sacrifices were all given to the Light King, Lalo. As long as Lalo is generous, he can help the child of prophecy forge the red sword and hatch the demon dragon without any sacrifices. The so-called fate is just a script that he wrote in advance to achieve his own goals. Aunt May said seriously, maybe the great Light King can do everything, but what is the price? Everything has its own rules. A king has the entire kingdom, but can he unconditionally give the kingdom's territory to every subject who asks for it? If the king does that, the kingdom will definitely collapse. If the kingdom collapses, the subjects who reap without sowing will end up even more miserable than before they received the land. The great Lalo's divine power is unlimited, but he also has an eternal enemy, the frost god, who pulls the world into cold and darkness. If he grants every believer's request regardless of the cost, the mortal's desires will never end. How long can someone as powerful as Lalo last? When Lalo's divine power is exhausted, the frost god will be unscrupulous and do whatever he wants. Against the frost god, what can the mortals who received Lalo's gifts do? The world will eventually be destroyed because of our shameful greed. Farmers farm, blacksmiths forge, kings rule, and the child of prophecy saves the world. This is the law, the destiny formed by countless laws. Erlu frowned and thought about it. It seemed that the red-robed woman's words made sense, but the child of prophecy didn't have any privileges. Couldn't the Light King make an exception? After all, he, the child of prophecy, was helping him fight against the frost god. Perhaps Dany Rise wasn't lying. God saw mortals as pigs and sheep. Lalo chose the child of prophecy because the child of prophecy had something that he needed. But what did he have that was worth Lalo's attention? Shireen. After a long silence, Erlu sighed. No matter what, we have to support Winterfell. This is the responsibility of the King of the Seven Kingdoms, and also the mission of the Savior. Even if we don't talk about responsibility and mission, just from the perspective of benefits. If we let Winterfell be destroyed by the other ghosts, the next time the other Ghost King leads an army of ghouls that is several times larger to the Blood Gate. At that time, we won't have any reinforcements. Dany Rise won't help us, and if Stark is still alive, he won't either. If the people's hearts are scattered, the Seven Kingdoms will really be finished. Aunt May was silent for a long time before saying, you can send the winged dragon army to support Winterfell, but don't challenge the other Ghost King. I'm not afraid of death. Erlu was inexplicably angry. Go with me. If the other Ghost King appears, please help me with the great Lalo. If I still die in battle, I won't have any complaints. But you're the savior. You can't die. If you die, the world will really be finished, the red-robed woman said anxiously. She was really anxious because she really thought that he was the savior. Erlu said faintly, in this world, is there a savior who avoids responsibility and is afraid of battle? On one hand, you say that I'm the child of prophecy arranged by fate to fight the other Ghost King. On the other hand, you want me to avoid the final battle with the other Ghost King. Isn't this contradictory? If I'm really the savior, I'll only become braver in my failures. Countless failures can train my will and martial arts, and finally let me grow to the point where I can defeat the other Ghost King. Aunt May already understood that she would not be able to persuade this stubborn monarch this time. Erlu wasn't completely obedient to the red-robed woman. Otherwise, he would have tried to hatch the demonic dragon in the stone egg years ago. I'll accompany you, dong dong dong. Melisandre was just about to agree when a series of hurried knocks on the door interrupted the two's conversation. Your Majesty, Sir Davos sent news. Outside the door came the loud and joyful voice of the attendant, Davos. Davos was the fifth son of the Onion Knight. The Onion Knight Davos had a total of 7 children, all sons, and all of them grew up healthily without illness or disaster. Because of this, he became more and more devoted to the 7 gods. In the War of the 4 Kings, Davos led his eldest, second, third, and fourth sons to work for Erlu. They were quite similar to the 5 tigers of the Han family of Chow Wei. Honda and his 4 sons. Unfortunately, the fake Honda met the strengthened version of the Black River Zhao Zilong, and the fake Tyrian Zhao Zilong burned his 4 sons to death. Davos is still alive. Erlu was pleasantly surprised. He put on a robe and went to open the door. As Erlu's attendant, Davos had seen the interactions between Erlu and the red-robed woman too many times. Therefore, when he came in, he didn't look around. He respectfully and straightforwardly handed the letter to the king. Good, that's great. Erlu read 10 lines at a glance. He excitedly cheered as he read. But in the end, he fell silent with a conflicted expression. Melisandre tightened her red dress and walked over. She asked curiously, "What's the situation?" Not only did Davos not die in the chaos, but he also completed the mission I gave him again. He successfully convinced the Bronze John and the other vassals of the valley. Erlu had a complicated expression. The Onion Knight is really your Majesty's lucky star. Melisandre smiled. Lucky star. If the Great Wall hadn't collapsed, I would be overjoyed after receiving this letter. But now... Erlu frowned and shook his head. When King Aegon's True Dragon Alliance besieged the King's Landing, there were 2 armies in the north and the south. The southern army went from the Windstop Fortress to the Imperial Forest with 10,000 gold troops, 4,000 Dorne cavalry, and 8,000 storm vassals. The northern army went from the Blood Gate, and the valley vassals led 20,000 elite soldiers to the south. But before the northern army got close to the King's Landing and entered Rosby City, 70 to 80 kilometers away from the King's Landing, the news of King Aegon's capture spread to the army camp. At that time, the southern army had already been stationed at the southern shore of the Blackwater for many days. They were waiting for the northern army to join forces. The Iron Throne's military strength was limited. It was impossible for them to divide their forces and destroy both the northern and southern armies. Yuluen and Cersei chose to attack the southern army because Dorne and the Gold troops were irreconcilable enemies. With Aegon captured, the vassals of the valley might not be loyal to him anymore. The Iron Throne's thinking was not wrong. The vassals of the valley did not have much loyalty to Aegon. After Davos brought Sansa's letter of surrender, they immediately retreated. Fuck King Aegon, fuck King Stannis, fuck Cersei, I want to go home. I don't want to play with you anymore. But soon, they realized that they could not go home even if they wanted to. They lacked military rations. As mentioned before, during the rebellion of the 4 princes, the king's territory was ravaged. Bandits passed by like combs, soldiers passed by like hounds, and wolves robbed lions after they finished robbing. Everyone took turns robbing. How could the hungry soldiers be divided into factions? In the end, the vassals of the king's territory had no way to make a living. And the Westeros army did not seem to have the habit of carrying rations. It was thousands of miles from Winterfell to the King's Landing. How could they transport rations? When the Valley army went south, they realized that they could not rob the vassals of the Three Rivers. Not to mention rations, even the commoners ran away. But they were hungry. So, the lesser nobles were unlucky. So, the vassals wrote letters to Dragonstone Island, begging the Dragon Queen to be merciful and restrain her nephew. So, the old crab personally went to Moongate Castle to persuade King Aegon to restrain himself. So, King Aegon and the dwarf rode on pterodactyls and delivered rations to the vassals of the valley every night. So, the vassals of the valley changed their route. They circled around and tried to travel by sea. Illyrio transported the rations to Dragonstone Island. Through Dragonstone Island, they supported the Valley army at Blackwater Bay. For example, Twilight Valley was less than 100 miles away from Tidehead Island. So, after Aegon was captured, the source of rations was cut off. Chapter 780. The 20,000-man army of the Valley vassals was barely sustained by the provisions dropped by King Aegon and the dwarves. When they got close to Blackwater Bay, they would ship the provisions from Dragonstone Island. However, since the Valley vassals were no longer loyal to King Aegon, the provisions from Dragonstone Island were naturally gone. Without food, the Valley vassals could only grow and plunder the nobles. However, it was different this time. The Valley vassals had just left Rosby City and were too close to King's Landing. It was not like the Iron Throne did not have any military forces. How could they allow the Valley vassals to plunder their vassals? Moreover, the nobles were also enraged. When Cersei killed Sparrow, did Luwin not lead Tywin and the Riverbend army away from King's Landing? At that time, the Valley vassals were very similar to the northern army that was killed by Roose Bolton. When Robb went south, he split his army into two at the Green Fork River. He led the northern cavalry to rescue Riverrun City while Roose Bolton led the northern infantry to fight Tywin's main army at the Green Fork River. Robb was possessed by the god of war. Not only did he solve the siege of Riverrun City, he also captured Jaime, crippled the Lion army and even approached the Lion's Nest. Under such a favorable situation, Roose Bolton played a dirty trick. He deliberately disobeyed Robb's order to guard Helen Castle and encouraged the northern nobles to go south to plunder money and women. Then, Bolton led his army to guard Helen Castle and watched coldly as the rest of the northern vassals crossed thousands of kilometers and went deep into the royal territory. They did plunder a lot of wealth and women, but the actions of the northern vassals had completely angered the royal territory vassals. After Randyll Tarly led the Riverbend army into the royal territory, the northern vassals were heavily surrounded and had nowhere to run. In the end, they were all wiped out. The Valley vassals were in a similar situation. If there were only royal vassals who were crippled, they would not be afraid. The problem was, Luwin and Randyll Tarly were right behind them. The Iron Throne's military forces were no less than the Valley vassals, and with the help of the royal territory vassals, in the end, the Valley vassals defeated a few waves of enemies, but they themselves were trapped in Twilight Valley. The Iron Throne did not exterminate them all. After all, war was to serve politics. King's Landing only needed the Valley to submit. Submit? Simple. We surrender. Long live Queen Cersei. Long live Yolan of Scylla. Naturally, the vassals of the Valley immediately prepared to surrender. Even when the Iron Throne asked every family to send their heirs to the Red Fort as hostages, the vassals of the Valley did not object. This was because sending out hostages was the norm in Westeros politics. For example, King Balon sent his only son, Theon, to Winterfell as a foster son. But soon, Erlu successfully backstabbed the valley. With the blood gate in front of them, it was almost impossible to break through the valley from land. However, the valley was backed by a narrow sea and had a long coastline. Back then, the Undul's first step in conquering the Westeros was to land on the Five-Finger Peninsula of the valley. Erlu almost repeated the Undul's tactics back then and took down Snakewood City effortlessly. Erlu, who had successfully plucked the peach and obtained 30 pterodactyls, took down the Moon Gate Castle overnight, and easily took down the Blood Gate the next day. At this point, the valley fell into Erlu's control. The situation changed too quickly. When the valley vassals of Twilight Valley received the news, they were all stunned and at a loss. It was also at this moment that the hand of the king, Davos, went from a prisoner to a guest of Bronze John. We surrendered to Aegon Targaryen, and then we came here. Aegon is dead, and we plan to surrender to Lannister, or Greyjoy. Who knows if a lion or a sea monster is sitting on the Iron Throne now? At this moment, maybe we have to surrender to Theon Byra again. Prime Minister, please convince me that I did not make the wrong choice. Bronze John's expression was bitter as he spoke directly. Count, as you said, no one even knows if the Iron Throne belongs to Lannister or Greyjoy. Every righteous knight should feel heartache for the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms, and every honorable noble has the responsibility to change all of this. Every Westeros with integrity cannot deny the fact that His Majesty Stannis is the only legitimate successor to King Robert. Davos's voice was filled with sincere emotions, and his heartfelt words had indeed touched Bronze John's heart. Yes, the Westeros now were too rotten, so rotten that this old man began to miss the mad King Aerys. Aerys was crazy, so crazy that the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were terrified, afraid that they would be targeted by him. But during Aerys' time, the Seven Kingdoms were rich and prosperous, and the people had plenty of food. Everyone worshipped the glorious spirit of the night. Think about it, Barristan, White Bull, Sword of Dawn. Those famous standards of the night all shone brightly during Aerys' time. In that era of spiritual and material wealth, everyone was full of hope that after the Mad King, the Seven Kingdoms would be even better. No one would have thought that 20 years later, the Seven Kingdoms would be in such a state. After a long time, Jon woke up from his thoughts and said bitterly, "We wanted to join the Dragon Queen. She is the best candidate to pacify the chaotic world and restore etiquette. But she did not accept. We sent countless letters to Dragonstone Island, but she was unwilling to break the sacred oath of, the one who ends the long night shall be king. But the more she was unwilling to break the oath, the more I wanted to pledge my loyalty to her." At the end, old John's lips trembled, and he was about to cry out of grievance. The Onion Knight looked embarrassed. The Dragon Queen is indeed a great queen, but the current situation is that you can only choose between Cersei, Yuluen, and His Majesty Stannis. No matter how you compare, His Majesty Stannis is better than Cersei and Yuluen, right? That's right. Jon admitted this fact with difficulty. If that's the case, why are you hesitating? Davos shrugged and said matter-of-factly, even a child knows to choose the best. Bronze John's brows furrowed into the shape of an M. He pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. My lord, His Majesty Stannis has already controlled the Blood Gate and sealed the passage into the valley from the land. He also has a huge winged dragon army, and the troop carriers floating on the sea are live targets for the kerosene bombs. In other words, even if the Iron Throne does his best, he will not be able to help you return to the valley. On the contrary, if the vassals of the valley pledge their loyalty to His Majesty Stannis, we will have more power than Aegon's true dragon alliance. 30 winged dragons and 20,000 valley troops will be able to complete your initial goal to take down the King's Landing. You can either become a stray dog, abandon your family and fief, and hide in the King's Landing, living in constant fear, or you can become a liberator and conquer the King's Landing amidst the cheers of the people, earning endless glory for yourself and your family. Davos stared into Bronze John's gray eyes and said softly, "My lord, is this choice very difficult?" "Difficult, too difficult, it's too difficult for us." Bronze John shed 2 lines of tears and said with a choked voice, "The once glorious Westeros, at this moment, even a person who betrayed his faith and committed the crime of kinslaying can become the most wise ruler in the world. It's too difficult for us, the honorable nobles." If Erlu was here, he would be furious, but Davos only showed a bitter smile with an awkward expression. "My lord, you misunderstand. His Majesty Stannis believes in the Red God, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in the 7 gods. For example, I still believe in the 7 gods. And Renly, enough, there's no need to explain." Bronze John wiped away the old tears on his face and said in a muffled voice, "There are some things that we all know, but just like you said, Stannis is the best choice now. Even a child knows to choose the best. Sigh, this is the best choice that deserves to meet the other ghosts." A few days later. "I'm hesitating whether to take the King's Landing first." Stannis did not hide anything from Jon, who came to ask about it. He explained the reason why he did not immediately rush to the King's Landing. He stood in front of a huge map of Twilight Valley and tapped on it with his finger. At this moment, the Valley army is trapped in the city. Yuluin and Randall Tarley's 25,000 elites are in this area outside the city. But previously, the vassals of the Valley army had already planned to surrender to the Iron Throne. Bronze John went to Yuluin's camp to negotiate with him a few times. At this point, Erlu used a charcoal pencil to draw a cross in a certain area of the camp outside the city. This is Yuluin's main camp. If I send the Winged Dragon Legion to kill Yuluin and the high-ranking generals from the King's Landing, and then the Valley army will charge out of the city, what do you think the outcome will be? Jon said dryly, "There will probably be no loss." "Yes, there will be no loss." Erlu did not look happy. He threw the charcoal pencil on the table and stood in front of the map in a daze for a while. He muttered softly, "Kill Yuluin, beat back Randall Tarley, and the King's Landing will be right in front of us. It's only 200 kilometers. The Winged Dragon will only take an hour, and it will only take half a day to gallop. In a day, I will be able to enter the Red Castle and ascend." Jon could see through the calm face of the man in front of him. He could see the turbulence in his heart. This king who had chased after the Iron Throne for many years was close to it for the first time. It was close at hand and could be easily obtained. "Your Majesty, the Iron Throne is important, but the deviant ghosts have already broken through the Great Wall and are approaching Winterfell. When we first arrived at the Great Wall, you told me that the carriage should not be placed in front of the horse. You said that winning the throne to save the country was putting the cart before the horse. You should save the country and win the throne." Jon advised in a sincere tone that he had never used before. I did not forget my responsibility." Erlu turned his head and avoided Jon's shining eyes. He sighed and said, "Melisandre told me that I was not ready and was not a match for the deviant Ghost King. She told me to." After a pause, he continued, "The King's Landing does not only have the Iron Throne. Perhaps, I can give orders from the Iron Throne and call for the 7 kingdoms to strengthen their defenses and build a second and third line of defense with the power of the kingdom. Melisandre can also sacrifice Cersei. Perhaps the demonic dragon Vargal can be revived." Aunt May had originally agreed to follow Erlu to Winterfell, but after receiving Davos' letter, she immediately changed her mind and encouraged Erlu to take the Iron Throne first. There were too many benefits to taking over the King's Landing. Even though Erlu had a strong will, he began to hesitate. After hesitating for a few days, the Dragon Queen did not see him. She became anxious and asked Jon to hurry him. Jon was very glad that he had come. If he had come 2 days later and Erlu had gone to the king's landing, it would have been too late. Your Majesty, you may not know, but the Amber family's fireplace castle was broken through by deviant ghosts 3 days ago. The town of 15,000 people fell in an hour. An hour? Erlu's face turned green. Chapter 781. Ingleside only lasted for an hour. Erlu looked grave as he turned to Melisandre. By the time I conquer King's Landing, Winterfell might have already fallen. Aunt May had persuaded Erlu to conquer King's Landing so that they could conquer King's Landing within a week and sit on the Iron Throne. By then, by sacrificing Cersei and Yuluin, the mystic dragon could be revived. Then, as the king of the Seven Kingdoms, he could ride the mystic dragon to Winterfell to be the savior. Dany Lilith is in Winterfell. If we prepare enough dragon crystal weapons, Winterfell should be able to defend for half a month, Melisandre said calmly. Her intention was clear. She wanted the Dragon Queen to defend against this threat. If the Dragon Queen was willing to risk her life, Winterfell might be able to hold out for half a month. After I conquer King's Landing, I'll bring the mystic dragon to Winterfell. How about that? Erlu said helplessly. Your Majesty, I'm your vassal, not Dany Lilith's. Jon suppressed his anger and reminded him loudly. When the Duke of the Northern Territory was in danger, Stark should be the one to save him. He should never ask Lannister for help. The vassal had the duty to be loyal to the king, and the king had the responsibility to protect the vassal. Otherwise, why would the Duke of Winterfell be called the Guardian of the Northern Territory? The King of the Seven Kingdoms also had the title Guardian of the Seven Realms. This title was both an honor and a responsibility. Erlu looked deeply at him and said calmly, when you helped Aegon plot against me, you didn't think of yourself as my vassal. Jon's face turned red in embarrassment. You're wearing Aegon's armor. Sansa, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke up to help her brother. Erlu lowered his head to look at the armor with the ruby true dragon emblem removed. He frowned and said, it was Dany Lilith who offered to lend me the armor to deal with the king of the strange ghosts. Sansa nodded. I'm not asking you to return the armor. You have the red sword and are the savior in Asha's prophecy. Even if Aegon was alive, he would be willing to lend his armor to the child of the prophecy. We all have the same perspective. Erlu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, what are you trying to say? Don't beat around the bush. Sansa's eyes were clear. She did not avoid Erlu and Aunt May's scrutiny. Everyone knows the story of the Light Messenger. Even heroes like Yasuo and Yahai had to use the Light Messenger to defeat the Ghoul King. If you don't want to go to Winterfell, we can't force you. But just like how Dany Lilith let go of the past and lent you Aegon's armor, can you lend the red sword to Jon? The Battle of Winterfell is unavoidable. We and the Dragon Queen are prepared to go all out. With the red sword, our chances of victory will increase by at least 50%. Erlu's expression changed drastically. His left hand unconsciously pressed on the hot sword hilt. He didn't say a word. He clenched his jaw and stared at the calm Sansa with a sharp gaze. For the first time, Melisandre didn't look at the little moon singer carelessly. Jon looked at his sister. He felt a little unfamiliar and didn't know what to do. With just a single sentence, Stannis had been countered and was about to be killed. Not everyone has the right to use the red sword of the hero, the red-robed woman said coldly. One must know one's place. There is only one child of the prophecy, and that is His Majesty Stannis. Other than the child of the prophecy, no one can wield the Radiant Bringer. Sansa's face was filled with sorrow. Her image changed drastically. She changed from a graceful lady to a delicate flower swaying in the cold wind. Her eyes were red as she said, I know my place. It's just that millions of deviant ghosts are coming. The city will be destroyed and people will die. The fall of the Northern Territory is just around the corner. Even though I know it's impossible, I still have to do it. Erlu didn't know what to do. He could only puff up his cheeks and stare hard. Don't give me the sword. John scratched the back of his head. The black dog's butt was in a mess. I don't have the right to wield the Radiant Bringer. I can give it to Her Majesty Dani Lilith. She activated the red sword at the Great Wall. Its power was too terrifying. It could have killed the deviant Ghost King in one blow. Erlu stopped puffing up his cheeks and started grinding his teeth. Sansa said seriously, "No, you can't lend the red sword to Dani Lilith." He couldn't keep up with his sister's pace. He asked blankly, "Why?" Sansa's face was solemn. She said loudly, "Because of the sacred oath of the one who ends the long night shall be king." His Majesty Stannis was there at the time. He swore the oath with Dani Lilith. If Dani Lilith kills the deviant Ghost King, even if His Majesty Stannis takes the King's Landing, it will only be a wedding dress for her. She stared at the stunned Jon and said, "You have to be the one to kill the deviant Ghost King. You are His Majesty Stannis' vassal. If you kill the deviant Ghost King, even if His Majesty Stannis is fighting for the Iron Throne at the King's Landing, the credit will automatically go to him. This way, his hard work in taking the King's Landing will be worth it." Erlu felt more irritated and depressed than ever. He wanted to yell at Sansa for spreading lies, but when he opened his mouth, he couldn't say a word. Because he couldn't find any flaws in her words. Her words were righteous and reasonable. She could say them in front of everyone in the world without any guilt. But why did he feel that Sansa Stark was especially detestable at this moment? He burned her husband to death. He destroyed their dream of the Iron Throne. She wouldn't be kind to him no matter what, that was for sure. But her words were so righteous. Erlu looked at Aunt May for help. Unfortunately, Aunt May had lived for hundreds of years and didn't know how to deal with this situation. The two looked at each other in silence. But Sansa and Jon were looking at him with longing eyes. "Let me think about it." Finally, Erlu said gloomily. Jon frowned. "Your Majesty, how long do you need to think about it? The otherworldly ghost army will be near Winterfell tomorrow. I have to go back and prepare for battle. I can't stay in the valley for too long." Sansa pointed out, "The otherworldly ghost attack will happen in these 2 days. The Battle of Winterfell won't last long. After defeating the otherworldly ghosts, it won't be too late to go south to the King's Landing. Anyway, with the pterosaur, we can turn around quickly." Erlu didn't react, but Sansa was stunned. Why did those words sound so familiar? She seemed to have heard someone say it before. Then, Sansa's face suddenly turned red and then pale. She remembered that she was the one who had said those words. Just half a year ago, at the Moongate Castle, she had said the same thing to her husband, Aegon. It won't take long to save Winterfell. With the pterosaur, we can turn around quickly and help Jon take down Winterfell. It won't be too late to go south to the King's Landing. I can't lend the sword to Dani Lilith. After Jon and Sansa left, Erlu said to Aunt May with a pale face, "Jon and Stark are right. We all saw it. That day at the Great Wall, Dani Lilith unleashed the power of the Red Sword. She might be able to kill the otherworldly Ghost King. I'm jealous of her, that's the truth. But today, when the long night threatens the world, I can only hope that the Red Sword will be even more powerful in her hands. But I can't give her the first chance to challenge the otherworldly Ghost King. She can wait for me to die in battle. Then, she can pick up the Red Sword from my corpse and end the long night. Protecting the Seven Kingdoms is the responsibility of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Ending the long night is the mission of the Savior. I am the King and the Savior." Responsibility and mission are the driving forces that have driven me to this day. Erlu was emotional. He walked to Aunt May's side. His skinny hands were like iron hoops, tightly locking her plump shoulders. He lowered his head so that their eyes met. He said in a low voice, "For the sake of my responsibility and mission, I've sacrificed too much. So much that I didn't even dare to imagine it before I met you. I can't let myself live like a useless fool. I have to let my responsibility and mission have a perfect ending. Do you understand? Ending the long night is your mission. No one can take it away from you," Aunt May said with certainty. "You still don't understand." Erlu let go of her and said helplessly, "I've been loyal to Robert. I've been willing to sacrifice my life for him. When the country rebelled, I took the lead and risked my life. When he was drinking and whoring, I helped him govern the country. It was all because I was his younger brother and his subject. It was my responsibility to be loyal to my brother and the king. I fulfilled my responsibility as a younger brother and subject. I didn't have a good ending with Robert. He didn't appreciate my dedication, ignored my contributions and efforts, and even humiliated me in various ways. I'd be lying to myself if I said I didn't care at all. I admit that I yearned for his recognition and gratitude. I yearned for the recognition of a brother and a subject. If he could say something like, 'Brother, you've done well,' or 'Brother, it's all thanks to you this time,' even if it's just empty words, I would still be very happy, because it would mean that my conscientious behavior has been recognized." Erlu seemed to be lost in his memories as he spoke. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "But I don't regret it. Regardless of whether Robert acknowledged me or not, I've fulfilled my responsibility. As a younger brother and subject, I have no regrets. If everyone could fulfill their duty, if Renly could fulfill his duty like I did, the Westeros wouldn't be where they are today. Do you understand now?" He looked at Aunt May and asked the same question. Melisandre caressed his forehead tenderly and said, "I'll accompany you to Winterfell." Erlu nodded and forced a smile on his stern face. "I was once a younger brother and subject. After Robert died, I became the king and savior. I'll pay any price to fulfill my responsibility as the king and savior. I've done my best. Regardless of the outcome, I've fulfilled my responsibility. That's enough." It was a long story, but Jon didn't persuade Erlu for long. Dany and Sansa left Winterfell and returned to Winterfell on the same day. Dany arrived at Keho at night and found a whale by the sea. Then she returned to Winterfell in the morning. In the evening, Erlu's winged dragon legion landed on the training ground in front of the castle amidst the cheers of the crowd. War God, the number one war god of the Seven Kingdoms. Erlu jumped off the winged dragon's back. More than 10,000 Winterfell soldiers raised their torches and shouted in unison. "War God." Erlu was puzzled. "Who's that?" However, under the light of the torches, everyone's eyes were staring at him. He didn't need anyone to answer. He knew who the war god was. "I'm the war god of the Seven Kingdoms." Erlu felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. "Come to think of it, I defeated Mace Tyrell and the Lords of the Bayou when I was 18, one of them, Randall Tarley, grits his teeth, took Dragonstone when I was 19, defeated the Iron Fleet when I was 24, conquered Great Wick, the largest of the Iron Islands and the seat of Seastone, and then Tyrion of the Blackwater. Doesn't count. Outside the Great Wall, I defeated 100,000 savages. I'm qualified to be called the war god, right?" Just as he thought of this, Erlu saw the truly invincible existence, the Dragon Queen, standing at the entrance of the castle and smiling at him. "Is she mocking me?" Erlu's face flushed red. Indeed, calling himself the war god, in front of her was war god, the number one war god of the Seven Kingdoms. Dragon Queen shouted. Erlu's shameful thoughts stopped abruptly. He looked at the cheering dragon queen with his mouth agape. He didn't know what to do. Chapter 782. Mage God, Mage God, Mage God, the number one mage in the world, the god of mages. Erlu was still in a daze when he heard another deafening shout from the crowd. This time, they did not call him War God, but Mage God. He looked around in a daze and immediately realized who they were calling. Melisandre was riding on the same pterosaur as him. She slid down the pterosaur's wings. Mage God, Mage God, Mage God. Seeing the two almond-eyed maids beside the dragon queen waving their small fists and screaming with a ferocious expression, Erlu was confused. Melisandre was also confused. What are they shouting for? She asked curiously. John climbed down from Richard's pterosaur and walked to Erlu's side. Hearing the red-robed lady's question, he immediately explained, everyone knows about His Majesty Stannis and Her Majesty Dany Alice's agreement to challenge the King of Strange Ghosts under the Great Wall. Everyone is in awe of His Majesty Stannis's heroic actions. Considering that His Majesty has been in the military all his life and has won more than lost, they call him War God. Lady Melisandre's witchcraft is shocking and everyone knows about it, so she is called Mage God. In addition, the great king of Light Lalo, War God, Mage God, God King, challenged the King of Strange Ghosts under Winterfell. This matter is destined to be passed down for thousands of years, so as a legendary hero, he must have a famous title. The legendary hero Erlu's face contorted. The legendary hero Aunt May's expression was blank. You said everyone knows. Erlu glared and gritted his teeth. John touched his nose awkwardly. To boost morale, I sent a message to all the vassals in the northern region. Everyone in the north knows about it. Erlu gritted his teeth in anger. No. John lowered his eyes and did not look at Erlu's eyes that were about to spit fire. Winterfell is in danger, we need the support of all the nobles in the country. Spiritually and physically, he needed both. Therefore, in the letter, I also explained the legendary battle between the three gods and King Strange Ghost. Erlu trembled all over. If he didn't come and instead insisted on attacking the King's Landing, what would the people of the Seven Kingdoms think? This was forcing him to come to Winterfell to take the brunt of the attack. Even though Erlu was willing to fulfill his role as king and savior, he was still furious at being set up like this. Where's Sansa? Just as he was feeling awkward, the Dragon Queen walked over. John heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly took a few steps forward to shake off Erlu's glare. He explained, she flew a few thousand kilometers from Winterfell to the Moongate Castle for more than 10 hours. She didn't feel well and couldn't return immediately. She's in the valley to take care of her pregnancy. Dany fell into deep thought. It wasn't a coincidence that Rickon and Sansa avoided the decisive battle at Winterfell. Why do you have so few people? Dany turned to Erlu. Erlu had 30 pterodactyls, but only 5 of them were present. My king's hand will represent me in attacking the King's Landing. Erlu didn't hide anything. He couldn't hide the fact that Dragonstone Island was right next to Twilight Valley. They chatted as they walked to the guest room. They entered the guest room on the first floor. According to their status, they sat in a circle by the fireplace. John explained the situation in Twilight Valley to Erlu. Erlu was prepared to die in battle, but he didn't want to die. Moreover, he was wearing King Aegon's tile steel armor and had the red-robed lady supporting him. The Megalosaurus and the Dragon Queen were in the sky clearing the area. The three-eyed crow was hiding in the surroundings to ambush or obstruct the ambushes. He felt that even if he couldn't win the battle, he wouldn't lose his life. Since that was the case, Erlu didn't want to give up the Iron Throne that was within his reach. Hence, he wisely split his troops into 2 groups. A small group would go north to reinforce Winterfell, while the main force of the Pterodactyl Legion would go south to attack the King's Landing. This kind of dual operation. It's so familiar. Dany immediately realized the reason for the familiarity. Erlu's strategy for attacking the Iron Throne was exactly the same as King Aegon's. Sigh, I hope he can have a different ending. Seeing that the Dragon Queen was deep in thought and her expression changed several times, Erlu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Why, you don't agree with me taking the King's Landing?" Dany came back to her senses and spoke her mind with a frown. The current situation isn't suitable for civil war. We should unite all the human forces and form a united front against the ghosts. We should work together to deal with the great calamity. Such childish words shouldn't come out of your mouth. Do Cersei and Yuluen look like people who care about the big picture? Forming an alliance with them will do more harm than destroying them, Erlu said coldly. Have you forgotten the way of the Emperor I told you on the Great Wall? Dany smiled strangely. Everyone has their own value. It depends on how you use them. When you use them, you don't have to trust them. Erlu looked at her deeply and asked, I heard from Jon that Heartfelt and Carhold City encountered deviant ghosts. However, Carhold City wasn't harassed by them because Segan Thane sacrificed himself to the Frost God. The change in topic was too fast. Dany was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said seriously, I was just about to inform you. Segan Thane sacrificed his newborn son, and this is only the beginning. 1 year later, Segan will have to provide male infants to the deviant ghosts according to the population of his territory. Hiss. Jon, Erlu, and Aunt May's expressions changed. We can't let this happen. Erlu said angrily, Carhold City alone isn't scary. What's scary is if all the nobles learn from Carhold City. For example, Cersei and Luwin. If they know about Carhold City, they will definitely do the same. If King's Landing, which has a population of 500,000, falls as well, the 7 kingdoms will be finished. This is the reason why you attacked King's Landing in such a hurry. That's a good reason, but when you decided to attack King's Landing, you didn't bring the news of Carhold City to Moongate Castle, did you? Dany glanced at Erlu and said seriously, your worries are reasonable. That's why we have to use the cruelest method to prevent others from imitating us. The cruelest method. Using the cruelest method. Jon's face turned pale. He said angrily, you massacred Carhold City. Massacred the city. Massacred everyone in Carhold City. The expressions of the surrounding northern nobles changed. They looked at the Dragon Queen with eyes that were 30% resentment and 70% fear. This is the attitude. I thought of it. Dany sneered in her mind, but her face was calm. What massacring? I just went to confirm what happened in Carhold City. Then, I chopped off one of the Count's hands out of anger. The king of the Northern Territory, Stark, and Stark's lord, Stannis, will decide how to deal with Saigon and Carhold City. I won't take the lead. Then, she looked sincerely at Erlu and Awkward beside her and asked, you too, how should we deal with it? Who will carry it out? Awkward's face scrunched up like a bun. I saw you bring the winged dragon army with you and 40 steel guards. Weren't you going to punish Carhold City with such a big lineup? Before we went to Carhold City, I heard you threaten the Northern Territory's nobles. Humans and deviant ghosts are sworn enemies. Everyone has to make a choice. It's either black or white. Once you make a choice, you have to bear the consequences. Your words were so loud and your actions were so powerful. But in the end, you only went to search for information. Helplessness filled his heart. The final battle at Winterfell was imminent, but the first incident of deviant ghosts surrendering was too demoralizing. Even if they exterminated the Cheyenne family or eliminated the source of the problem and massacred Carhold City, it was still legal even though it was harsh. But massacring the nobles and their subjects was too. They could not be the king of the Northern Territory. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this? Awkward threw the hot potato to Erlu. The Dragon Queen is right about one thing. Erlu is the king that the people of the northern region are loyal to. Such a huge matter should be handled by the king. Erlu did not hesitate. He coldly scanned the Northern Territory nobles in the hall. His voice was as cold as steel. Execute Saigon Thane and Yali Kostark. Strip the Thane family of their title as the Earl of Carhold City. Anyone who participated in, witnessed, or understood the process of sacrificing deviant ghosts, regardless of their numbers, will be executed. He was not afraid of being hated for being too harsh. He even dared to burn the Dragon Queen's nephew and stab the Holy Mother. Why would he be afraid of the mere resentment of the Northern Territory nobles? It had to be said that Erlu was more responsible than Danny and Awkward. He was too responsible. After Robert's death, he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of being the king of the Seven Kingdoms. He did not care if the others accepted it or not. Hiss. Even though Erlu's punishment was 10 times lighter than massacring the city, there were still gasps of horror by the fireplace. Awkward opened his mouth. He wanted to plead for Yali Kostark, but he could not bring himself to say it. Erlu noticed Awkward's hesitant expression and asked, "Do you have a different opinion?" John shook his head and asked, "Who will carry out this mission?" Erlu glanced at the Dragon Queen. Seeing that she did not take the initiative to volunteer, he was immediately unhappy. "I'm not stupid. Of course, I know that you don't want to be the bad guy. But since I've taken the initiative to take on all the responsibility, why don't you want to sacrifice a little?" He looked at the Dragon Queen with a fawning expression and tried to persuade her, "You are the only one who has the ability and qualifications to quickly carry out the punishment." No. Danny shook her head. "In the Westeros, I can barely be considered a prince of Dragonstone Island. How can a prince of Dragonstone Island interfere with the internal affairs of the Northern Territory? Massacring Carhold City is a pot of shit. Killing Saigon and Yali is a cup of shit. The Dragon Queen is so pure that she does not even want to touch a rat's poop." Melisandre's eyes flashed. She secretly glanced at the pockmarked Richard standing behind Erlu and said with a smile, "His Majesty Stannis is benevolent. He rejected the decision to massacre Carhold City. The citizens of Carhold City should be grateful. So, you can arrange for Sir Richard to fly to Carhold City and announce His Majesty's decree to everyone in the city. Then, you can summon the innocent knights and citizens of the city to carry out His Majesty's judgment." Erlu frowned. He turned to look at his knight and hesitated. The pockmarked knight, however, was delighted. He patted his chest and promised, "Your Majesty, I will definitely bring the heads of Yali Kostark and Saigon Thane to you." Danny looked back and forth between the red-robed woman and the red-heart knight. She gradually understood. Melisandre knew of the pockmarked knight's great achievements. Erlu pondered for a moment. He stood up and walked in front of the knight. He said in a low voice, "Watch your words. Just say that the judgment is still pending. Bring Saigon and Yali to Winterfell for the trial. The others can be put aside. We only have the ability to deal with the culprit." He gave the knight a meaningful look. "Do you understand what I mean?" "Completely." Richard nodded solemnly. "Remember, you only need to bring them back to Winterfell." Erlu heaved a sigh of relief. Erlu understood the situation well. Melisandre knew a person's face and mind. She had completely grasped the Red Heart Knight's personality and behavior. Only the pockmarked knight himself did not understand. The next morning, John gloomily told everyone that Sir Richard did not bring back the heads of Saigon and Yali. Instead, His own head was hung on the flagpole in front of Carhold City. Chapter 783. It was night time. Winterfell, guest room castle. The door and corridor were guarded by unsullied ones. Even if she was in the same building as Erlu, Dany could still sleep peacefully. However, she did not sleep. After becoming a demigod, her resting time had decreased from 7 hours a day to 1 hour a day, or even half an hour a day. If she was calm and did not expend too much mana or stamina, she could even go a few days without rest. Even if her resting time was reduced, Dany still felt that it was not enough. Because other than her identity as a queen, she was also a practitioner. Caw, caw, caw. Her violet eyes were covered by a layer of black shadow. Following that, the black shadow condensed into dots of thick black ink that seeped out of her eyes and floated in the air, forming a large black crow. "I'm a little scared." The large black crow cawed. "What's there to be scared of? It will be over soon. Apple and Sesame are crying so miserably." The large black crow said. "Only through hardship can one rise above others. Look at how beautiful Apple has become." Dany blinked again, and a red light flashed in her eyes. A red mist of fire flew out, and the mist of fire exploded, revealing an apple-faced silver-haired elf. "Mother Goddess, why did you call me?" "Sister Fog is teaching me the language of trees." The 2-foot-tall apple-faced elf pouted. Like Little Fog, she had a pair of flaming dragonfly wings, but her appearance, hair color, and clothes were different. "Zhenxing said you were crying miserably, so pitiful." Dany pinched Apple's cheeks and chuckled. After recruiting 200 crows from Bran, she immediately burned their corpses to ashes, leaving only their souls in the 7 gods' faith space. She was now like an old man playing with iron balls in the park. Whenever she had free time, she would flip her right hand and take out a crow's soul and burn it, causing them to cry miserably and miserably. However, the crows' corpses had been destroyed, and the ones being burned were souls. Normal people could not see or hear the souls' voices. Almost a week had passed, and Dany had burned a total of 25 crows into life imprints. She then reforged the imprints, allowing them to be reborn as fire elemental fairies. Yes, Xiaowu now has 25 more clansmen. Every time she burned a new crow spirit, Dany would pay attention to it. If it was of the fire element, the fire resistance of the crows would be very high. For example, Little Mist, in just a few hours, she was burned from a complete soul to a life imprint. Another example was Ah Fu, who had been burned for half a month and had finally turned into a life imprint. Because it was not of the fire or wind attribute, Dany could not reincarnate it into an elemental spirit. Since it was too difficult to produce other elemental sprites, Dany prioritized picking out all the fire sprites. In this way, he was able to create 25 little elves in just a few days. Every time a fire spirit was burned, Dany's divinity of creation from fire would increase by a large margin. In just a few days, her Song of Fire progress had jumped from 5% to 17%. In other words, the sheep egg had recently lost nearly 10% of its Song of Fire. The Song of Fire was like a company's shares. Every bit Dany gained, the sheep egg lost a bit. Once this process happened, it was almost irreversible. Because Dany was able to take away the sheep egg's Song of Fire, it meant that her Song of Fire was of a higher grade than his. And the will of the world was very cold, only allowing the stronger to laugh and ignoring the cries of the old. Your luck is good, Zhenxing, you are a fire spirit," Dany said to the crow that was wailing in the flames on her palm. "Ah, it hurts so much," Zhenxing cried out loudly. But his cry was filled with spirit power, and his crow form was still intact. "Burn a few more times, your brain will be burned and it won't hurt anymore." Danny comforted him with a smile. My brain is a bit muddled. It seems like I am quickly losing my memories. Zhenxing said in fear. This is a normal phenomenon, memories are a restriction. The long life will make your soul tired and old, you will start a new life without worries and be filled with novelty. Danny said. Oh, I am indeed very tired, that's why I came to find you. Zhenxing was no longer afraid, and no longer cried out. Instead, with a calm attitude, he tried his best to feel the last of the pain that belonged to Zhenxing. After a long time, when Zhenxing was about to forget his name, he suddenly said anxiously, "Can I be called Zhenxing after being reborn?" No, all the fire spirits have to be named after fruits. But Little Wu is the big sister, she has special privileges. But they have already chosen the fruit names. Zhenxing felt wronged. There are millions of fruits in the world, enough for all the crows to use. Why don't you be called durian? No one uses durian yet. Danny suggested. There was no reply, because Zhenxing had already forgotten who he was, and was burned into an idiot. Since you don't object, then I will call you durian. Danny said to herself. Gender information was recorded in the life imprint, so could this information be changed? If a male shapeshifter entered the body of a female crow after death, obviously, the crow's body would already be that of a female, so the shapeshifter's second life would be that of a female. At this moment, when his life imprint fused with the crow, his gender information had already changed. Danny could only fine-tune the part of the life imprint that had changed, such as the form information. She changed the child of the forest's form to a human, and now she could even fine-tune the crow's form to a phoenix, but she could not change it to a megalosaurus, as the crow's form was too different from that of a megalosaurus. If the child of the forest's second life in a female crow's body, its gender information would have changed, and Danny could naturally fine-tune its gender. If the child of the forest's second life in a female crow's body, its gender information would not change, and Danny could not change the gender of the newborn fire spirit. Of the 25 newly born fire spirits, 80% were female. Not long after, the male child of the forest, Zhenxing, also became a female fire spirit, durian. Well, the new life in a female crow's body had changed its gender information. Alas, the progress is getting slower and slower. Feeling the weak increase in divinity, Danny sighed helplessly. When Little Mist was born, Song of Fire instantly broke through from 0 to 2%. After that, when she burned the dwarf and branded him with the God's Descent rune, it increased by nearly 3%. When she burned the 25 fire spirits, the increase was getting lower and lower. When Durian was born, the whole process only had an increase of 0.1%. Maybe the benefits of creating fire spirits have reached their limit. Using fire to create spirits other than fire elements, such as wind spirits, can have a greater increase. Or, should I swallow a part of the sheep egg's divine soul? Danny frowned as she pondered. Swallowing the sheep egg's divine soul could increase the fire divinity and some special fire-type talents. But the sheep egg itself did not have the divinity of fire creation, and Danny's Song of Fire had the polarity of fire creation. Therefore, swallowing the sheep egg would not increase her Song of Fire. But this did not mean that swallowing the sheep egg was not beneficial to the growth of Song of Fire. The sheep egg was also a holy spirit. Like Danny, it had a special talent. Seizing its talent and fire divinity could help Danny better understand Song of Fire. For example, before swallowing the sheep egg, reincarnating the durian could increase Song of Fire by 0.1%. After swallowing the whole sheep egg, reincarnating a fire elemental spirit could increase Song of Fire by 0.2% or more. This was like doing physics experiments on the diffraction of light. Compared to Einstein, an ordinary university student would definitely have a much lower understanding. Divinity, divine position, and even Song of Fire, to put it bluntly, were all a kind of knowledge control. Burning crows and creating little spirits were equivalent to doing experimental research to obtain knowledge. Throwing the durian into her mind, Danny let little Mish teach her new little sister while she continued to burn the crows. Just as she burned a non-fire type crow to the point that its body was on the verge of collapse, Blackie suddenly took the initiative to enter her dragon soul. The dragon's soul entered her body and entered the stranger state. Danny's figure was shrouded in a layer of blurry shadow. She transformed into a stranger and entered the world of death. Following that, the scenery in front of her changed rapidly. It was as if she had suddenly entered the speed of light. In just an instant, the grayish-white Winterfell turned into a foggy Carhold city. Soon, Danny understood what had happened. Oh no! In the grayish-white world of death, Sir Richard was bound by black shadow chains. He struggled with all his might and wailed miserably. No, it shouldn't be like this. It can't be like this. You're not the Light King. The Light King isn't you. It's not you. Hee hee. What answered him was a sneer that made his soul tremble in fear. The shadow chains extended endlessly towards the east, crossing a large river of grey fog. On the other side of the river, at the end of the chains, a huge demon was faintly discernible in the darkness, laughing savagely. One could vaguely make out that the demon had the horns of a sheep, the head of a cow, the body of a snake, the tail of a scorpion, the claws of a tiger. The end of the shadow chains on Sir Richard's body was tightly wrapped around his furry arm. He was still dragging him. That's right. Your faith is me. Where there's fire, there's a shadow. I'm the first flame, the first light. I'm also the shadow under the first flame. Hee hee, I'm the shadow demon, the demon god of the darkness, shadow demon Lalo. The demon laughed coldly, and this world of death seemed to tremble in his laughter. As my believer, you don't even know my image. You deserve to die. As my believer, you dare to do such a blasphemous thing to me. The demon's cow face twisted, revealing his curved teeth with barbs. He announced in a booming voice, your sin can't be redeemed even with 10,000 deaths. I'll first roast you on the demon flame for 100,000 years, then throw you to the lustful demon to play with for another 100,000 years, then soak you in the carrion pool for another 100,000 years, and then, no, Mother of Mercy. In the cold voice of the evil god, the muddle-headed knight with a pockmarked face suddenly shuddered. After he woke up, he immediately shouted to the sky, Mother of Mercy, I have the atonement scroll, Mother of Mercy. I was wrong, I was wrong. I won't believe in foreign evil gods anymore. Holy Mother of God, I beg you to have mercy on this lost little lamb. Mother of Mercy. Hee 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 hee. The shadow demon laughed strangely. Ever since you committed the crime of blasphemy, my curse has been following you like a shadow. Before you died, I cast my gaze on you. At the moment of your death, your soul automatically came to my domain. This is my kingdom of death. I'm the master, and no one can save you. Your fate is sealed. Caw, caw, caw. A flock of black crows suddenly flew over from the grayish-white world of death. The world of death only had two colors, gray and white. The red light in the crow's eyes was also dyed gray. One after another, the crows landed on the shadow chains between Richard and the Minotaur. Who dares to intrude into my domain? Chapter 784. When Erlu came up with the punishment for Carhold City, he didn't intend to carry it out himself. He thought that the Dragon Queen would ride her dragon to Carhold City like before. With 3 Megalosaurus, she had the ability to massacre a city. Hence, no matter how harsh his punishment was, Carhold City wouldn't resist the Dragon Queen. Resistance would be useless. He didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so capable. When Melisandre suggested that Sir Richard take the risk, he wasn't willing, but he didn't object. He did not object because he truly believed that Carhold City had to be punished and killed as an example to others. He was reluctant because he was not stupid. He knew that it would be difficult for Richard to incite the people of Carhold City and the small nobles to rebel against Count Saigon with his glib tongue. Hence, Erlu took a step back. He didn't want to kill everyone who participated in the sacrifice. He only wanted Richard to deceive Saigon and his wife into coming to Winterfell. Then, in front of all the nobles, they would be burned to death and sacrificed to the Light King. The mission of deceiving Saigon and his wife into coming to Winterfell wasn't dangerous. If Saigon refused, Richard would fly back. At most, the mission would fail. However, Richard's personality wasn't suitable for this mission. If it was the Onion Knight, Saigon would most likely be deceived into coming to Winterfell. My wife just gave birth. She can't bear the pain of traveling thousands of miles. Saigon's face was pale, but his tone was sincere. Saigon received Richard with the etiquette of a king's envoy. When Richard suggested bringing Saigon and his wife to Winterfell, Saigon didn't fly into a rage. I can leave Carhold City with Sir Richard, but can my wife stay in the castle to recuperate? Saigon pleaded softly after explaining his situation. If Dany was here, she would hesitate for a while before agreeing reluctantly. She would even say, "Your wife is weak. Don't frighten her. You have to explain to her that the trial at Winterfell won't take long. Even if you're punished by King Stannis, you'll return within 3 days." Richard's face stiffened, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He laughed coldly and said, "That's not up to you. King Stannis made it clear that he wants the both of you to go to Winterfell for trial." Hearing this, the deep coldness hidden in Saigon's grey eyes turned into undisguised killing intent. "It seems that he is determined to kill everyone. I'm already willing to die, so why won't you let my wife go?" Even the last Stark was not spared. "I'm afraid the Therns will also be dealt with." Saigon's face was pale and bloodless due to the loss of his right arm. He looked like an evil spirit. Richard was stunned and blurted out, "You know." He. Saigon chuckled. "From the first time I saw you, I knew my ending. Because the way you look at me is like you're looking at a dead person. However, I thought that as long as I could protect my family, it wouldn't be a problem for me to take the blame. After all, I did something I shouldn't have done. After all, the Dragon Queen is so terrifying, I don't dare to rebel. But now, you've already decided to kill everyone, so do I still need to be afraid of her?" "Fuck." Richard hurriedly pulled down his helmet, turned around, and rushed out of the door. As he ran, he shouted his pterosaur's name. His pterosaur had been hovering in the sky. Saigon slowly got up and followed behind the Red Heart Knight with a sneer on his face. Before Richard could rush out of the castle's living room, he heard the pterosaur's shrill howl coming from the courtyard. He immediately understood that there was an ambush in the courtyard. Helplessly, he could only shout for the pterosaur to leave. Not long after, the howl gradually rose and faded away. When Richard ran to the stone steps outside the door, he could no longer see his pterosaur. The next moment, more than a dozen shield-bearers lined up in a shield wall, pressing in from all directions. With a few bangs, the knight who was swinging his sword was knocked down to the ground. "I ate your bread." The Red Heart Knight who was pressed to the ground struggled to raise his head, glaring at Saigon. It was also because they were in the snow outside the castle that Saigon, who had rushed over, immediately handed him a bread dipped in salt, so Richard was willing to leave the pterosaur's back and follow him into the castle. Saigon nodded and sighed. I understand the guest's rights and am willing to abide by them. But the guest's rights not only restrict the host, but also require the guest to not have any ill intentions towards the host. From the moment you used a clumsy lie to deceive Yali and me into going to Winterfell to die, you are no longer protected by the guest's rights. Killing me won't do you any good. Richard didn't want to die. Tell me, what does Stannis plan to do with me? The pockmarked knight pursed his lips, stubbornly not saying a word. He didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to betray his lord. Hiss! A sword flashed, and the knight's head rolled to the ground, dragging a line of blood. His face was facing upwards, and he blinked blankly, dead. Ah, Chief, you killed him. A third soldier on the side was shocked and puzzled. Killing him will infuriate the Red Heart King. Clang! Saigong threw the blood-stained longsword on the ground, stepped on Richard's head with the sole of his shoe, and rolled it half a circle so that Richard's face was facing downwards. Hang the head and the torso on the flagpole at the top of the watchtower. Saigong's eyes flashed as he coldly said. The surrounding Thurn guards were motionless, their eyes wide open as they looked at their chief in horror. The bearded Sir Jaime stepped out and said worriedly, "Earl, that will offend Stannis." Jaime was a productive knight, a vassal of Carhold City. I just want to infuriate him. Saigong's eyes were cold as he looked down at the town in the darkness outside the castle. He said in a deep voice, Stannis only has pterosaurs, and pterosaurs can't breathe fire. How many wildfire bombs can he bring with him? But his bombing will make everyone in Carhold City afraid, and fear will make the people of the Northern Territory completely forget my identity as a Thurn. Only if the people of the Northern Territory and the Thurn Kingdom unite by my side, we will have a chance to survive this long and difficult night. Sir Jaime was shocked. He didn't expect this barbarian earl to be so shrewd. But he didn't feel disgusted, because Saigong was doing this for the sake of Carhold City. If we attract the Dragon Queen, he said worriedly. No, the Dragon Queen has already punished me last time. She won't come again, at least not personally. Saigong gritted his teeth as he felt the dull pain in his right shoulder. But Winterfell won't let me go. Only the Megalosaurus has the ability to carry out the punishment, we have to be careful. Saigong's eyes flashed with a calculating light as he lowered his head to instruct his trusted aide. Saigong could be considered a hero to be able to become the Earl of the Northern Territory from a barbarian leader. Just as he had guessed, wings of death came the next morning. Unfortunately, 6 days ago, in the Black Castle of the Great Wall, the Dragon Queen gave Sir Richard a ticket to heaven. The pockmarked knight didn't want it, but the Dragon Queen had just given him the title of Devil Hunter. He couldn't refuse, so he hung the ticket around his neck casually. If he had to take a bath or change his underwear after a while, the pockmarked knight might have thrown away the blessing of the Holy Mother. Fortunately, only 6 days had passed and he hadn't had time to take a bath. The moment he was beheaded by Saigong, the small pouch on his chest started to heat up, and a faint golden light flickered inside. Under normal circumstances, when the ticket to heaven was activated, the stranger's divine power would automatically bring the pockmarked knight's soul to heaven. This was the program set in the rune. Just like the town portal scroll in the game. But what was brought back wasn't the body, but the soul of the dead. But the first time the ticket to heaven was used, there was a system failure. Just as Richard died, his soul was captured by another death demon god. In the end, the ticket to heaven was just a divine spell of the stranger, and it was a very simple and low-level divine spell. It was natural that he couldn't snatch it from a demon god. But the failure of the stranger's divine spell alarmed Blackie, and he took the initiative to contact Dany's dragon spirit. Dany turned into a stranger and followed the attraction line that the ticket to heaven left on Richard's soul, and instantly came to Keho City similar to Kuei-shi's soul projection. She saw the pockmarked knight's tragic fate. In the grey world of death, Richard's soul was bound by shadow chains and was about to cross a grey, foggy river and fall into the hands of the shadow demon on the other side. No, Holy Mother of Mercy, I have the atonement scroll. Richard struggled and howled. Stop struggling, Richard, this is your fate. Suddenly, the shadow chain wrapped around the pockmarked knight's chest revealed an extremely distorted and elongated face. It was like a rubber doll in the hands of a naughty child. It was pulled and elongated, and the face was pulled out of shape. But when Richard lowered his head, he immediately recognized the identity of the face. Sir Gaudy. His eyes widened in horror as he cried out in disbelief. It's me, Richard, stop struggling, this is your fate. Gaudy Farland's eyes were filled with hatred and mockery. It was as if the giant killer was filled with hatred for his former good friend, and was happy to see him in this state. Aren't you dead? Killed by Big John's sword. Richard's strength in his struggle weakened as he asked in a daze. Yes, I'm dead. Lolo's believers will enter his kingdom after death. I went, and then my soul was forged into the soul chains that bound you, Gaudy Farland said sorrowfully. Ah, how can this be, how can this be? Richard could not accept this reality. He shook his head and begged with tears in his eyes, Gaudy, we've been friends for decades, let me go. I want to go to heaven, I can feel the call from heaven. Go to heaven. Gaudy Farland's eyes became extremely venomous. You want to go to heaven? If you go to heaven, what will happen to me? How can I be happy if I don't see you suffer an even worse fate? Richard felt the chains binding him tighten. You're not that kind of person, have you forgotten? We're friends. The pock-marked knight cried. He, your sorrow brings me joy. Gaudy Farland laughed sinisterly. He, your sorrow brings us joy. A series of vicious laughter came from the chains. Richard took a closer look and immediately felt his scalp go numb. Every section of the chain had a distorted and elongated face. He was familiar with every face. They were all his comrades who had died in battle, or sacrifices burned by the blazing red heart knights. Our killer's believers were treated the same as the sacrifices, they were all forged into shadow chains. No, Richard exploded with the strongest emotions, despair, grief, and anger. Holy Mother of Mercy. He kept howling. He, this is my kingdom of death, I'm the ruler, no one can save you. On the other side of the grey fog river, Shadow Devil Lolo laughed happily. Who is it? Who dares to break into my god's domain? Suddenly, Shadow Devil's laughter stopped and he roared. Silently, a series of black ink dots flew over from the west and landed on the chain. Each dot of ink turned into a crow. In an instant, on the west bank of the grey fog river, 27 crows landed on the shadow chains between Richard and the Minotaur. Caw, caw, caw. In the monochromatic grey world, the greyish-red eyes of the crows were still eye-catching. What was even more eye-catching was that their beaks pecked at the chains, creating sparks of grey gold. Crack, crack, crack under the grey gold sparks, holes quickly appeared on the shadow chains. Then, after a series of fluctuations, the chains exploded. Bam, bam, bam. The chains binding Richard turned into black fog section by section. In the black fog, there were distorted and angry faces. Caw, a crow grabbed a handful of Richard's hair in its beak, flapped its wings, and instantly disappeared in the black and white world. No, Shadow Devil Lolo was furious on the other side of the grey fog river, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 785. Danny had once envied the three-eyed crow for having the child of the forest, Raven. As the second life of the child of the forest, Raven possessed an enormous amount of magic power. The three-eyed crow only needed to infuse a single thought into Raven's mind to turn it into a powerful doppelganger. The second life of the child of the forest in Raven's body was a talented shapeshifter. There was even a green prophet among them. They had all the characteristics of shapeshifters, tenacious souls and powerful mana. More importantly, they were of the same origin as the three-eyed crow. Their mana and witchcraft attributes were a perfect match. When Dani first came to the Westeros, even with the great black dragon spirit, she couldn't discover Brandon's raven in her mind. This showed how powerful the raven's clone was. That raven was only an ordinary child of the forest. Then, it was combined with Brandon's thought. Later on, Dani obtained the two ravens, Fog and Fokin, with great difficulty. However, her fire sorcerer profession and shapeshifter profession's raven attributes were not compatible. Her mana and witchcraft were not compatible. Hence, she couldn't be like the three-eyed crow and let the raven display half of its power with just a thought. This regret was the initial motivation for Dani to use the fire creation innate talent to create the fire sprite. To put it bluntly, Dani wanted to be like Brandon and use the powerful crow doppelganger to show off, so she roasted Big Mist and Ah Fu. In the end, by accident, she managed to get Little Mist out. The fire sprite's body had immense fire mana, which was compatible with the Dragon Queen witchcraft. Then, she could show off in front of others. Today, she would show off in front of the Shadow Demon, Elf Harlow. If a single fire raven had half of Dani's fire mana, how powerful would 27 fire ravens be? Her main body was in Winterfell. She sent a thought into the fire sprite's body and barged into Shadow Devil Lalo's death domain in the Westeros. Then, she snatched the soul of the pockmarked knight from his hands. The entire process was effortless. The opponent couldn't react in time. Even if he did, he couldn't stop her. Dani Alice. The Minotaur clenched his teeth and roared. Caw, caw, caw. One of the crows took Richard away, and the remaining 26 crows stayed where they were, fusing together like ink. A large blob of ink formed the figure of a gray-black cloaked person. He could not see her face clearly, nor could he see her figure clearly. The gray cloak was like a layer of shadow, making her look very blurry. This is Westeros, the territory of the seven gods. I am the ruler of this place. Dani said calmly. The death god's domain of death was the area where his followers lived and moved around. Wherever there were believers, the steps of the gods would follow. If there were multiple death gods in one area, then whoever had more followers would be the dominant force in that area of death. The death domain was like a mortal's territory. The death god was like a fish in water in his own territory, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Once he left the death domain, he would achieve twice the result with half the effort. The consumption of the death god's power would increase tremendously, but the efficiency would plummet. A weak death god could also resist a powerful foreign death god in his own domain. For example, Kor's Black Goat Church massacred the rebellious Red God believers. Lalo was unable to stop them. As the number one religion in the Seven Kingdoms, the death domain of the Seven God Stranger covered almost all of the Westeros. Before the stranger was born, other death gods could enter the stranger's domain as they wished. After all, there was no stranger. But now, the stranger had appeared and absorbed a large amount of death god's divinity from the Shadow Devil's doppelganger. The death domain of Westeros had completely become Dani's home ground. Oh, no, it wasn't just her. There were also the old gods. The Green Prophet and the King of Strange Ghosts could barely be considered death gods. Actually, before the stranger was born, the death domain of Westeros was also a forbidden land for other death gods. This was because the three-eyed crow had always regarded this continent as his exclusive domain. If the Westeros is your territory, Then what about Slave Bay? The shadow devil Lalo smiled nastily and raised his right claw. He opened his palm and revealed a bunch of wailing and crying human heads. It was like a bouquet of flowers. Every flower was a dead soul, and the flowers were the heads of the dead souls. Those distorted faces were either crying miserably, howling in pain, begging bitterly, cursing loudly. Danny couldn't recognize all the faces, but a few of the dead souls made her pupils contract, and a murderous look appeared on her face. Keek keek. The shadow devil laughed proudly. He stretched out his left claw and plucked a dead soul from the flowers. It was a white-haired old black man. He was the fire wizard Wood, who was once known as the two heroes of Volantis, together with the skinny Pogba. The Dragon Queen gave Kuei-shi's witchcraft to the old wizard and arranged for him to leave a soul imprint on a high-level captive of the Allied army. In the end, he didn't manage to get any information. Instead, Jenny discovered the imprint, and old Wood became weak. Following the imprint, Jenny launched a series of terrifying soul attacks. Old Wood couldn't resist at all. He bled from his 7 orifices and died. Your Majesty, save me. I'm so pitiful. Old Wood wailed miserably. You don't believe in the Red God, right? How did you enter Lalo's divine domain? Danny lost her previous calmness. There were a few low-ranking generals in Slave Bay in the flowers. They fell into Lalo's hands. Danny thought for a moment and no longer had any doubts. This was because they all believed in the Red God when they were alive. The Light King Lalo's teachings were very popular among the poor people. It was a mainstream belief in most parts of the world, especially among the slaves. The Red God Church could be seen as the White Lotus Church in the history of the Celestial Empire. Slave Bay was already considered good because the Gith slave masters had been restricting the development of the Red God. They didn't allow the red-robed monks to build temples in Slave Bay. Only the wandering red monk developed his faith in the streets. Danny was glad that Slave Bay wasn't like Volantis. In Volantis, more than 90% of the slaves were Lalo's fanatics. Oldwood said sadly, I don't believe in the Light King, but when I was young, I sacrificed to the great shadow demon Lalo several times. He saw my talent and remembered me at that time. As soon as I died, I was pulled into the dark lands of the Far East. Are you being controlled by Lalo? Danny looked doubtful. Hee hee. The shadow demon sneered. No, what did I say wrong? Oldwood was wronged and confused. What kind of talent do you have that he would like? Danny complained. Whoa, when I was still alive, you even praised me as the most gifted and talented mage in the Royal Mage Corps. That's why you secretly taught me a legendary wizard's ultimate skill. Old Greenwood really started to cry. Danny was a little embarrassed. She did say that. When tricking people into working for her, of course she had to say good things for free. But Oldwood really lived up to the name of Atile City's double invincible. It only took him a week to learn the soul-marking witchcraft. Then, he died the next day. Sorry, I didn't make it clear. Your talent is enough to look down on the world, but Shadow Demon Lalo is a true god. How could you be shocked so easily? Danny's mouth twitched. Hee hee, for any dark god, the soul of a transcendent is the most precious treasure. I wasn't shocked. I just saw food and was used to drooling. The shadow demon laughed strangely. As he spoke, he stretched out his purple-black tongue and licked old wood from top to bottom and from bottom to top twice. It was like a child licking a popsicle. Seeing that satisfied expression on his face, Danny felt a chill run down her spine. Oh no! Oldwood felt like a layer of skin was peeled off by the sweetness. He cried out in pain, Your Majesty, save me. It hurts. You send my little brothers back, and I'll return Richard's soul to you. How about it? Danny proposed. No, no, no. The Minotaur licked Old Wood again, making him cry out. I did want to exchange with you before. But now, I found that compared to punishing that blasphemer, torturing your loyal servant is more pleasurable. Because your pain and helplessness is the source of my happiness. The Shadow Demon laughed proudly. Are you sure? Can you really forgive, or forget, what Sir Richard has done to you? Danny asked curiously. The smile on the Minotaur's face froze. How could he forgive the shame of the Sun Destroyer? Could he forget? Okay, come here, let's exchange. The Shadow Demon said. I can't leave the Westeros. You should come here. Danny said. The world of the dead was a shadow of the real world. The shadow might be distorted, but it was still the same as the real world. For example, between the Westeros and Essos, there was a long and narrow ocean, the Narrow Sea. It was also the Narrow Sea that formed the natural barrier of the world of the dead in the Westeros. In the world of the dead, everything was gray, like an old black and white TV with the picture turned to the darkest. The river, with the surging gray fog, was the Narrow Sea. Danny and the Shadow Demon were at each end of the Narrow Sea. The Shadow Demon's real body was in the dark land of the Far East. Its current state was similar to Danny's. Only one of its telepathic thoughts reached the border of its realm of the dead. There were many Red God believers in the Free City. At first, the Shadow Demon had predicted Richard's death, but it didn't go to Keho City to wait for his soul to appear. Because Richard was a Red God believer, he would report to the Shadow Demon automatically after his death. However, Richard was wearing the ticket to heaven given by Ms. Long. After his death, his soul would be led to heaven immediately. The Shadow Demon hated him so much that it kept staring at him. When it found that the soul of the pockmarked knight didn't fly to it, it immediately knew that someone was behind this. So it sent a telepathic thought to the border of the world of the dead in the Essos continent. Since it knew that an enemy was trying to steal the soul of its believer, the Shadow Demon didn't dare to let its telepathic thoughts enter the Westeros. It angrily threw out a shadow chain, trying to lure Richard back across the Narrow Sea. What happened next was known to everyone. Now, Danny and the Shadow Demon said that they wanted to exchange hostages, but they didn't want to enter each other's realm of the dead. After a moment of stalemate, the Shadow Demon said, why don't we throw our souls into the Narrow Sea at the same time, and then fight for them with our own abilities? Okay. Danny agreed readily. Then they shouted 1, 2, 3, throw, together. After that, they didn't move and just stared at each other. After a moment of awkwardness, the Shadow Demon said again, why don't we enter the Narrow Sea together and make the deal face to face? Okay. After a moment of hesitation, Danny nodded and agreed. They looked at each other face to face. Then they each took a step and entered the rapidly surging river. Chapter 786. She stepped out and left the Westeros. She entered the world of death projected by the Narrow Sea, the river of gray fog that flowed rapidly in front of her. Danny's vision blurred, and she found that the scenery around her had changed greatly. The gray fog that she had expected did not appear. Above her was a thick layer of dark clouds, and below her were rolling gray waves. She tried to take a step. She didn't feel as comfortable as before. She encountered resistance. It was like jumping from flat ground into a waist-deep quagmire, and the quagmire was getting deeper and deeper. Every step was more difficult than before. She could feel that simply walking through the world of death didn't consume much divine power. But if she wanted to use the magic of death, such as summoning the ghosts around her, it would consume a lot of divine power, and the effect wasn't half as good as in the Westeros. The farther she was from the Westeros, the greater the resistance, and the lower the efficiency of the magic. The world of death is really wonderful, Dany murmured. Soon, she met the shadow demon in the middle of the narrow sea. It wasn't right to call it the narrow sea. The real world here should be the trembling sea between Keho City and Bravos. Where's that sinful blasphemer? The shadow demon shouted angrily. The shadow demon with the head of a bull and the body of a snake was 10 meters tall, while Dany was only 1.7 meters tall. The difference in size was huge. Where's my little brother? But her voice wasn't lower than his. The shadow demon stared at her coldly with his bull eyes. He raised his right paw and opened his palm, revealing a cluster of soul flowers growing in his palm. It was as if every soul was a strand of hair growing on his furry tiger claws. Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, I'm suffering. Queen, have mercy, have mercy. The old man and the officers of the Mother of Dragons guards cried and begged together. Suddenly, Dany retreated quickly and shouted angrily, "What a cunning evil god, how dare you ambush me?" The shadow demon's sneer froze, and he cried out, "How did you find out?" After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and chased after Dany at an even faster speed. Just as he was about to catch up, in the next instant, the suddenly retreating stranger stopped abruptly. He swelled up into a large crow, spreading his wings and pouncing towards the shadow demon's eyes. Shadow demon hurriedly closed his eyes when he saw the bright flames on the crow's beak. He even subconsciously used his right hand to block in front of him. Caw, 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 the crow took the opportunity to peck on his wrist. Boom! The world of death, which had always been black and white, exploded with a ball of black and red flames. Awoo! The tall and mighty shadow demon's right hand was pecked off by the little crow. Well, both of them were spirits, so size didn't matter. However, Dany was driving the Fire Crow Gundam, while Shadow Demon was just using his own spirit. In terms of the quality of her soul, Dany was far inferior to him. In terms of size, she was far superior to him. Coupled with the Fire Raven's nature as a fire elemental spirit, Stranger could use the Dragon Flame divine art. In a one-on-one fight, Shadow Demon was no match for her. Save me! Queen, save me! The undead on the furry claws cried out in ecstasy. Like noodle men, they stretched their necks endlessly and wrapped around the big crow. Caw! The crow cawed. What responded to the souls of the little brothers was not, "You are saved," but a terrifying soul-destroying blow. Awoo! The faces of the undead twisted as they wailed ferociously. Why? Old Wood's eyes were red like a ghost's. He asked sorrowfully. Boom! Dany didn't answer him. She didn't stop. After the soul-destroying blow, she used the Holy Mother Raging Dragon Flame. The crow seemed to have become a fire-breathing dragon. It spewed out a sea of holy white flames, covering all the souls on the broken palm. Crackle! Like fat maggots that were fished out of a cesspit, the intestines of the undead were pierced and their souls melted. From the depths of their souls, there was a burnt and rotten smell. They weren't human at all. From the moment they entered Shadow Demon's domain, they became servants of Shadow Demon. Just like the followers of the 7 gods who entered heaven, they became lambs of the Holy Mother. You are so cruel. The souls of ordinary people were destroyed by the flames and spiritual bestowment. Old Wood was an extraordinary, so he managed to hold on for a moment. Just as he was about to be engulfed in flames, his soul cursed the Dragon Queen. I curse you. I was loyal to you when I was alive, and I even died for you, but you don't care about our past relationship at all. It was because of that bullshit wizard soul technique you taught me that I suddenly died. I didn't even have time to deal with the hundreds of thousands of gold coins I left behind. You must have embezzled them, right? I curse you. One day, you will fall into the hands of the great Lolo. I cursed sigh, if it wasn't to free you, why would I take the risk to come to narrow sea? Danny's tone was complicated. You curse me, but I don't blame you. Because I know that you have been completely corrupted by Lolo. Like you said, you were loyal to me when you were alive, so I should help you get out of this sea of suffering. No, this is my heaven. Old Wood's old face melted in the flames. Right, I didn't take any of the inheritance you left behind. I gave it all to your best friend, Pogba, Danny suddenly said. Oh, I curse you. I also want to curse Pogba. He clearly knew that I raised Little Boom. Before he finished cursing, Voldwood turned into a string of grayish-black souls similar to the Black Sun, East Sea-gazing shadow demon's divine soul, and his soul completely disappeared. Danny let out a sigh of relief when all the undead were burned away. Hee. Are you done with your work? Now that you are done, it's our turn. Shadow Demon grinned. Just as the big crow burned its palm, the Oxhead Demon avoided the flames and took a few steps back. Beside it, another figure slowly appeared. It was a short woman wearing a white, wide canvas suit. Well, the dirty grayish-white sail on the wide clothes cut looked like a little girl who stole her father's suit. Her hair was messy like seaweed, her face was pale, and her facial features were delicate. However, her mouth, nostrils, and eyelids were tightly sewn together by thick iron threads, leaving no gap. You are Pale Moon Virgin. Danny was surprised. The image of the bare-legged woman in the suit was too obvious. Danny only took a glance and found the corresponding god in her memory. Pale Moon Virgin, the death of the sea worshipped by the sailors. It was said that not only her mouth and eyes were sewn together, but also her lower body. Therefore, everyone believed that she was absolutely pure. In Westeros, Pale Moon Virgin was not famous, but there were temples in the coastal trading cities of Ursos. Of course, Faceless One also prepared a statue for her in the black and white school. Walala. The bare-legged woman in the suit pointed at the big crow, and the gray seawater immediately rose, forming an arc-shaped dome above the three gods of death. Danny felt that she was like a butterfly caught in a spider's web. Her whole body was bound, and it was difficult for her to move. Are you tired of living? An ant-like little demigod, how dare you participate in the war of the Megalosaurus? The big crow let out a sharp cry. The sea is my domain. Here, I am the Megalosaurus, and you are an ant. The Pale Moon Virgin spoke for the first time. The voice of his soul was like a sewing needle with thread, trying to sew the soul of the listener into his ghostly appearance. Seeing that the big crow was trapped, the shadow demon did not immediately attack. Instead, he asked curiously, "This is the sea, the domain of Pale Moon Virgin. How did you find her?" If the big crow only bit off his arm and burned people, he could guess that she was deliberately shouting, "Evil god dares to ambush me." However, the distance she retreated just happened to avoid Pale Moon Virgin's ambush. If she did not run, she would have been dragged into Pale Moon Virgin's holy kingdom. You are an evil god, how can you honestly keep the agreement? Since you dare to exchange hostages with me, there must be an ambush. Danny looked as if it was a matter of course, completely forgetting the fact that she did not bring Richard's soul with her. The shadow demon's cow face was distorted. He pointed at the big crow and shouted, "Kill her." However, before the two evil gods could do anything, the big crow moved. Caw! She looked up at the sky and let out a soul-destroying attack. The moment the two evil gods were slowed down, the big crow suddenly expanded into a big burning fireball. I am going to self-destruct. I am going to die with you. The big fireball was like a detonated nuclear bomb, expanding infinitely in an instant. Boom! It exploded. She really exploded. The 26 fire elves and the stranger Danny's thought exploded at the same time. Although the fire elves were small in size, the fire magic in their bodies was almost half of Danny's. After all, the fire elves were children of the forest who had cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years in their previous life. With such terrifying magic power exploding in an instant, the power, Pale Moon Chu knew, and the shadow demon only had time to show expressions of fear before they were drowned by the endless flames. The violent magic waves of the world of death even affected the real world. The widow looked on. Dawn. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out from the tower of the Ferlint castle. The sun is out. Look, there's a sun rising from the sea in the east. The sun is really out. Is the night over? Countess Ferlint stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the red light that shot towards her. She really did touch the sun. The warmth of the touch was unmistakable. At the shivering sea in the east, a dark red sun broke through the thick fog and swept away the darkness that had enveloped the widow for many days. Over the past few months, the people once again felt the warmth and light of the sky. It was a pity that happy times were always so short. Soon, the nobles and servants of the widow fell into despair once more. "Ah, the sun is extinguishing," they cried. The world of death projected by the shivering sea. The gloomy black clouds, the turbulent sea, everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, the shadow demon had disappeared without a trace. Even though it was huge, it had only sent a strand of its consciousness, which had been destroyed by the explosion. Pale Moon Chu knew, on the other hand, was like a rag doll that had been torn apart by a naughty child. Her hair was all burnt, and her nose, eyes, and mouth had melted into an overturned palette. Her skin was charred black and festering, and her pale ribs and pitch-black beating heart could be seen through her chest. She had come with her true body. Just like how Stranger Danny could hide 99% of her body in the world of death, the stitched cherry monster could enter the world of death with his physical body. However, he could only pull 70% of his body into the world of death, which was far inferior to Stranger Danny's. Fortunately, it was only 70%. Otherwise, he would have been blasted to death in the world of death. How terrifying! Is this the strength and magnanimity of the child of the era? You self-destructed without even struggling. Pale Moon Chu knew floated on the surface of the sea, her voice filled with unconcealable fear. I self-destructed because it's one of my moves. It has nothing to do with magnanimity. Stranger Danny's proud voice rang out in the air. Bits and pieces of ink appeared in the vast space in all directions. The ink that had suddenly appeared quickly gathered in the center. It was like a replay of the explosion scene. Call. Under Pale Moon Chu Nu's horrified gaze, a big crow appeared in the blob of ink. No. Chapter 787. No, this is impossible. The stitched Sakura monster shook his head repeatedly. His twisted face was full of fear and disbelief. You have already self-destructed the core of your soul. How can you still be revived? He let out a soul howl of fear. As he howled, he also planned to leave the world of death. In the eyes of the big crow, the figure of the Pale Moon Chu maiden gradually became blurry, as if she was about to disappear from this world. Ants can't talk to Megalosaurus. The big crow cawed. The soul-destroying attack was like a sharp sword. It struck the space between the Pale Moon Chu maiden's eyebrows, causing her to pause in her attempt to leave the world of death. Then, the big crow swooped down. Its beak, which was emitting grayish-red flames, pierced through her forehead. The crow took out a pale gray shadow from the hole between her eyebrows. It was the spirit of the Pale Moon Chu maiden. After her spirit left her body, her broken body immediately became stiff and motionless. It rose and fell with the gray waves like a piece of wood. No! Let me go. Spare me, Dragon Queen. Be merciful and let me go. The shadow was like a bug that had been caught by a bird. It struggled on the crow's beak and let out a shrill cry. The big crow landed on the corpse of the pale moon Chu maiden. It retracted the divine flames on its beak and asked calmly, "What is your relationship with Lolo? Why did you team up with him to ambush me?" The stitched Sakura monster said regretfully, "I have only met Lolo a few times. We can be considered acquaintances. At that time, I was collecting the souls of drowned sailors at sea. He came to my temple in Bravos and found me. He asked me for a small favor. Then, I don't believe that you would risk your life for him just because you met him a few times." "It's true." The stitched Sakura monster swore. "I swear, I didn't say a single lie. He and I are both gods of the free cities. We have met each other for thousands of years. But I have no relationship with you. You are arrogant and annoying." Ugh! At the end of his sentence, sparks flew out of the crow's beak that clamped down on his spirit. His words came to an abrupt end. I am arrogant and annoying. If she was not a spirit, she would have learned from Erlu and gritted her teeth. No, I was wrong. Dragon Queen, please spare me. The gray shadow begged. However, Danny suddenly regained her composure and said coldly, "Speak clearly. Why do you say that I'm savage and hateful? For thousands of years, you're the only one who, as a mortal, massacred the gods wantonly and took pride in it. We all know the origin of the steel bell in your braid. There are so many demon gods, they think that you're very arrogant," the gray shadow said weakly. "If those evil gods didn't provoke me, how would I have the chance to kill them? If you are all honest, I won't pay any attention to you." Danny said without thinking. You're lying." The gray shadow could not help but tell the truth. "How did I lie?" Danny asked curiously. "You can't fool us. You want to kill the black goat of Kor, you want to kill me, and you want to kill Reese's goddess of lust. All the gods in the free trade city are your targets. You will start the twilight of the gods," the gray shadow said angrily. "How do you know?" Danny was even more surprised. The pale moon maiden was silent. "Speak clearly, and I'll let you live. Have you heard of the saying, Targaryen, your words are like a mountain?" Danny said. "They will." "I don't dare to say," the pale moon maiden said with difficulty. "They?" Danny's eyes flashed. She immediately guessed that there might be an evil anti-dragon mother organization that was quietly born among the many gods and demons. As the saying goes, the death of your companions is better than your own. Your life is only precious to you, and only you have meaning, she said faintly. After a long silence, the pale moon maiden said softly, "When you have the intention to kill a god or demon, the god or demon will sense danger. All these years, I've repeatedly felt the great danger of my life ending, but I didn't know why. Until I met a few other gods, I realized that they had the same premonition. You're only a teenager. You might not understand how we feel. We've lived for thousands, tens of thousands of years. We've always been like the Creator, standing above all living things. This is the first time in our lives that we've encountered the danger of death. That feeling. I'm afraid. I'm angry. I curse. I don't want to sit around and wait for death. I want to eliminate the threat in advance." Then, the high priest of the Black Goat of Kolar came to my temple and told me that the source of the god's disaster was you, Danny Liz Targaryen. Then, we all divined together, and the result was the same: you'll end all of us gods one day soon. You're the great calamity of the gods at the end of this era. That's why, when Lalo called me, I came. Even though I know that you're just a divine thought now, as long as we can weaken your power, we're all willing. At this moment, Danny's emotions were extremely complicated. First, she regretted. She regretted that she had spoken without thinking. She regretted that she had repeatedly hooted about the plan to eliminate the many evil gods in the Free City. She regretted even more that she had underestimated the demon gods of this world. Previously, she had always treated them as canned dragon food stored in the various Free City. When she had the time, she would bring a group of followers to take out the canned food, chisel open the lids, and feed the dragons. However, those evil gods weren't canned food that had no thoughts and no ability to act. Danny felt helpless too. Foretelling the future, what a great ability. However, in this world, prophecies were common among extraordinaires. Even the dogs, Stark's dire wolves, could foresee danger in advance. The lowly witches of the forest who set up stalls to sell aphrodisiac and moon tea could also easily foretell the fate of a country, the toad witch who foretold Circe's life. Actually, I'm a person with a big mouth. Back then, I was just casually saying it. I really won't provoke you in the future. For example, now that I've finished the Battle of Myrene, I've been busy dealing with deviant ghosts. I've forgotten what I said back then. If you hadn't reminded me. At this point, Danny suddenly froze. If she hadn't met the Pale Moon Maiden, if she hadn't heard the prophecy of the gods knowing that they would be ended by her, she would most likely have forgotten about those evil gods. At most, she would have gotten rid of the black goat of Kolar who had been causing trouble for her. However, because of the evil god's prophecy, because of the evil god's enmity, she had no choice but to help them fulfill their prophecy. This prophecy is actually a choice. The future is uncertain. Among the countless destinies, your prophecy chose the destiny that you saw and believed in. Danny looked at the gray shadow on her beak and spoke in a strange tone. What do you mean? The Pale Moon Maiden was confused. It means that if you don't seek death, you won't die. The big crow cawed and asked again, tell me, who are you? Have you formed an alliance? From the narrow sea to the summer sea, and then to the various cities in the Jade Sea, as long as there are demon gods who have sensed the danger of death, they have communicated with each other and set their sights on you. As long as you act like the prophecy and intentionally kill any one of us, the rest of the demon gods will think that the prophecy has already begun. Dozens or even hundreds of demon gods will form an anti-evil god alliance to deal with you together. The Pale Moon Maiden pointed out. Danny could hear the threat in her words. If she killed the Pale Moon Maiden, it would mean that the prophecy of the Dragon Queen initiating the twilight of the gods had been fulfilled. The other demon gods would have identified the source of the threat. Of course, they wouldn't be willing to wait for their deaths. Isn't this unfair? When the long night falls, many demon gods will definitely fall. What does it have to do with me if they sense the danger of death? There are hundreds of demon gods. I swear, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't even know that there are so many evil gods in the world. Besides, why isn't it an anti-Dragon Queen alliance? What's the meaning of an anti-evil god alliance? Am I an evil god? Danny said angrily. Don't you know that you're the child of the era at the end of this era? The Pale Moon Maiden asked, puzzled. Of course. Other than me, who else is qualified to be the child of the era? Danny said proudly. That's why it's never wrong to blame the child of the era for the calamity at the end of the era. During the last long night, the child of the era, Yasua Yahai, wielded a red sword and killed many servants of the god of darkness in the Far East. You'll probably do the same. Danny was stupefied. As for the Anti-Dragon Queen Alliance, the mortals have already used the name of the alliance and even lost the war. Why would the gods care about it? Besides, don't you think that you're evil? I don't care about the rest. But I liberated the slaves and saved countless civilians. How is that evil? Danny said coldly. Who cares if you liberated the slaves or how many civilians you saved? We gods don't care anyway. It's just like a farmer who decided not to eat roast chicken tonight. Instead, he decided to eat mushroom-stewed chicken. When another farmer sees this, he won't think that he's kind or evil. Then what do you care about? Danny said drily. We care about what you've done to the gods, or what you'll do to them. At first, Pale Moon Chu-Nu was still paying attention to controlling her tone. Later on, she became more and more indignant as she spoke. She lost control of her emotions and could not help but speak her mind. You're a god too. But compared to us, you're so out of place. If you're just a maverick, that's fine. But you want to kill us, the innocent, for no reason at all. Among the humans, isn't killing the innocent an evil person? Among the gods, you kill the innocent gods. Why aren't you an evil god? Besides, you don't want to kill one or two innocent gods. Instead, you want to kill all the gods who are at peace with the world and live in harmony. That's why you, who've lost your mind, aren't just an evil god. You're the most terrifying evil god in history. The king of evil gods, evil king, Danny Lilith. When Danny heard that, she was completely speechless. Among the group of evil gods, the only one who was not an evil god, the god of justice, had become the evil king in the eyes of the evil gods. After that, Danny asked in detail which gods of justice had the idea of dealing with the evil king. Yes, as she recorded all of them in her little notebook. She swore to herself that she would make their dreams come true and their prophecies come true. The results made her feel both happy and worried. Including the god of darkness in the east of Yaxia, there were actually more than 100 evil gods who had evil intentions towards her. Oh, the reason why Pale Moon Chu-Nu knew the names of those evil gods was because she was the postman of those evil gods. The world was so big, and the gods had their own territories. They usually did not like to travel around. But Pale Moon Chu-Nu was the god of death of sailors. Her territory was not on land, but all the major shipping routes in the world. Her range of activities was large, but her strength was not strong. Because sailors were an unconventional occupation, the proportion of them among the humans was too low. Thinking about it, in a feudal society, the main productive forces were naturally focused on agriculture. How many people would travel by sea? If it was the god of death of farmers, that would be terrifying. Moreover, sailors did not all believe in Pale Moon Chu-Nu. For example, Westeros sailors believed in blacksmiths and strangers. Chapter 788. Ow, the gray shadow that was clamped by the big crow's beak was like an earthworm in the crow's beak, struggling with all its might. Gray-red flames spurted out from the crow's beak, and the soul of the Pale Moon Maiden let out a mournful howl. Targaryen, a promise is like a mountain. You promised that you would let me go. Yes, Targaryen, a promise is like a mountain. You have answered my question, so of course I will spare your life. But you can't escape death, but you can't escape punishment. I will burn half of your soul as punishment for this offense, Danny said confidently. Ow, half is too much. Dragon Queen, have mercy. I have worked hard for thousands of years to achieve this. Have mercy. The Pale Moon Maiden begged. Danny remained unmoved. It was not as if there were no aftereffects from her self-detonation with the 26 fire crows. The immortality of the Green Prophet's soul was indeed a bug, but the self-destruction didn't only destroy the soul, but also the elemental body of the fire elf. That was why it was so powerful. After reforming, the fire crows were like the megalosaurus after overclocking. The power of the soul was exhausted, and the spirit and physical strength had withered. If she didn't take the opportunity to replenish herself, according to the normal recovery speed, it would probably take a few months. She didn't have a few months to delay. After a while, the gray shadow hung on the crow's beak. It was so thin that it was almost transparent, and the soul of the pale moon maiden was extremely weak. Caw, caw, caw. The big crow's eyes were shining, and it spread its wings and cawed loudly. The demigod soul belonged to the fire crows, and the divinity of death belonged to Blackie. Okay, you are free. The big crow put the gray shadow back into the corpse on the sea surface. After you go back, tell the respected demon gods that I have no enmity against them. The Call Black Goat was deeply involved in the Allied Army's crusade against Slavers Bay, and I suffered heavy losses. Of course, I have to take revenge on him. But the personal enmity between me and him has nothing to do with the other demon gods. Remember to help me explain, Danny said sincerely. Okay. The pale moon maiden didn't know whether she believed it or not, but she agreed weakly. In addition, you should also let all the demon gods who are hostile to me understand that I do not intend to provoke them, but I am not afraid of anyone or gods. I even dared to challenge Valeglia's ancestor god Sheep-Egg and King of Light Lalo at the same time. Why would I be afraid of trouble from them? Or rather, how do they think they are compared to Lalo? Before you make a move against me, think twice before you act. Don't do something stupid that you will regret. Just like today, just like you, do you regret it? Danny's voice turned cold. I regret it. I regret it very much. Pale Moon Chu Nu said honestly. If there was medicine for regret, he would at most send a thought over. It was too dangerous to face the Dragon Queen with his real body. Well, regret didn't mean that there was no hostility. As long as there was a chance, he would still take advantage of the situation, but he was no longer willing to be the main attacker. After all, it was half of the power of the divine spirit. How could he not hate? Actually, it's not too late to regret now, Danny said in a low voice. What do you mean? Pale Moon Chu Nu heard the hidden meaning in her words. What do you think of my reputation? Danny asked. Pale Moon Chu Nu didn't know how to answer. Now, I haven't even obtained complete freedom. Who knows if you will change your mind at the last minute? Targaryen, your words are like a mountain. You really live up to your reputation. This wasn't flattery, but a wish from the bottom of his heart. Since that's the case, why don't we reach an agreement? From now on, you will no longer be hostile to me, and I will never make a move against you. In this way, the so-called prophecy will naturally be broken. Moreover, we can benefit from each other. You help me, and I help you. How can I help you? Pale Moon Chu Nu asked doubtfully. I'm not stupid. I won't think that if you bring a message and threaten those demon gods, they will eliminate their hostility to me. So, I need to make an example of them or kill them to scare them. You help me keep an eye on them. Whoever is most hostile to me, whoever is plotting against me, you can inform me. After I kill them, you can get half of their divinity. How about it? To be honest, Pale Moon Chu Nu was really tempted. She didn't lie when she said that she and Lalo were just nodding acquaintances. Although the gods of the free cities knew each other, they really didn't interact much. Most of the time, they would even fight over believers. The reason why they could maintain overall harmony for thousands of years was more because they had reached a dynamic balance between strength and benefits. If other gods find out, I will definitely become a target, she said worriedly. It's okay. I will provide you with protection. If you encounter an enemy, you can run to the Westeros or Slavers Bay to seek refuge. Alright, I will keep an eye out, Pale Moon Chu Nu said perfunctorily. You can run away, but can you run away from the temple? Won't I return to the sea in the future? Right, tell those demon gods that anti-evil god alliance is too unpleasant. Why don't they change it to Justice Alliance or Avengers Alliance? Before Pale Moon Chu Nu left, Danny made a final suggestion. Winterfell, Dragon Queen's room. Caw, caw, caw. A series of red-eyed black crows flew out from Danny's purple eyes and circled around the room. Then, pang, 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 they turned into 2-foot-tall dragonfly-winged fairies. How do you feel? Danny asked. It was very painful when the explosion happened. Yes, it was so painful. I don't want to explode anymore. Even when I reformed my body, it was almost like I was dead. The fairies' faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. They chattered about the terrible experience after the explosion. How about now? Have you recovered? Danny asked again. Very good, as good as before. What is that? I want more. You mean the rain that falls on the head? I want it too. It's cold and comfortable. The little elves began to discuss the spiritual rain with excitement. That is soul healing. You are not sick now, so you don't need to fill your heads with water. Wah, there are so many fairies. It was morning. Jackie and Eerie came to help Dragon Queen wash up and have breakfast. When they entered, they were shocked to see a house full of fire fairies flapping their wings. They are so beautiful and cute. Our garden will be very lively in the future. Jackie widened her almond eyes and looked left and right excitedly. Eerie tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, if they turn into fireballs, perhaps we won't be afraid of the cold in winter. There are too few of them now. If there are thousands or tens of thousands of fire fairies, perhaps we can form a fake sun, Danny said thoughtfully. As they were chatting, Grey Worm came over and reported, Your Majesty, Duke Stark is looking for you. It seems to be related to Carhold City. Though it was urgent, Danny took a bath, changed her underwear, and put on her armor before going downstairs. At that time, Rulu was already sitting in front of the long table by the fireplace with an ashen face. John's expression was also very ugly. Only Melisandre's expression was indifferent, as if it had nothing to do with her. Saigon rebelled and killed Sir Richard, Rulu said directly. Seeing Dragon Queen's indifferent expression, he thought she didn't believe him, so he continued to explain, My crow companion went to Carhold City half a day ago and saw Saigon cut off Sir Richard's head with his own eyes. Last night, Danny even had a fierce fight with Lalo for the soul of the pockmarked knight. She was not surprised to hear Rulu's words. But she didn't intend to explain, so she asked curiously, How do you plan to deal with this matter? Now, there were only 2 parties at the long table, which was used for meetings and meals. Unlike last night, all the counts of the northern region had not been summoned. Saigon's rebellion had a great impact, so John was also on guard against his vassals. Saigon didn't just kill Sir Richard, he also cut off his head and hung it on the flagpole of the city gate watchtower. He's provoking us. John's gray eyes were burning with anger. You have to do it now. Rulu turned to Danny and said in a deep voice, If this kind of behavior is not punished, the nobles of the northern region will lose their determination to fight against the other ghosts. I'm not suitable for this. Danny still wanted to refuse. You're still afraid of taking responsibility at this time. Rulu clenched his jaw and said angrily. I'm not afraid of taking responsibility. Otherwise, why would I swear an oath to free all the slaves in the world? Do you think I'm not as good as Carhold City and the northern region in fighting against the Allied army? More importantly, I don't want to get shit on me. Danny spoke the truth. Shit on you. Rulu's face made an expression that looked like he was about to shit. Anyone with a normal IQ would know that this is the time to punish Carhold City. But if I really slaughter Carhold City, the way your subordinates look at me, the way they treat me, but I can't kill them with my dragon flames like how I deal with my enemies. Instead, I have to continue protecting their homes. It's the same feeling as having shit on your hands but not being able to wash it off. Danny said. Hearing this, the dog's butt was so embarrassed that it was about to poop out. What about my previous behavior? Erlu asked with a twisted expression. You're the king of the northern region. It's only right that you raise your own child. How about this? John thought for a moment and made a suggestion. I'll call all the nobles of the northern region here. Then, His Majesty Stannis will preside over the meeting. Everyone will vote on how to punish Carhold City. Then, Her Majesty Danny Rise will carry out everyone's decision. Why do I feel like I've become your hired thug? Danny was still not satisfied. If I had a megalosaurus, I wouldn't even waste my breath on you. Erlu was even more dissatisfied with her evasive attitude. Unfortunately, you don't. No matter what they thought, the vassals of the northern region couldn't openly oppose the punishment of Carhold City. This was a matter of principle. But they were also resolutely against Erlu's suggestion and Danny's wish to burn down the city and leave nothing behind. In less than 4 hours, Blackie revisited the place and arrived above Carhold City's castle. Without wasting any time, he dove down from the dark sky and walked along the city walls. His dark red dragon flames cleansed all the sentry towers. Ah, run! The magic dragon is going to burn the city. The mother of dragons is here to punish Carhold City. Your Majesty Daenerys, have mercy, have mercy. It was close to noon. On the city walls, in the courtyard, and even in the small town, there were busy residents and guards. For the first time in their lives, they saw the legendary magic dragon burning the city, happening right in front of their eyes. All of them cried out in fear and begged for mercy. Of course, there were also people who cursed loudly and took up bows and spears to counterattack. Yes, they threw spears and pitchforks at the megalosaurus. The glittering arrowheads and spears left sparks on Blackie's belly armor before they were deflected. Then, Blackie tilted his head and burned the dragon slayers into oil. Blackie left behind a ring of fire around the castle and wailing, twisted and charred bodies. Then, he circled around and burned Carhold City's castle. Chapter 789. This is the verdict of the Northern Territory Council on Carhold City. After burning down the main castle, Blackie stood on top of the smoke-filled castle gate tower and faced the small town outside the castle. He announced the decision of the Northern Territory Council led by Erlu to everyone inside and outside the castle. This time, he didn't announce that he was Deathwing or anything else. In such a serious and cruel situation, Danny wasn't in the mood for gimmicks. They burned down the city, declared their crimes, and left without hesitation. Before he left, he used his claws to grab the corpse on the flagpole, the head and torso of the pockmarked knight. It's finally over. Seeing the black dragon leap into the dark sky, Saigon, who was supporting his wife, heaved a sigh of relief. He wasn't dead. After killing the pockmarked knight and hanging his corpse in public, Saigon guessed that Winterfell's reaction would be intense. He had to use Winterfell's pressure to force the citizens of Carhold City to unite. Winterfell's pressure wouldn't cause the citizens of Carhold City to rebel. The night was long, and the sacrifice would only last for a year. Even if the citizens of Carhold City killed Saigon to appease Winterfell, they would still have to sacrifice the Frost God the next year. The distance between Winterfell and Carhold City was almost 1,500 kilometers. It was too far, and even the winged dragons couldn't throw bombs. It was too tiring to fly while carrying kerosene bombs. In other words, only the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus could punish them. Therefore, Saigon was prepared for the Megalosaurus to burn down the castle. For example, he secretly arranged for his family to hide in the cellar in the backyard. For example, he transferred the resources in the castle and sealed the granary in the basement. For example, he arranged for the Northerners to replace Thurn's garrison on the castle wall to unite the citizens. For example, the Megalosaurus came too quickly. It's like when I killed the flaming red Heart Knight, Winterfell learned of the news. This isn't normal, Saigon was puzzled. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he shivered. Shapeshifter. D*MN, Stark's shapeshifter, Crow, must have been in Carhold City last night. Fortunately, Crow didn't stay in the castle, he said fearfully. If Stark knew that he had made preparations, then, at least the Megalosaurus could find his family's hiding place, and then the beggar's chicken. Will the crows fly back to check on the situation in Keho City? Yali Ka Stark asked worriedly. Saigon nodded heavily as he said with a cold look in his eyes, "It's too conspicuous to sacrifice the frost god in Keho City. Perhaps I should pledge my loyalty to the other king of the Northern Territory." The other king of the Northern Territory. Yali's expression changed greatly. You mean Roose Bolton? The old Skinner isn't dead yet. Although old Skinner and young Skinner were father and son, after the War of the Four Kings, the two of them became independent nobles, with fiefs and titles. Winterfell belonged to the young Skinner. He was the Earl of Winterfell and inherited Stark's castle and fief. The old Skinner, Roose Bolton, was promoted from the Earl of Terror Castle to the Duke of Terror Castle and continued to rule the Bolton family's ancestral fief. They were father and son, but they could be considered as separate families. Therefore, when the young Skinner married the fake Arya and Erlu was defeated by the young Skinner, Roose Bolton brought his men back to his hometown. Roose Bolton wasn't the master of Winterfell, but the young Skinner was. Just like in Hijin County, the capital, Rapid City, belonged to Aemon Fry, and his father, Wade Fry, was still the lord of Rapid City. In the Game of Thrones, the old Skinner's wife, Fat Veda, gave birth to a son. The young Skinner was worried that his younger brother would steal his position as the Bolton family's heir, so he killed the old Skinner first and then sent his stepmother and younger brother to the kennel to be eaten by the hounds. This plot made the young Skinner famous for his ferocity, but severely insulted the intelligence of the old Skinner. Roose Bolton knew what kind of character his illegitimate son was and saw through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Unless he was willing, he wouldn't give Rhaenys the chance to hurt his younger son. Even if Fat Veda gave birth to a nest of golden phoenixes, she wouldn't be able to shake Rhaenys Bolton's right to inherit Winterfell. The young Skinner could become the legitimate master of Winterfell because he married Arya Stark. Stark had no male heirs, and Sansa was a wanted criminal for the murder of the king. Arya became the only legitimate heir of Winterfell. Whoever became her husband could legally inherit Winterfell. Just like when Aegon united the Seven Kingdoms in the War of Conquerors, the Durrandon family of Storm's End had no male heirs. Theon Onis married the daughter of the last Storm King and changed the name of Storm's End to Theon Byra. Just like when Saigon married Yali and changed the name of Cahor to Theon. Of course, this didn't mean that the young Skinner didn't want to kill his younger brother. After all, he definitely wanted the title of Duke of the Terror Castle. However, the young Skinner didn't have to resort to such drastic measures to make everyone know that he was a kinslayer. Just like when he killed his own brother, he used poison so cleverly that it was frightening. Everyone had their suspicions, but there was no evidence. If he killed his own father, how would he answer to his vassals and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms? He killed his stepmother and brother without hiding anything. Did he really think that the Freys were pushovers? Hence, the old Skinner didn't die in the hands of his son like in the plot of Game of Thrones. His wife and youngest son were also alive and well. Hence, Saigon had the idea of dragging him down. No matter what, Roose Bolton is the Duke of the Northern Territory recognized by the Iron Throne. I should write him a letter of allegiance. I heard that his wife just gave birth to a son for him. The deviant ghosts should have reached the Terror Castle by now, right? Roose Bolton and the Terror Castle will replace us as the biggest target for the Dragon Queen. Roose Bolton isn't stupid. He will definitely tell the other nobles how he managed to protect the Terror Castle. Then, the important people in Winterfell won't have time to pay attention to us. Saigon's eyes darkened as he spoke gloomily. Yali's eyes widened as she stared blankly at her husband. Then, the Northern Territory will really be finished. The last long night lasted for an entire generation. Do you think the Northern Territory can last another generation? Saigon said faintly. But what if there are too many deviant ghosts and the Savior can't end the long night? Yali asked worriedly. Do you think no one sacrificed the Frost God during the last long night? Let me tell you, sacrificing the Frost God is a well-known custom beyond the Great Wall. Saigon smiled bitterly and shook his head. Also, you've seen it yourself. The Dragon Queen can fly. She can actually fly. Yasor and Ahai definitely can't fly, and there's no Megalosaurus. What does this mean? It means that the Dragon Queen is far stronger than Yasor and Ahai. She doesn't have to care about the little trouble we've caused her. Saigon was full of confidence. No matter what he did in his despair, he was full of hope for the future. The long night would be ended by the Savior. As long as he persevered, there would be a day when he could see the sun again. Isn't the Savior Stannis? I heard that Her Majesty Dany Rise denied that she was the reincarnation of Yasor and Ahai, Yali said doubtfully. Stannis still insists that he's the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but is he? Saigon's face was full of disapproval. Yali was infected by her husband's confidence and began to worry about the future. If the long night ends and the Dragon Queen decides to settle everything, what will we do? Carhold isn't far from the Great Wall. I'll put on the black clothes before the long night ends. Once I put on the black clothes, all my previous crimes will be forgiven. Saigon smiled faintly. Will it work? Yali was still worried. When the long night ends, all the survivors in the world will be under the influence of ghosts. As the saying goes, the law can't punish the majority. No matter how ruthless she is, can she kill everyone? Besides, I'm not afraid of death. As long as you're alive, we can have a few more babies. As long as you're all alive, the Thurn family will continue to pass on. I'm not afraid of anything. Even if the Savior really decides to settle everything, when she's settling the Southerners, we can secretly lead our people across the Great Wall and become free people beyond the Great Wall. Seeing that her husband had thought everything through, Yali was completely relieved. I'll give you a few more sons. No, I want daughters. Gods bless me, let's have daughters. Saigon said bitterly. The Terror Fortress was only a few 100 kilometers away from Carhold. A messenger crow could fly there in an afternoon. In the evening, Roose Bolton received Saigon's letter of loyalty. The content of the letter was unusually sincere. Saigon described his experience during this period of time in detail. He included how he discovered the other ghosts, how he carried his son into the forest, how he completed the sacrifice, how the other ghost army retreated quickly. It was like an instruction manual. Saigon Thurn, interesting. Roose Bolton's expression was calm. There was no emotion, no excitement, and no anger. Unfortunately, you've underestimated me. He folded the letter slowly, put it in an empty envelope, and then bent over the table to write another letter. Whoa. Fat Veda was crying on the soft couch opposite him. Don't cry. You're still young, and I still have the ability. You'll have many children in the future. Luce Bolton's eyes were still as cold as ice as he comforted his wife. Before Saigon's letter arrived, the Duke of the Terror Fortress had already completed the sacrifice ceremony. Saigon had indeed underestimated him. The Bolton family's history was as long as Stark's. They had all experienced the last long night. How could they not know how to sacrifice the other ghosts? Why would they need a savage from beyond the Great Wall to remind them? They had already washed their sons and were waiting for the other Ghost Lord to come and get them. But Dragon Queen burned Carhold. Fat Veda stared at the Fry family's unique watery blue eyes and said cowardly. Veda Fry was fat like a pink ball, but she was not stupid. Instead, she had received a complete aristocratic education. She could read, write, and think. So, only the other ghosts know how many nobles have sacrificed to the Frost God. Can the Dragon Queen burn the entire Northern Territory? Luce Bolton's smooth cheeks were emotionless. The Terror Fortress is different. We're Stark's enemy. Saigon is up to no good. He's allowed to tell Winterfell that we're also. Fat Veda had her own judgment about the current situation in the Northern Territory. Luce Bolton put down his pen, dried the ink on the letter, and slowly folded it. He stuffed it into the previous envelope, sealed it with wax, and pressed the family emblem. He called for a servant and instructed the scholar to deliver the letter to King's Landing. After doing all this, he said softly to his wife, "Remember your mother's surname. When you meet the Dragon Queen, immediately tell her who your uncle is. No matter what I do, she won't touch a hair on you or your children." My uncle. John Derry, William Derry. P.S. Fat Veda was deep in thought. Saigon had his own plans and even considered the great liquidation after the long night. Luce Bolton had his own plans and considered the situation of the Seven Kingdoms after the long night. He had married Fat Veda because she was fat. Well, Wade Fry had promised that as long as Luce was willing to marry a Fry, he would give the bride the same amount of silver as her dowry. Now, he realized how special Fat Veda's identity was. The Bolton family would survive this long night. Luce Bolton was confident. Caw, caw, caw. A large crow flew past the window of the Duke's bedroom, a letter tube tied to its leg. It contained a letter from the master of the Terror Fortress and a letter from Saigon. They would fall into the hands of Cersei or Yuluen in a few days. Soon, parts of the letter would spread like a plague in the Westeros. Perhaps not just the Westeros. This was a virus that swept the world. It came from the human heart and infected the human heart. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.